Chapter 1742 Return. Freshman Leaderboard. 3. The talented martial warriors in the spacecraft also heard Wang Tung's conversation with the guardian elders from the chaotic Uncharted. They had peculiar expressions on their faces. He got struck by lightning. What did Wang Tung do in the chaotic Uncharted? Why was he struck by lightning? At that moment, the cabin door opened and Wang Tung flew in from the outside. He suddenly noticed that everyone was looking at him with weird expressions, as if they were seeing something strange. Even the eternal stage white-robed man standing in front of the spacecraft couldn't help but glance at Wang Tung. "Wang Tung, over here!" Yu Qiqiao shouted at Wang Tung. Wang Tung blinked. He walked over and met up with Yu Qiqiao and the others. Yu Qiqiao was about to ask him a question, but the eternal stage man in a white robe opened his mouth and said, "Everyone is here. Let's return." The spacecraft vibrated slightly and changed its direction. It flew towards the 7th Stellar Academy. Many people suddenly turned pale. Everyone is here, but some people aren't back yet. It was obvious what this meant. The man in white glanced at everyone and said, "First, congratulations on returning from the Uncharted. The survival rate for this Uncharted trip is 86%. For those who haven't returned, their deaths have been confirmed." What? As soon as he finished speaking, a buzz of voices erupted around them. Some people died. Many people hadn't noticed the absence of some individuals. They only realized after hearing the words of the man in white. Many talented martial warriors who entered the Uncharted died. The survival rate was 86%. Was it high? Well, it didn't seem low. Mind you, these were all talented martial warriors from the various territorial domains in the universe. The fact that some of them had died was shocking news. 14% of the talented martial warriors had perished. This was a huge loss. This news was like a bucket of cold water poured on the proud hearts of these talented warriors. There were areas suitable for freshmen in the Uncharted. As long as they stayed in those areas, there wouldn't be much danger. There should be guides reminding them about this matter once they enter the Uncharteds. Thus, many people didn't encounter any dangers in the Uncharted. They considered a land of opportunity, never thinking they would die there. A moment ago, they were delighted by the opportunities they gained in the Uncharted. Now, their joys had faded. Their expressions turned solemn. Of course, there were also a few individuals who still showed lingering fear on their faces. They had faced dangers in the Uncharted, but managed to return alive. They were luckier than those who died. Wang Tung scanned his surroundings. He was surprised too. "I noticed that some people were missing, but I didn't expect them to be dead," Yu Qiqiao muttered. Her expression changed slightly. "A 14% death rate might not seem high, but it's not low," Wang Tung said. "As long as they stay in the Cosmos stage areas, there shouldn't be any significant danger." What did they experience in the Uncharted? How did they die? Yu Qiqiao frowned in confusion. Some people might not be able to resist venturing beyond the Cosmos stage areas. Trant Borit stood at the side and said. Yu Qiqiao was stunned for a moment before she understood what he meant. These talents from the various territorial domains were all extremely arrogant. While many might be able to control their desires and stay within the Cosmos stage areas, some might consider themselves superior and venture outside. All talents felt that they were different from others. They felt that they could get better opportunities. Moreover, these people were entering the Uncharted for the first time and might not have a proper understanding of its dangers. Naturally, there was a high chance of them encountering death. All the deaths were not accidental. They were inevitable. Wang Tung, did you step out of the Cosmos stage area too? Yu Qiqiao suddenly saw Wang Tung's expression and asked. You didn't? Wang Tung asked her back. I didn't. I know my ability. Yu Qiqiao replied calmly. Borit and brother Yunxian must have gone out. Wang Tung smiled. He looked at Yunxian and Borit. Ha! Borit scratched his crown and chuckled. Yunxian nodded. He didn't deny it. So, as you see, there are still many who ventured beyond the Cosmos stage areas. It's just that some of them have strong enough abilities to survive, while others, Wang Tung didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Those who didn't return were not strong enough. This was the truth. With enough strength comes confidence, and lacking strength leads to arrogance, as well as death. However, determining the strength of an individual was highly subjective and difficult to explain. The man in white clothing gave everyone some time to digest the information before continuing. Many of you have already advanced to the Cosmos stage. Even if you haven't, you're not far away. Now that the freshman leaderboard has opened, try your best to climb higher. The higher your ranking on the freshman leaderboard, the more benefits you will receive. You could attract the attention of the instructors in the academy and may even become the personal disciple of a formidable martial warrior. You will be propelled to new heights. You are all talents from the various territorial domains. You came to the academy to cultivate and become formidable martial warriors. Besides relying on your efforts, the guidance of a supreme mentor is crucial. It will help you avoid many detours on your path to greatness. In summary, if you don't strive for success within the academy, the gap between each of you will widen due to various reasons. The strong will become stronger, and the weak will become even weaker. I hope that each one of you seizes every opportunity to become a powerhouse in the universe. Chapter 1743 Return. Freshman Leaderboard. 4. That's all I have to say. Your future depends on yourself. The man in white closed his eyes. He didn't plan to say anything else. However, his words impacted everyone greatly, leaving them in turmoil and uncertainty. It was obvious that the freshman leaderboard was a must-contend spot for these new students unless someone could ignore all the benefits it could bring. But just the opportunity to become a disciple of an instructor from the academy was already irresistible to them. One of the main reasons why these talented martial warriors came to the Stellar Academies was because of the academy's instructors. If these eternal stage martial warriors could become their masters, their growth would be faster. Rumors even suggest that there were existences beyond the eternal stage within the academies, and they represented the true depth and strength of the academies. All the top talents from the various territorial domains secretly hoped to gain the favor of eternal stage and above martial warriors. This would be a true step towards reaching the pinnacle. Of course, none of the talented martial warriors dared to voice out their thoughts. It would be audacious and unrealistic for them to speak of such matters. At this moment, everyone was determined to shine on the freshman leaderboard. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered too. He viewed this matter with high importance. If he was going to do it, he wanted to be the best. His goal was those above the eternal stage. If he could gain the favor of those formidable warriors and become their disciple, the Parker's family wouldn't be a threat. Wang Tung, this is a good opportunity. Yukikyo's eyes shone brightly. She said via voice transmission, if we can find a strong backing, we won't have to worry about our business being suppressed. Acknowledging a master isn't that simple. Those powerful martial warriors will want to observe us for some time first. Wang Tung wasn't that optimistic. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Now that we're back, we can start our business and accumulate more points. They will be useful later. Agree. Yu Qiqiao nodded in agreement with Wang Tung. Then, she asked curiously, have you advanced to the Cosmos stage? I can't tell your stage at all. When she asked this question, Yu Yunxian and Borit looked over. They were curious too. Guess. Wang Tung gave a mysterious smile. Oomph. Yu Qiqiao snorted. I don't even need to guess. You must have achieved a breakthrough. Wang Tung smiled. He didn't say much and used his real eye to look at Yu Qiqiao. I can tell that you have advanced too. Seriously, I can't hide anything from you. Yu Qiqiao knew that Wang Tung had a way to see through her ability, so she felt exasperated. Borit, you advanced too. Wang Tung looked at the treant beside him. I was lucky. Borit gave a somewhat unpleasant and sinister smile. There's no such thing as luck in a breakthrough. Wang Tung gave him a meaningful look. This treant wasn't simple. Anyone would be stupid if they got fooled by his humble appearance. Wang Tung, you must have achieved a breakthrough too, but I can't tell, Borit said earnestly, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. This was a test. He was sure that Wang Tung had a breakthrough, but he couldn't see it. If he couldn't see it, it meant that there was a certain degree of uncertainty. Wang Tung smiled. He looked at Yu Yunxian and frowned. Brother Yunxian, Did you meet any trouble? He didn't ask directly. He could see that Yu Yunxian hadn't broken through the celestial stage. He felt a certain camaraderie with this crown prince, which prompted him to ask. Yu Yunxian was not one to speak much, but he sensed the concern in Wang Teng's words and explained, "My situation is somewhat special." That was it. However, one sentence was rare enough. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. He knew Yu Yunxian's condition, so he didn't probe further. Yu Qiqiao glanced at Yu Yunxian and thought of something. This crown prince was once contaminated by the dark force. However, she didn't say much either. Some things were better left unsaid. It was enough as long as she knew it herself. All right, why were you struck by lightning? Yu Qiqiao turned and asked Wang Teng curiously. Wang Teng was speechless. We can still be good friends if we don't talk about this. Yu Qiqiao pouted. The more you say this, the more curious I am. Even Borit and Yu Yunxian looked at Wang Teng curiously. No one would get struck by lightning for no reason. There must be something fishy going on. However, Wang Teng remained tight-lipped. They were itching with curiosity, but they couldn't do anything. The spacecraft returned to the Cosmo Stage residential area and dropped off Wang Teng and his friends. Then it flew away without turning back. After a month, Wang Teng felt a little nostalgic when he returned to his lodging. When do you plan to fight for the ranking on the freshman leaderboard? Yu Qiqiao asked. There's no hurry. Let's go back and have a comfortable bath, a meal, and a rest. Wang Teng stretched his back and said calmly, if they love to fight, let them fight. You have a big heart, Yu Qiqiao said. Do you know how to fight for the freshman leaderboard? Wang Teng asked. We can go and check. The Academy's intranet surely has some information about it, Yu Qiqiao suggested, admitting that she also didn't know the details. Why are you so impatient when you don't know? Wang Teng was frustrated. I'm not impatient. I just wanted to go first. Yu Qiqiao smiled slyly. F***K. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. I almost got fooled by you. Haha. I'm just a weak woman with limited strength. It'll let powerful people like you go first, Yu Qiqiao said shamelessly. Do you even believe what you just said? Wang Teng glared at her and walked towards his estate. I'm leaving. We'll talk later. Seriously, everyone is eager to compete for the ranking, but you're so calm and composed. Yu Qiqiao shook her head and turned to walk back to her manor. She waved at Borit and Yu Yunxian. See you later. Borit and Yu Yunxian exchanged glances with each other and nodded. Then, they went back to their manor. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to fight for the ranking either. Wang Teng entered his manor and opened the door with his account on his wristwatch. He sighed. I wonder when Roundball will be able to complete its life transition. It's so troublesome without it. In the past, he didn't need to open the door himself when entering. After returning to the manor, Wang Teng went to wash up. He felt refreshed, as if all the bad luck he brought out from the chaotic Uncharted had been swept away. Then he took out the force dishes he kept in his space ring and ate them to his heart's content. Burp! He burped and lay on the soft 5 meters bed. Wang Teng didn't want to do anything now. He thought for a moment and took Chao Jiaojiao out of his space fragment. She was his subordinate, so he had to make good use of her. Come, give me a massage. Wang Teng turned over and said to Chao Jiaojiao. Chao Jiaojiao finally managed to catch her breath after coming out, only to realize that it was for a massage. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. Bastard, why are you standing there? Hurry up, Wang Teng urged. Chao Jiaojiao bit her lips and walked forward with a humiliated expression. She kneeled on Wang Teng's back. Let's skip this part. Chapter 1744, Chaos Constellation Scripture. 1 Moa. Use more force. Yes, that's it. Use more force. More. An indescribable sound came from the room from time to time. It seemed as if someone was engaged in something indecent. Wang Teng lay on the 5 meters bed with his eyes closed. He seemed to be enjoying himself. The trip to the chaotic Uncharted was a little intense, even for someone like Wang Teng. Throughout the entire trip, he remained on edge. Now that he was back, he could finally relax. Chao Jiaojiao knelt on his back, so she couldn't avoid having some close contact with his body. The strange noises around her made her blush even more. Even though she was a Cosmos stage martial warrior, she couldn't maintain her composure. After all, she was still a virgin. But as time went by, Chow Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth and got used to it. There was only one thought in her mind. This bastard can't get too smug. Ever since she became Wang Tung's servant, she had been repeatedly humiliated by Wang Tung, both physically and mentally. This was a huge blow to her. Sometimes, the more proud you were, the harder it was to accept such outcomes. Chow Jiao Jiao belonged to this category. In the past, she was an elite in the Great Qian Empire. Even though her family wasn't among the absolute top tier, it was still impressive. Also, she felt that her talent wasn't weaker than the ladies from top families, even surpassing most of them. The fact that the youths from the Parkers family were captivated by her was enough to demonstrate her allure. Unfortunately, after Wang Tung came to the Great Qian Empire, everything changed. At first, she was merely suffering setbacks, but as time went on, her family was destroyed as well. Her father, Chow Hong-tu, who was once an ambitious man, was captured by Wang Tung and became his slave. All her protective barriers were gradually stripped away by Wang Tung, leaving her exposed before him. Even after she became Wang Tung's slave, Wang Tung tortured her. He didn't treat her like an elite or goddess. She thought that even if she was a prisoner, she would be special. Which man could resist a beauty like her? But the outcome made her furious. Wang Tung didn't care about her. Most of the time, he would leave her in that space and take her out to use when he needed her. That wasn't all. He was also incredibly rude and insolent. He didn't spare her any dignity. This made her think of a word, taming. This jerk was taming her. He treated her like a real slave. Chow Jiao Jiao wished she could take a chopper and chop this fellow to death. Why couldn't this man just drop dead? But she couldn't resist Wang Tung's atrocities. As Wang Tung got stronger, she felt more and more helpless. Her fate was like a thread, firmly grasped in the hands of the man in front of her. It might never be released. At this moment, many thoughts went through Chow Jiao Jiao's mind. She stared at Wang Tung with complex emotions, her expression constantly shifting. One moment, she was gritting her teeth. The next, she was dejected. In the end, she sighed in her heart. Her gaze turned firm. She seemed to have made a decision. Suddenly, she bent down and leaned her voluptuous body against Wang Tung's. She breathed into his ear. Wang Tung was stunned. His voice abruptly fell silent. What was going on? Was this lady crazy? He turned his head stiffly and saw a beautiful face. What do you want to do? Wang Tung swallowed nervously, his voice tinged with unease. Isn't this what you wanted to see? Chow Jiao Jiao pressed on Wang Tung's back, preventing him from getting up. She looked down at him like a queen, and a seductive smile appeared at the edge of her lips. Is there something wrong with her? Wang Tung stared at her in bewilderment. This thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Why? Are you afraid now? Chow Jiao Jiao stared at Wang Tung intently. She felt a slight sense of joy in her heart. This fellow was just a paper tiger. Going against the grain might be effective. Afraid? Wang Tung chuckled as if he heard a joke. Why will I be afraid of you? Since you're in a hurry to embrace your fate, it'll help you achieve it. He suddenly flipped over and faced Chow Jiao Jiao. That indescribable area on him happened to align with an equally indescribable area on Chow Jiao Jiao. Wang Tang's part was undergoing an indescribable reaction at this moment too. Fortunately, they were still wearing their clothes. If not, Chow Jiao Jiao trembled, and she almost pulled back. The blush on her face became even more mesmerizing, and her eyes turned watery. What's wrong with you? Your complexion seems a bit off. Wang Tung pretended not to know and asked. Shameless. Chow Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth and cursed. She couldn't control herself anymore. A strange feeling came from that indescribable part of her body, and she lost all her strength. She felt that she was playing with fire and wanted to retreat. But when she thought about her future, she decided to take a risk. Hence, she relaxed her body and sat down. Ugh! Two groans came out of their mouths, almost at the same time. Wang Tung widened his eyes in pain and pleasure. This lady was crazy. How could she do this? Chapter 1745, Chaos, Constellation Scripture. 2. Chao Jiaojiao's face turned red. She stared at Wang Teng provocatively. Her body trembled slightly, but she stubbornly held on. She gave him an getting on top of you expression. Wang Teng was speechless. That indescribable part of his body felt extremely uncomfortable. It felt as if it was about to explode. This woman was ruthless. She was willing to sacrifice herself for her goal. However, he knew that this lady must have some ulterior motive. If not, she wouldn't make such a huge sacrifice. Tell me, what do you want to do? Wang Teng bore with the discomfort, maintaining a seemingly indifferent demeanor on the surface. He placed his hands behind his head as he spoke. I'm already your slave. I should be the one asking you what you want. Do you plan to trample on my dignity completely? Chao Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. Look at what you're saying. Am I that outrageous? Wang Teng felt a little guilty. This lady was full of resentment. Did he go overboard? You know very well if you went overboard. Chao Jiaojiao's face was flushed, but her voice had turned cold. Now, either kill me or leave me with a shred of dignity. Since I've already acknowledged you as my master, there's naturally no possibility of betrayal. Why do you have to degrade me like this? I've never degraded you, right? Wang Teng's expression turned peculiar as he pointed to her current posture. Chao Jiaojiao. That's why you're worse than me, Wang Teng said. You're distorting the truth, Chao Jiaojiao said angrily. That doesn't matter. You can get up first, Wang Teng said. You haven't promised me? Chao Jiaojiao asked. Promise you what? Please understand your status first, Wang Teng said coldly. His expression changed instantly. I'm not getting up. You can kill me. Chao Jiaojiao straightened her slender neck elegantly, like a swan. You're quite tough. Wang Teng sneered. Do you think I want dare to kill you? Go ahead. I have no future. I'd rather die than be a slave with no dignity, Chao Jiaojiao said firmly. Wang Teng stared intently into Chao Jiaojiao's eyes. He wanted to see a hint of hesitation in her eyes, but there wasn't. Ill-killed Chao Hongta then. Sure, my relationship with my father has already been broken, Chao Jiaojiao said indifferently. Heartless. Wang Teng was speechless. He had a whole new level of respect for this lady. She'd gone all out. Chao Jiaojiao met Wang Teng's gaze without showing any sign of weakness. She was mentally prepared for death. As she had said, she would rather die than live in humiliation. Wang Teng felt helpless. When someone wasn't afraid of death, all threats become ineffective. If you don't get up, I will use my trump card, Wang Teng said. You can't threaten me, Chao Jiaojiao said resolutely. I will take off your clothes and hang you outside. Let's see how long you can last. Even if you die, it doesn't matter. I will hang you outside and let all the talented martial warriors from stellar academies admire you, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Chao Jiaojiao's face turned pale. She pointed at Wang Teng and exclaimed, You're a devil. Sai, you only realize what kind of person I am after knowing me for so long. Wang Teng said. Chao Jiaojiao had lost all her strength to struggle. Her beautiful eyes turned dim. She was unable to make Wang Teng budge an inch, even after mentioning death. What else could she do to fight for her dignity? This time, she felt boundless despair. This devil, he never intended to let her go. Was she destined to live her whole life under his control? Chao Jiaojiao dismounted from Wang Teng's body like a lifeless puppet and stood at the side, as if resigned. Wang Teng finally heaved a sigh of relief, grimacing in discomfort. It was too agonizing. It was difficult to be a man. Who could resist such temptation? Fortunately, he managed to resist it. This was how a real man should be. He looked at Chao Jiaojiao. He felt speechless when he saw her expression. Did he scare her too badly? But he couldn't yield to her demand. If he got threatened by a slave like her, he wouldn't be able to maintain his authority as a master in the future. Honestly, he almost relented. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Wang Teng grabbed Chao Jiaojiao and pressed his knee on her body. Then he slapped her. Slap. Wang Teng, what are you doing? Chao Jiaojiao snapped back to her senses and cried. Her expression changed entirely. What am I doing? I'm hitting you to make you understand what it means to respect your master. You dare to threaten me, you impudent brat, Wang Tong said angrily, not stopping his hand as he continued to slap her. Slap, slap, slap. Ah, it hurts. Let me go, let me go. Chow Jiao Jiao struggled desperately, but she was no match for Wang Tong anymore. No matter how she flailed, she couldn't break free from his control. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of physical impact echoed in the room. It continued for quite a while. In the room, Wang Tong sat at the edge of the bed, facing Chow Jiao Jiao with flushed cheeks and tear streaks on her face. The lifeless demeanor she had before was long gone. It was replaced by a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Behave, Wang Ting asked calmly. Chow Jiao Jiao felt humiliated, but she still nodded. She was scared. She had to back down. The man before her was truly a devil, and she couldn't contend with him. Pour a cup of tea. I'm thirsty, Wang Ting instructed. Chow Jiao Jiao obediently turned and walked to the side. She poured a cup of tea at the table and held it with both hands, offering it to Wang Tong. Chapter 1746 Chaos Constellation Scripture 3. So lowly. If one were to carefully observe her steps, they would notice that she was limping. She seemed to be injured. Wang Tong nodded in satisfaction. He took a sip of the tea, and his tone relaxed a little as he said, "Have a seat. They'll just stand." Embarrassment and indignation appeared on Chow Jiao Jiao's face again. She felt that Wang Tong was deliberately humiliating her. He knew she was hurt, yet he asked her to sit down. Wasn't he intentionally making fun of her? But this time, she didn't dare to push her luck anymore. She couldn't afford to provoke him, so she just replied to him obediently. Wang Tong finally realized it. He might have been a little too harsh just now, so he quickly cleared his throat and said, "Well, you can keep standing then. Tell me, what do you want?" Chow Jiao Jiao looked at Wang Tong timidly. She didn't dare to say anything. "Tell me, do you think I will eat you?" Wang Tong was speechless. "I don't dare to say it." Chow Jiao Jiao felt wronged. Wang Tong, was the effect so good? A moment ago, she was still acting like a hero. Why was she so timid now? Indeed, women should be given a beating. "I won't hit you. Why don't you say it?" Wang Tong said patiently after complaining in his heart. Since this matter had to be solved, he decided to solve it today. He couldn't keep ignoring Chow Jiao Jiao. Wang Tong had initially planned to tame and train her well before releasing her for his use. After all, she was a beautiful lady with decent talent. It would be a waste to treat her as a mere decoration. As for enemies or whatever, it didn't matter anymore. He had emerged as the final winner. The other party was his slave now. As long as he became strong enough, no matter what tricks she had up her sleeve, he could quickly suppress her. "I want to live with dignity." Chow Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up when she saw Wang Tong's attitude softening. Her eyes shimmered, and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. "Speak properly." Wang Tong rolled his eyes. Chow Jiao Jiao remained silent for a moment before saying, "I want to cultivate." "You could have told me earlier. Why do you have to beat around the bush? If you had said it earlier, I might have agreed, and you wouldn't have had to endure this beating," Wang Tong remarked casually. Chow Jiao Jiao wanted to curse. "If you were this easy to talk to from the beginning, would I have not said it? This person is irritating." Chow Jiao Jiao felt like crying when she remembered how she got beaten up for no reason. Her tears were on the verge of falling again. "I agree to let you cultivate. You can continue cultivating in the future," Wang Tong said. "Really?" Chow Jiao Jiao stared at him in disbelief. "That was easy. Come here," Wang Tong said. "What do you want?" Chow Jiao Jiao took a step back in fright. "I'm going to remove the force seal for you." "You don't want to?" "Forget it," Wang Tong said. "Wait, who says I don't want to?" Chow Jiao Jiao was anxious. She couldn't care anymore and hurriedly walked up to Wang Tong. "You just need a beating." Wang Tong patted Chow Jiao Jiao's body a few times and removed the force seal on her. During the process, it was inevitable that he touched a few sensitive areas. Chow Jiao Jiao was furious but didn't dare to speak. She felt embarrassed and angry again. But soon, She became overwhelmed with joy as her force was restored. She didn't care about being taken advantage of anymore. After all, whatever advantage could be taken had already been taken, and a little more didn't matter. Chao Jiao didn't realize that her thoughts had undergone a subtle change. Wang Tang's taming was effective. During this period, you can cultivate within this manner. Don't roam around recklessly. We are in the Stellar Academy. You're not a student here, so if you get caught, I won't vouch for you, Wang Tang explained. Stellar Academy. Chao Jiao finally regained her senses. There was astonishment in her eyes. You entered the Stellar Academy. What do you think? Wang Tang asked. Chao Jiao turned silent. She had been in the space fragment all this time, so she didn't know what happened outside, including Wang Tang's entry into the Stellar Academy. As a member of the great Qian Empire, she was familiar with the Stellar Academies. The Academy's status was extremely prestigious, attracting countless talented martial warriors. She didn't expect Wang Tang, a warrior from a remote planet, to enter the Stellar Academies. This is the 7th Stellar Academy. Is it all right for me to stay in the manor? Chao Jiao asked nervously. Rest assured, the Academy allows students to bring along a few servants, Wang Tang assured her. However, other areas within the Academy won't be open for you to wander around freely. Chao Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. There was a hint of longing in her eyes again. This was the Stellar Academy. She wanted to go out and take a look, but her status didn't allow her to roam around. Go and cultivate. Wang Tang dismissed her. Chao Jiao felt frustrated. This guy suddenly reverted to an attitude of not caring about her. Somehow, she felt a little disappointed. What am I thinking? Chao Jiao's expression changed. She felt that she had become somewhat strange. Wang Tang smiled as he looked at Chao Jiao's back view. He saw the change in Chao Jiao. It showed that the training during this period hadn't been in vain. Sooner or later, he would make this lady his. This was just the start. Chapter 1747, Chaos, Constellation Scripture. 4. Wang Tingyue found the thought increasingly intriguing, but it was too evil. He quickly suppressed the idea and gradually immersed his mind in the attributes board. There were some changes to his attributes board after he advanced to the cosmos stage. Origin of life, 100000 origin of soul, 100000 spirit, 1000/200000 cosmos realm. First, there were the 3 basic attributes. After absorbing the golden light spheres, the upper limit of these 3 attributes increased. So much so that during this breakthrough, they directly doubled their growth limit. For instance, Wang Tang's origin of life originally had a limit of 30,000 points. That meant that he should have a limit of 60,000 points after advancing to the cosmos stage, since the limit would double. But now, because of the golden light spheres, his origin of life limit had increased to 50,000 points. Hence, it doubled to 100,000 points. There was a difference of 40,000 points. It was terrifying. It wasn't just the origin of life. The origin of soul was the same. At the same time, the realm of his spiritual power finally broke through the invisible barrier, and he smoothly ascended to the cosmos realm without any hindrance. The limit of his spirit attribute increased too. It reached 200,000 points. If he filled up all 200,000 points of attributes, Wang Tang's spiritual power would double that of a normal martial warrior. The limit of a normal martial warrior's spirit attribute was 100,000 points. This was the benefit the golden light spheres gave Wang Tang. However, he just broke through to the cosmos realm, so Wang Tang's spirit attribute was only at the early stage. He needed time to raise it. 200,000 points of attributes weren't easy to raise. Wang Tang felt hopeless just thinking about the number of attribute bubbles he needed to pick up in the future. The road ahead is long and distant. I shall seek from top to bottom and explore. Wang Tang sighed with emotion, then turned his gaze to another attribute value. Enlightenment. The enlightenment attribute had reached the universe realm, so it didn't advance another level this time. Wang Tang was a little disappointed. Although this attribute value also experienced slight improvements along with the enhancement of his origin of life and origin of soul, there wouldn't be any obstacles in normal circumstances. It could be raised freely, which was why his enlightenment far surpassed his spirit. Now, his enlightenment attribute was far ahead of the others, so he wasn't able to gain too many benefits from this advancement. As for his forces, they naturally reached the cosmos stage too. All the forces had reached the cosmos stage. Wang Tung's advancement this time was unique. In reality, Wang Tung merged all his forces into the Chaos Force. Chaos Force, as the name suggested, was the most fundamental and basic force. It was capable of evolving into any type of force. This had been Wang Tung's long-standing vision. He wanted to create a scripture that could simultaneously refine all forces. Now he succeeded. After comprehending in the chaotic uncharted for so long, he finally succeeded. This cultivation technique was arguably unprecedented and unrivaled. After all, not everyone possessed all the elements like him, and even merged them. This approach was truly crazy. Chaos force, Wang Tung muttered. He extended his palm, and a peculiar force flowed through his limbs and bones, gathering in his hand. This massive force bore a striking resemblance to the origin energy of chaos within the chaotic uncharted. Even its color was an indescribable shade of chaos. However, under Wang Tung's control, this chaos force could transform into any type of force. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, ice, poison, all kinds of forces were evolving on his palm. Wang Tung was satisfied. Even his dark force had turned into chaos force. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about his dark force getting discovered. The dark force was nothing in front of the chaos force. If anyone dared to claim he had any connection to the dark apparitions in the future, he would simply strike them down with a burst of chaotic power. What name should I give this scripture? Wang Tung wondered to himself. He pondered as he observed the space within him that resembled a starry sky. Chaos, laws, simulation of the operation of the celestial universe. Why don't we call it the Chaos Constellation Scripture? It's perfect. I must be a genius at naming things. Wang Tung was extremely satisfied with the name he had chosen and immediately confirmed it. Unfortunately, it was only at the cosmos stage. When he advanced to the heaven stage in the future, he needed to continue refining it. Soon, Wang Tung found himself in a bit of a predicament. This scripture was incomplete. He was lucky enough to be able to refine it to the cosmos stage. If it weren't for the numerous opportunities he encountered within the chaotic uncharted and the sight of that peculiar void, which completed the final piece of the puzzle he had been comprehending, he wouldn't have been able to create this scripture at all. It would be almost impossible. It's too difficult. Why do I feel like I've dug a hole for myself? Wang Tung shook his head. He felt that the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. This matter gave him some psychological trauma. Creating this scripture had proven to be incredibly challenging. To be honest, he might not even be fully aware of how incredibly heaven-defying the scripture he created truly was, even if it could only be cultivated to the cosmos stage. Being unparalleled and unprecedented were vague concepts at best. Never mind, let's take one step at a time. Wang Tung took a deep breath and put this thought down temporarily. He wasn't the type to be easily discouraged. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ventured into creating such a heaven-defying scripture. This was a path that demanded immense determination to tread. Anyway, my consciousness seems to have merged with the sea of nihility. Wang Tung's mind was immersed in that mysterious realm. It felt exceptionally mystical. He felt as if he had entered his consciousness in the sea of nihility. The hallmark of advancing to the cosmic stage was the fusion of spirit and forces. From now on, they were indistinguishable from one another. This was probably why his consciousness and the sea of nihility merged. According to the records, this place seems to be called the inner cosmos. Wang Tung found some records of the cosmos stage from the Devour Nihility Beast's memory. After advancing to the cosmos stage, a universe would manifest within the martial warrior's body, akin to the celestial expanse, but in a miniature form. This was why it was called an inner cosmos. It was said that when a martial warrior reached the god stage, they would hold power comparable to a god. At that time, they could expand and evolve the universe within their body, as well as turn it into a real universe. Wang Tung was flabbergasted when he saw the records. Could it be that the original universe they were in was the inner cosmos of a god stage martial warrior? If that was the case, what were they? What was their cultivation for? Wang Tung's mind was in disarray. He was shaken by this revelation. In the past, he knew that there would be an inner cosmos in the body of a cosmos stage martial warrior, but he hadn't dwelled on it much since he hadn't reached that level. Moreover, the inner cosmos formed within the bodies of ordinary martial artists differed greatly from the real universe. For instance, in the inner cosmos formed by metal element martial warriors, all the constellations and nebulas were formed by metal force. It wasn't the same for Wang Tung. Through the chaos constellation scripture, he evolved various laws and merged all his forces, making his inner cosmos extremely similar to the real universe. That was why Wang Tung had this frightening thought. Chapter 1748, The Changes in Roundball and the Metal Armor, Flaming Scorpion. An accident. 1. Wang Tung sat alone in his room with his mind in turmoil. The sudden thought that had crossed his mind startled him and caught him off his guard. Frightening. Terrifying. In fact, it was absurd. Was it possible for the inner cosmos to evolve into a real universe? Wang Tung didn't know and didn't dare to think further. He felt like his fundamental beliefs were shaken and his worldview was on the verge of collapsing. If they were truly born, raised, cultivated within the inner cosmos of a formidable martial warrior, and their entire lives unfolded within it, what was the meaning of their existence? They were like ants struggling within a survival zone constructed by a giant. There was a profound sense of insignificance and misery. Sigh. After some time, he let out a long sigh and calmed down. He mustn't think about it anymore. If he continued, his resolution might collapse. Wang Tung made a concerted effort to rein in his thoughts and redirect his focus to his inner cosmos. After his advancement in the chaotic uncharted, he encountered a slew of events, so he didn't have the time to study his inner cosmos properly. He studied his body and observed the changes in his inner cosmos. There was a black hole in the middle of his inner cosmos. It was continuously devouring fragments of stars from the surrounding space. These were the fragments left behind after the explosions of the force constellations. There was also a halo surrounding the black hole. It was the manifestation of his spiritual power. His spiritual power had merged with his force in a special way. Wang Tung sensed it carefully. His 9 treasures pagoda was nestled within the black hole. He could summon it out with a mere thought. At the same time, there were divine flames, water of netherworld, netherfrost, and void mayflies, among others, floating around the inner cosmos in his body. It was no different from when he stored them in his consciousness. Wang Tung felt relieved. These were all his assets. There was no room for mishaps. There was also the space fragment and the devour space. They exited within his inner cosmos, yet seemed to operate independently. This was a weird feeling. It couldn't be explained with words. Wang Tung didn't dwell on it. After all, they couldn't run away. Is the transformation completed? Wang Tung wondered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered something and went into the devour space. Within the dim expanse of the devour space, a golden light sphere and a cyan ball of flame hovered in the air. Elizabeth, Little White, and the lightning spirit were watching at the side. They got injured and exhausted much of their energy to protect Wang Tung in the chaotic uncharted. Naturally, Wang Tung wouldn't treat them badly. He gave the best healing pills to Elizabeth and Little White. Their injuries healed quickly as they weren't severely injured. As for the lightning spirit, it didn't need any extra rewards. It had absorbed enough lightning calamity and now resembled a chubby little creature. It looked quite amusing and comical. Master, Elizabeth and Little White greeted Wang Tung when they saw him. Wang Tung nodded. He asked, "When did this start?" "Just recently. We only noticed their abnormality less than 10 minutes ago," Elizabeth said. Wang Ting didn't probe further. He looked at Round Ball and the metal armor flaming scorpion's spheres of light. Were they going to come out together? Round Ball's golden light sphere gave off a dazzling golden radiance. The metal armor flaming scorpion was no less impressive. Green flame similar to the emerald glazed flame swept across the sky. The impact was astonishing. Wang Tung was filled with anticipation. It looked like the metal armor flaming scorpion had improved quite a bit. As time slowly passed in anticipation, Round Ball's golden light sphere suddenly emitted cracking sounds. It seemed to be on the verge of shattering. An endless stream of golden light burst forth from within, illuminating almost half of the devoured space. Wang Ting squinted and looked ahead. Boom! An explosion occurred, and the golden light sphere exploded. They turned into countless golden specks of light that scattered and drifted down like a shower. A small figure appeared. It was Round Ball. Hey, everyone is here. Are you here to welcome your Mr. Round Ball? Round Ball laughed when it saw everyone. Look at you. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. The moment it opened its mouth, he knew that it was still the same old Round Ball. Mr. Round Ball? Why don't you call yourself Master instead? Ha! Round Ball didn't care about Wang Tung's complaints. It burst into laughter and flew overexcitedly. Wang Tung, look, I've advanced to the heaven stage. I'm a heaven stage intelligent life form now. All right, I can tell. Don't be so excited. Wang Tung looked at it helplessly. Why was it so excited? He wasn't even this excited when he advanced to the cosmos stage. Aren't you happy for me? I'm a heaven stage intelligent life form now. Do you know how rare heaven stage intelligent life forms are? Can you show some appreciation? Round Ball pouted and said excitedly, All right, I understand. You're a heaven stage intelligent life form now. Good, very good. Wang Ting nodded and praised it seriously. Round Ball was speechless. Something didn't feel right. It got praised, but it didn't feel happy at all. Chapter 1749, The Changes in Round Ball and the Metal Armor, Flaming Scorpion. An accident. Too. Wang Tung burst out laughing. I'm just joking. I'm happy to see you advancing to the heaven stage. Wang Tung, you're so evil. You fooled me, Round Ball said angrily. Cough, don't say that. I'm just preventing you from getting too arrogant. Wang Tung pretended that he was doing this for its sake. Do you want me to thank you? Round Ball rolled its eyes. All right. Are there any changes after you advance to the heaven stage? Wang Tung asked curiously. My spiritual power has gotten stronger. Round Ball pondered for a moment before continuing. My computing ability has also gotten stronger. I can hack into universe-level spacecraft and eternal-level spacecraft. I could do many things that I couldn't in the past. I might be able to find the top-secret information I couldn't in the past. Round Ball gave a mysterious smile towards the end. Wang Tung's eyes lit up uncontrollably. Compared to Round Ball's power, Wang Tung was more interested in its computational abilities. Wang Tung needed Round Ball's assistance in various aspects. An intelligent life form was extremely useful, especially to powerful martial warriors. They could provide convenience at any time. Good, you didn't eat all the golden light spheres for nothing. Wang Tung smiled happily. A heaven stage intelligent life form was indeed extraordinary. He had yet to test it, but he was confident that Round Ball's ability had improved tremendously. He was certain that there would be occasions in the future where Round Ball's capabilities would prove incredibly valuable. Round Ball could tell that Wang Tung was genuinely happy when it saw his expression. It felt a little proud and smirked. Do you understand how useful I am now? Yes, yes. Mr. Round Ball, please accept my humble knees. Wang Tung teased it. Round Ball rolled its eyes at Wang Tung. This fellow had no shame. Nevertheless, deep down it was pleased. After all, its master held it in high regard. Things weren't easy for it. In the past, Wang Tung improved so quickly that it couldn't catch up with him. Its status was extremely low. No one could understand how miserable it felt. Now, it had finally caught up a little and could continue to fulfill its role. It didn't follow Wang Tung in vain. However, it didn't expect to advance to the heaven stage after following Wang Tung for such a short time. This was truly remarkable. Back when it followed its previous master, Nan Gongyu, it remained at the Cosmos stage for a really long time. There was no comparison. Boom! At this moment, another explosion was heard. Green flames swept out in all directions. Wong Tung and Round Ball immediately looked over. The metal armor flaming scorpion achieved a breakthrough, too. Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. After you devoured the golden light spheres, I allowed it to devour some golden light spheres too, Wong Tung said. You know how to take advantage of every opportunity, Round Ball quipped. Wong Tung felt speechless. Take advantage of every opportunity? What do you mean by take advantage? Keep quiet if you don't know what to say, Wong Tung replied angrily. Round Ball chuckled. It didn't mind. It looked at the center of the flames and remarked, the metal armor flaming scorpion is about to advance to the mid-tier Imperial level. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, it's not as powerful as Mr. Round Ball. Your strength isn't much, but your trash talk is pretty impressive. You keep calling yourself a mister. Wong Tung felt a little exasperated. If we talk about strength, Elizabeth should be the boss. He'll stay out of this, Elizabeth said with a faint smile. She had no interest in such matters. As long as she could help Wong Tung, she believed that her status wouldn't be low. Look, Elizabeth doesn't want to get involved. That means I'm the boss. Round Ball looked at Elizabeth gratefully before looking smug. In that case, defeat Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion first, Wong Tung said. Let's win them over with virtue. There's no need to resort to violence. Round Ball choked and said in embarrassment. In the universe, might is right, Wong Tung said seriously. Find me some spiritual power scriptures and battle techniques. I will definitely be stronger than them after I cultivate. Round Ball snorted. All right, I'll look for them later. Wong Tung pondered for a moment and nodded. Round Ball's spiritual power had reached the heaven realm. It would be a waste if it didn't cultivate some scriptures or battle techniques. What's more, he didn't need to spend points to buy these scriptures from the Academy. He just needed to look them up in the Devour Nihility Beast memory. Having access to the vast treasury of knowledge in the Devour Nihility Beast memory made many things much simpler and more convenient. It was an advantage that others didn't possess. Boom! As they spoke, an explosion came from the center of the green flames. Numerous flames erupted, and a massive figure slowly crawled out from within the inferno. Very soon, the appearance of the metal armor flaming scorpion was revealed to Wong Tung and the others. The metal armor flaming scorpion was vastly different from before. First and foremost, its size had increased at least fivefold. It was gigantic. Its entire body was covered in layers of scale-like armor, radiating a cold metallic luster that made it resemble a true steel behemoth. At the same time, atop these scales were patterns of crimson and green flames that covered nearly every inch of its body, giving it an exceptionally mystical appearance. Chapter 1750, The Changes in Round Ball and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion. An accident. 3. There was a crimson-green flame mark in the middle of its gigantic head. It resembled a cluster of roaring flames. This was the result of its daily nourishment by both the emerald glazed flame and the soul of Thousand Beast flame. Originally born in the presence of the emerald glazed flame, the metal armor flaming scorpion underwent a mutation, allowing its innate flame to possess the exquisite qualities of the emerald glazed flame. Thus, it could withstand the nourishment of the emerald glazed flame. The soul of Thousand Beast flame was a flame beneficial to all the star beasts in the world. Basking in its nourishment day by day brings tremendous benefits. Ever since Wong Tung obtained the soul of Thousand Beast flame, he had been using it to nourish Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. Thus, the metal armor flaming scorpion possessed a trace of the soul of Thousand Beast flame's flame power. With the help of these two divine flames, its fire talent became more powerful. The other change was in its attacking method. Instead of growing larger, its two massive pincers became smaller. It was now symmetrically proportioned to its body and appeared more harmonious. It wasn't as conspicuously attention-grabbing as before, where others would immediately recognize the formidability of these pincers. Now, they might not appear as intimidating at first glance, but it would be a huge mistake to underestimate this pair of pincers. The pincers became sharper. When they opened and closed, they looked like saw teeth, glinting with a chilling light. A normal Cosmo Stage martial warrior could be effortlessly severed in half by these pincers. Only martial warriors who specialized in physical skills could resist the pincers to some extent. Furthermore, its scorpion tail had grown longer. Previously, the scorpion's tail could only hang down from its tail to its head. Now it could coil above its head, winding around for several loops like a giant python. The venomous hook on the tail resembled the fangs of a poisonous snake. It intermittently revealed itself, emanating a chilling glint that sends shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, atop that scorpion tail, a wisp of crimson and green flame burns, exuding threads of scorching heat that distorted the surrounding space. The change is quite big. Wang Tung sized up the metal armor flaming scorpion in surprise as he muttered to himself. Indeed, there's a huge change. The golden light spheres are truly remarkable. Based on the standards of star beasts, reaching the Emperor level was already quite impressive for the metal armor flaming scorpion. After that, under the nourishment of the soul of thousand beasts flame and eating many good stuff, it managed to reach the low-tier Imperial level. Now, with the aid of the golden light spheres, it has broken through a very difficult bottleneck for itself and reached the mid-tier Imperial level. Moreover, its innate talent seems to have improved significantly. It's truly quite amazing, Roundball analyzed. The golden light spheres can enhance one's innate talent. It will be easier for you to cultivate in the future. Wang Ting nodded. Master, you gave me this opportunity. I will never forget it. The metal armor flaming scorpion flew over from afar and stopped in front of Wang Tung. It lowered its head and thanked Wang Tung. It heard Roundball's words and knew that Wang Tung was the reason why it was able to reach this stage. Otherwise, it would have remained merely a Lord-level star beast on Earth. You don't have to do this. Since you're my pet, I won't forget you. Wang Tung patted its head and smiled. The metal armor flaming scorpion was touched, but it didn't say anything. It scratched its head with its pincers and said, Master, I seem to have grasped a trace of the power of origin. Really? Wang Tung was shocked. He asked hurriedly, what origin is it? Origin of flame. The metal armor flaming scorpion lowered the coiled scorpion tail from above its head. Crimson-green flames danced around it, transforming into a small flame scorpion that bore a striking resemblance to the metal armor flaming scorpion itself. At the same time, peculiar fluctuations emanated with the dancing of the crimson-green flames, causing the surface of the small flame scorpion to crack and intertwine with intricate flame runes. It was a strange sight, fascinating. Wang Tung touched his chin and sized up the flame scorpion with a smile. I can understand why Little White grasped the power of origin. After all, it swallowed the blood essence of the Blood Crow ancestor, and its talent was enhanced. I didn't expect the metal armor flaming scorpion to grasp the power of origin too. Roundball looked at the metal armor flaming scorpion in surprise. It's probably because of the divine flame. After I absorbed the golden light spheres, I naturally understood the origin of flame, metal armor flaming scorpion said. Is that so? Wang Tung and Roundball exchanged glances and went into deep thought. Divine flames are naturally nurtured entities. They might inherently contain some power of laws of origin. The metal armor flaming scorpion, having been nourished by these two divine flames for a long time, along with the absorption of the golden light spheres, triggered an explosion of inspiration that allowed it to comprehend the origin of flame. It's a plausible explanation, Wang Tung said. That's probably the only explanation. Roundball nodded. It's a good thing that it grasped the power of origin. The metal armor flaming scorpion gave me a huge surprise. Wang Tung smiled. This time, our entire team's strength has been elevated. We won't have to worry about getting ganged up on when we go out in the future, Roundball laughed. Everyone found its remarks amusing and burst out laughing. Wang Ting didn't have much to say. He just transferred the metal armor flaming scorpion, Elizabeth, and Little White into his space fragment. The Devour space wasn't suitable for their cultivation and living. It was more comfortable to stay in the space fragment. Chapter 1751, The Changes in Roundball and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion. An accident. 4. However, considering their massive sizes, the space fragment seemed a little cramped now. Wang Ting needed to think of a way to expand his space fragment. After entering the space fragment, the floral fairy race came out to welcome them. They looked at Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion and exclaimed uncontrollably, "Wow, Little White and Big Metal have become bigger." Flower Angel skipped over and circled Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. She stared at them in amazement. Big Metal. Wang Tung's expression turned strange. How many nicknames did it have? Everyone called it differently. What's more, all the nicknames sounded funny. You little thing. The metal armor flaming scorpion hooked Flower Angel's collar with its pincers and placed her on its head. Ha ha! Flower Angel found it fun and laughed happily. She wasn't afraid at all. She even laid on the metal armor flaming scorpion's head and stared into its eyes. This little girl, Catalpa, and the others couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation when they saw this scene. However, they weren't worried that the metal armor flaming scorpion would hurt Flower Angel. After interacting with it for a long time, they knew that the metal armor flaming scorpion wasn't as fierce as it looked. At least to them. Wang Tung was their master. Based on this point alone, it wouldn't hurt them. All the floral fairy race ladies gathered around Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion and chattered incessantly. They were amazed by their transformed appearances and couldn't contain their astonishment. As for Elizabeth, this was her first time here. The floral fairies were extremely curious about her too. Elizabeth had a gentle personality, so she quickly bonded with the innocent and pure-hearted floral fairies. The atmosphere was lively. In the distance, a peculiar tree was growing in an environment filled with the aura of light. Faint white light sprinkled from the tree's branches and leaves, creating an immensely sacred atmosphere. A figure clad in a white dress sat on a tree branch, swinging her two long legs as she looked at Little White, the metal armor flaming scorpion, Elizabeth, and the floral fairies. Sensing her gaze, Wang Tung nodded in her direction before vanishing. He appeared in his room. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to search for spiritual power scriptures and battle techniques for Roundball. Wang Tung, there are a few messages for you. Roundball's voice appeared in Wang Tung's mind. Who sent the messages? Wang Tung was stunned. He couldn't receive any messages from the outside world when he was in the chaotic Uncharted. Also, after coming back, he didn't have the chance to check his messages yet. Now that Roundball was awake, everything was under its control again, so it promptly alerted Wang Tung when there was something new. It's from Enlon. Roundball's voice changed slightly. Something wasn't right. You should take a look yourself. Wang Tung sensed that something was amiss. Before he could open his mouth, a screen appeared in front of him. The good thing about having Roundball around was that it would prepare everything for Wang Tung without Wang Tung's reminder. What? Wang Tung's expression changed drastically when he saw the message on the screen. He jumped up from his bed. Don't panic. I've already contacted Enlon for you. You should ask him directly. Roundball appeared beside him and consoled him. Lin Chuan is missing. How can I not be worried? Wang Tung turned grim. An unusual wave of intense emotion surged within him. Enlon sent him many messages to inform him that Lin Chuan was missing. However, he didn't receive them immediately because he was inside the chaotic Uncharted. At this moment, Wang Tung felt a pang of self-blame. He reproached himself for not immediately checking the messages right after leaving the chaotic Uncharted. That was why he only knew about it now. What's going on? Is it my enemy? I have many enemies, but only the third prince and the Parker's family have the ability to take Lin Chuan away from a heaven stage martial warrior silently. Wang Tung clenched his fists tightly with a cold expression. His gaze turned sharp. It better not be you. If not, I will make you regret it. Killing intent boiled in his heart. Ultimately, it turned into worry, and he could only pray in his heart. Chuan, nothing must happen to you. Wang Tung, Enlon replied. Roundball said. Quick, answer the call. Wang Tung said hurriedly. Roundball nodded. It waved its hand, and a hologram appeared. Unlan's face popped up. Unlan, what's going on? Wang Ting didn't have time for pleasantries and asked immediately. I'm ashamed. I don't know what happened either. A few days after you left, Lin Xuan was cultivating within the manor and hadn't gone out for any missions. Yet, she vanished from the cultivation room suddenly. My spiritual power kept hovering outside the room, but I didn't notice her leaving, and Lan said apologetically. Are you saying that she disappeared in the manor? Wang Tung frowned and asked. Yes, nobody saw her leaving. There's no record of her leaving on the manor surveillance system. I even asked her teammates, but they said that they had never seen Lin Chuhan, and Lan added. What did Uncle Wu, Old Han, and the others say? Wang Ting asked again. They didn't Lin Chuhan either. And Lan shook his head. Could it be that a universe stage or eternal stage martial warrior entered the manor silently and took Lin Chuan away? Roundball guessed. Since that person managed to elude Lan's spiritual power, it means that he's at least an eternal stage martial warrior. Wang Tong said with a gloomy expression. That's right. With my spiritual power, even a universe stage martial warrior won't be able to evade my detection completely. And Lan nodded. He was extremely confident about this. This was because he was a divine spirit master like Wang Tong, and he was a heaven realm divine spirit master. Eternal stage martial warrior. Wang Tong muttered. He was in a bad mood. If an eternal stage martial warrior acted, who could stop him? Wang Tong, I'm sorry, and Lan apologized. Never mind, it's not your fault. Wang Tong shook his head. Is there anything I can do? And Lan asked. Continue to pay attention to the situation on your side. Contact me if there's any news, Wang Tong said. Okay. And Lan nodded. The call ended. Wang Tong sat in his room and went into deep thought. I have a clone beside Lin Chuan. Nothing seems to have happened to that clone. When Wang Tong left previously, he left the clone behind just in case. After meeting Lin Chuan again, he changed it to another modified clone. This clone contained a trace of power of origin, so it was stronger. Suddenly, he snapped back and realized that his clone hadn't sent any warnings and hadn't vanished either. This suggested that the clone might still be near Lin Chuan. It was a breakthrough point. Wang Tong closed his eyes and sensed his clone's condition. The clone was in a dormant state. It would only send Wang Tong a warning if Lin Chuan encountered a life-threatening situation. What he needed to do now was to activate the clone and see the situation around Lin Chuan. However, when he established contact with the clone, he found his vision obscured as if enveloped by a layer of mist. Nothing could be seen. Seal. It's sealed. Wang Tong sensed something, and his thoughts churned intensely with agitation. Chapter 1752, It'll give you a chance. Come and challenge me. One sealed. Wang Tong sensed that his clone was sealed, so he couldn't see what was happening outside. This feeling couldn't be wrong. It must be a seal. Since Wang Tong had mastered sealing techniques himself, so he was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. Therefore, he understood the situation clearly. Who is it? Even my clone got discovered. Wang Tong turned serious. Many thoughts went through his mind. His clone was well hidden, but it was still discovered and subsequently sealed. His opponent's strength and caution exceeded his expectation. However, one thing puzzled him. If it was an enemy, they could simply destroy the clone. Why bother sealing it? This approach seemed counterproductive. Unless the other party didn't have any hostile intent. But then, why would they silently take away Lin Chuan? Wang Ting didn't understand. His mind was in a whirl. The most pressing issue was that he had lost his last lead and had no way of locating Lin Chuan. He opened his eyes slowly. His face was a little gloomy. A suppressed emotion seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Wang Tong, Roundball shouted worriedly. I'm fine, Wang Tong replied. Any clues? Roundball couldn't help but ask. No, my clone is sealed, so I can't find her location, Wang Tong replied. How did this happen? Roundball was in disbelief. It hesitated before asking. What should we do now? We have no choice but to wait. Since the other party didn't destroy my clone and only sealed it, it means that Lin Chuan is likely safe. We can only wait for the other party to look for us. Wang Tong shook his head. Let me see if I can use Lin Chuan's wristwatch to locate her, Roundball pondered and said. Is that possible? Wang Tung's eyes brightened as he remembered that Roundball had just advanced to the heaven stage. It might indeed be feasible. I can only give it a try. After all, the virtual network is ultimately the virtual universe company's territory. I'm not sure if I can avoid detection, Roundball replied. Just try your best. Wang Ting took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Okay. Roundball nodded and disappeared on the spot. At first, it planned to cultivate, but now he could only help Wang Tung to find Lin Chuan first. Wang Tung sat quietly in the room for a while, making an effort to calm himself down. There was nothing he could do at the moment, so he could only wait. He mustn't let his emotions get the best of him. Sigh. After some time, he let out a long sigh. His inner turmoil gradually calmed down. Roundball knew that he was anxious, so it didn't bring up the matter of cultivation, but he hadn't forgotten about it. He closed his eyes once more and immersed himself in the memories of the Devour Nihility beast. He was searching for a suitable spiritual power scripture and battle techniques for Roundball's cultivation. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, there was no news from Wang Tung. On the other hand, the outside world was bustling with activity. On a plain within the academy, a massive stone monument hung, suspended in midair. The names of many freshmen had already appeared on it. Freshman leaderboard. This stone plate was the freshman leaderboard. 3 days ago, when the freshmen came back from the Uncharted, many of their abilities rose tremendously. They also learned that the freshman leaderboard had been activated. Many people started fighting for the rankings excitedly. Within 3 days, tens of thousands of names had appeared on the stone plate. But this wasn't all the new students. There were countless talented martial warriors from various territorial domains. The Grand Qian Empire alone had 1,000 individuals. Except for the top 10, the rest were almost evenly distributed among the 7 stellar academies. The 7 stellar academies had to ensure a sufficient student base to sustain their continuous growth. This was the consensus reached by the 7 stellar academies. Although there was competition, it wasn't a cutthroat competition. It was a healthy rivalry aimed at ensuring that their counterparts remained sufficiently strong. Thus, even though the 7 stellar academy was a little weaker, they still recruited a considerable number of students every year. At most, the number of students from the top 10 might be slightly fewer than those from the other stellar academies. In every territorial domain, there were a few factions like the Great Qian Empire. Hence, each stellar academy was able to recruit hundreds of students from each territorial domain. Considering all the territorial domains, the total number of students could reach nearly 100,000. So, the names on the stone monument at this moment weren't all the students. Many were still observing. The new students weren't the only ones paying attention to the freshman leaderboard. Some older students were paying attention too. The opening of the freshman leaderboard was the hottest event of the academy. Those well-known seniors within the academy had mostly risen through the ranks of the freshman leaderboard. To a large extent, the freshman leaderboard was an excellent opportunity for the instructors and senior students to observe the real talents. Some individuals might excel in the League of Talents, but upon entering the academy, they might lag and get caught up by others. However, the freshman leaderboard was different. Once the freshman leaderboard was opened, it would stand within the academy until the appearance of the next batch of new students. During this time, everyone could vie for positions on the freshman leaderboard. Thus, as long as someone caught up, the people at the front of the freshman leaderboard would be pushed down. A momentary rise didn't mean much. The true victors and the real, formidable warriors were those who ultimately had the last laugh. This was why most people weren't in a hurry to contend for positions on the freshman leaderboard. Chapter 1753, It'll Give You a Chance. Come and challenge me. 2. There's a chance on the freshman leaderboard. A clamor erupted beside the stone tablet of the freshman leaderboard. Many onlookers noticed that the top spot of the freshman leaderboard had changed. There was a collective gasp of surprise, followed by a flurry of discussions. Zhulong Shan. The first place is Zhulong Shan. Benny became second place. Who is this Zhulong Shan? What a strange name. Zhulong. I know. This is the Solar Dragon race. It is a powerful race. Solar Dragon Race? Is that the Solar Dragon race that took over the entire Solar Dragon territorial domain? That's right, that's the race. It's said that they possess the Solar Dragon body and are extremely powerful. Even the genius warriors of this race couldn't resist vying for a spot on the list. Amidst the discussions, ripples spread across the surface of the massive stone tablet. A muscular figure stepped out from within and appeared before the crowd. The fight for the freshman leaderboard was simple. They would enter the stone plates and fight with each other. However, this battle wasn't a real-life confrontation, but a projection. This projection, replicated through the inscription on the stone tablet, was virtually indistinguishable from the real person and was capable of unleashing all the power of the person. It was amazing. This was similar to some functions of the virtual universe. This was done to prevent students from getting injured. The freshman leaderboard was designed to ignite competition among the students, not for them to fight to death. Many places could lead to death, such as the Uncharted. However, the freshman leaderboard wasn't one of them. Of course, although the battles on the freshman leaderboard were fought through replicated projections, the feeling was real. Hence, enlightenment could still be gained. Sometimes, battles were not solely about combat. The Academy encouraged each student to compete for the freshman leaderboard with the underlying intent of letting them engage in mutual combat, thereby gaining enlightenment through these battles. Zhulong Shan walked out of the stone plate, and he looked down on the talented martial warriors around him. He seemed proud. After scanning the area and not finding the person he was looking for, a slight frown creased his brow. Then, he took a step forward and vanished from the spot. Is that Zhulong Shan? He's indeed powerful. I can't see through him. I'm angered by the way he looks at us. He seems to be looking down on everyone. Solar Dragon Race. Everyone watched Zhulong Shan departing with different expressions. Some were solemn, some discontented, some disdainful. The reactions were varied. Everyone present was a talented martial warrior. They had their pride, so being looked down upon naturally evoked a sense of resistance within them. Shortly after Zhulong Shan left, another pale young man emerged from within the stone tablet. After glancing around, he left in silence. It's Benny. Someone recognized the young man who walked out. It looks like he lost. This is unexpected. I remember that Benny came from the Witch Tower territorial domain, right? I heard that he's one of the top 10 in the League of Talents. He's very powerful. It's surprising that he was just newly ranked first and was already pushed down. This first place isn't definite. Many people haven't made their move, so this top spot is bound to be short-lived. What about Zhulong Shan? The Solar Dragon race is powerful, but there are powerful presences in the other territorial domains too. It's hard to say. Yu Qiqiao and Trant Borit stood in the sky and frowned when they saw the ranking on the stone plate. That fellow is in the first place. Yu Qiqiao shook her head. He's very strong. Trant Borit's gaze flickered slightly. Oh, Yu Qiqiao was surprised. Wang Ting once told her that this Trant was no ordinary individual. Now, even he felt that Zhulong Shan was mighty, it looked like Zhulong Shan was far from being just an average talented warrior. There was a reason for Benny's defeat. I wonder when Wang Teng will come out. It has been 3 days. Yu Qiqiao wondered to herself. After some time, Zhulong Shan posted a message on the 7 Stellar Academy's internal web. Wang Teng, the Uncharted mission has ended. I have advanced to the Cosmos stage and have climbed to the top of the freshman leaderboard. I'll give you a chance. Come and challenge me. Arrogant and disdainful. He seemed to be telling everyone that if Wang Teng didn't challenge him, he was a coward. Many people were astounded when they heard this piece of news. Who was Wang Teng? Needless to say, many people already knew Wang Teng as the unparalleled talent who ascended to the star rankings. His arrival at the Stellar Academy immediately drew significant attention. Zhulong Shan, having just secured the top spot on the freshman leaderboard, directed his arrow at Wang Teng. He even called him out personally. For a moment, all the new and old students in the academy were attracted by this scene. Many were ready to witness the commotion. Many people were wary of Wang Teng's ability. They didn't know how strong he was. Now that Zhulong Shan had jumped out, it gave them an opportunity to test the depths of Wang Tung's ability. However, some people were frustrated. They felt that this was an excellent opportunity to make a name for themselves, but Zhulong Shan snatched it from them, especially the top talents from the other territorial domains. They were unconvinced. What did Wang Tung do to be able to enter the star rankings while they couldn't? These individuals initially planned to seize an opportunity to surpass Wang Tung on the freshman leaderboard. This was a good idea. Unfortunately, after what Zhulong Shan did, he stole all the limelight. Even if they were to come forward now, the impact would likely be significantly discounted. However, 2 days after Zhulong Shan's words were heard, there was still no response from Wang Tung's side. Chapter 1754. It'll give you a chance. Come and challenge me. 3. It was as if he didn't care. The discussions outside grew more intense. Many people wondered if Wang Tung shy away from the battle and dare not come out and face Zhulong Shan because he lacked confidence. Wang Tung, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, keep your distance when you encounter me in the future. A talent from the star rankings? It's just an empty title. You're tarnishing the reputation of the real talents on the star rankings. Zhulong Shan spoke again. His words exuded an arrogant demeanor, brimming with disdain and mockery towards Wang Tung. Other students were greatly surprised upon hearing these words. Did he have a grudge against Wang Tung? His words were harsh and extremely offensive. Haha, this is getting interesting. Some people were filled with keen interest. They found this situation entertaining and were quite eager to see Wang Tung coming forward. How arrogant! Yu Qiqiao stomped her feet in anger when she heard these words. She was tied to Wang Tung because she hoped that he could help her to earn more points. Zhulong Shan's actions were ruining Wang Tung's reputation. He wouldn't be able to hold his head up high in the academy anymore. Every time a talent from the star rankings appears, it's bound to arouse jealousy among these talented martial warriors. One by one, they'll come forward trying to pull you down. Can you handle it? In the Academy Arbitration Association, Senior Wuda smiled and muttered to himself. On the third day, Wang Tung still didn't appear. This made everyone even more excited. They felt that things were getting more and more interesting. One was constantly provoking, the other unmoved. The conflict between the two would only deepen over time, making the events that follow even more captivating. As expected, Zhulong Shan spoke again. Are the martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire all good-for-nothings? Not only did a coward get first place in the League of Talents, but he also got onto the star rankings. This time, Zhulong Shan fired an attack at all the talented martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire. He intended to incite the outrage of the Empire's martial warriors. That way, Wang Tung would be obliged to come out. Zhulong Shan has gone too far. Anger burned in Yu Qiqiao's heart. She gritted her teeth and looked at Wang Tung's residence. Why isn't that fellow out yet? How can he remain calm? The other talented martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire were infuriated too. They started releasing their anger on the 7th Stellar Academy's internal web. He's just a clown. What right does he have to comment on the Great Qian Empire? That's right, the Solar Dragon race? I think it's the worm race. Why is a worm trying to challenge a real dragon? He's overestimating himself. No wonder Wang Tung doesn't want to appear. He doesn't care about this worm at all. Ha ha ha, you're just a worm. Come and crawl. There were people comparing the Solar Dragon race to worms on the internal web. All kinds of evil remarks were made. Many spectators were flabbergasted. These martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire had quite the audacity. They called the Solar Dragon race worms. They were stirring up a hornet's nest. However, many people were thoroughly enjoying this spectacle too. They were not afraid of the Solar Dragon race and only found it amusing. The situation was getting more and more interesting by the minute. In the Academy's Arbitration Association, Senior Wu De spat out a mouth of red wine and stared at the internal web with wide eyes. Well, they even dare to insult the Solar Dragon race. When Zhulong Shan saw the comments, he was so angry that he smashed everything in his manner. Damn it, who is it? How dare they insult my Solar Dragon race? Find them. Bring me those who insulted my Solar Dragon clan. I will make them pay a price. Zhu Longshan's blood boiled. He wanted to tear everything apart. He immediately ordered his men to track down the offenders. TSK. Who started this? Seems like someone's got a sharp tongue. Yu Qiqiao stared at the online battle of tongues in astonishment. However, she was happy to see someone insulting Zhu Longshan. The other party was too arrogant. He humiliated all the martial warriors from the great Qian Empire. Did he think that everyone was afraid of the Solar Dragon race? The Solar Dragon race held significant influence within the academy. If they wanted to identify a few individuals who posted comments on the internal web, they had the means to do so. Within half a day, Zhu Longshan managed to find the people who insulted the Solar Dragon race using some method. In the end, it wasn't a group of people. It was just one person, a fatty. The fatty was the one posting all the comments insulting the Solar Dragon race. Zhu Longshan wanted to confront the fatty, but the other party was sly. He hid in his manor and didn't step out at all. Zhu Longshan was so angry that he smashed another pile of furniture. No way, it's Wade. Yukikio's expression turned strange when she knew the fatty's identity. Chapter 1755, Phoenix God Palace. Realm Space. One Wade. The fatty who made a name for himself in the great Qian Empire's League of Talents. This fellow got tormented by Wang Tung once, and his journey throughout the League of Talents was full of hardships. She felt that his journey was more challenging than any of the other talents. Yet he managed to fight his way into the top 1,000, eventually securing a spot in the 7 Stellar Academies. Coincidentally, he entered the 7 Stellar Academy just like Wang Tung and Yu Qiqiao. When Yu Qiqiao found out that the person insulting the Solar Dragon race was Wade, she was so shocked that her jaws dropped. How many aliases did he have? She almost thought that all the martial warriors from the great Qian Empire were enraged. Also, how'd he do it? Each person in the academy only had one internal network account. However, this fatty managed to create multiple aliases. It was unbelievable. If Zhu Longshan didn't reveal Wade's photo, Yu Qiqiao wouldn't have thought that someone could do this. At the same time, a bunch of busybodies flooded into the academy's internal web and happily enjoyed the show. This is so funny. The fatty is the only one cursing. He looks like a pervert. This photo captures his essence perfectly. He's quite the expert. Impressive. He's extremely courageous. Anyway, is there no one here from the great Qian Empire? Only the fatty came forward. I thought they were all united against a common foe. The others cursed too, just not as harshly. They stopped when they should. Did they? Oh my god, Zhu Longshan must hate him. He probably wants to kill him now. That fatty is hiding in his manor. Zhu Longshan can't do anything to him. The academy's internal web was in complete chaos. It had been a long time since something like this happened in the academy. Most martial artists preferred quiet cultivation and disliked causing trouble. Only some new students would stir up things like this. However, when it comes to challenges, generally, if someone proposed it, the other party would immediately accept and not ignore it as Wang Ting did. Hence, a conflict wouldn't happen. At most, they would fight. The winner would gain a great reputation, while the loser would leave in embarrassment. The loser would then come back another time to duel again. This was how it usually went. But this time, insults were hurled even before the fight. The situation escalated quickly, to the point where even the main 7 Stellar Academy's website caught wind of it. Many individuals from other academies had also taken notice of this incident. It's Wang Tung. The great Qian Empire's Yuan Rui, Ji Haochen, and Timothy paid even more attention when they realized that this matter was related to Wang Tung. Who is Zhu Longshan? Where did he get the guts to challenge Wang Tung? Zhu Longshan, a member of the Solar Dragon race. He wants to challenge Wang Tung. I remember that he's the unparalleled talent who entered the star rankings, right? Isn't Zhu Longshan afraid of breaking his back? Many people want to step on a talent on the star rankings to raise their reputation. Zhu Longshan is probably one of them. That depends on whether he has the ability. If not, he will be embarrassing himself. The Solar Dragon race shouldn't be weak. Someone called the Solar Dragon race worms. This is satisfying. Wang Tung just joined the 7 Stellar Academy, and trouble has already arisen. It looks like things won't remain quiet in the future either. The 7 Stellar Academy has been quiet for many years. This could be an opportunity for them to make a name for themselves. The talented martial warriors from the other 6 Stellar Academies joined in as spectators. Various discussions were posted on the main web of the 7 Stellar Academies. Many instructors and formidable martial warriors in the academy were alerted too. They observed the situation quietly. As instructors and formidable martial warriors, they wouldn't post on the forum like the other students. It would be inappropriate. The talents of the Solar Dragon race and the star rankings? Interesting. I wonder who will win. I'm guessing that it's the talent from the star rankings, Wang Tung. The Solar Dragon race is a little weaker. It's hard to say. The Solar Dragon race possesses great talents. If he had advanced to the Cosmos stage, there might be a significant breakthrough. Some instructors and formidable martial warriors were discussing secretly too. They were curious about the battle. This was because many instructors and formidable martial warriors had high expectations for Wang Tung, who had entered the star rankings. They had been keeping an eye on him since the very beginning. In Wang Tung's manner, in the cultivation room, Wang Tung was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. A small figure appeared at the side. It was Roundball. It shook its head dejectedly and said, "Wang Tung, I didn't find her." Wang Tung sighed in his heart. He anticipated this outcome. He said, "Never mind. It's all right if you can't find her. We're looking for a needle in a haystack. This is just a waste of time. Let's stop here." "You're not looking anymore?" Roundball hesitated. "I will look for her, but not this way and not now." Wang Tung shook his head. Roundball looked at him intently and kept quiet. It could tell that Wang Tung was suppressing his emotions. He was more anxious than anyone. However, being anxious wouldn't help. He had to bury that feeling. Suddenly, it let out a soft exclamation. A sharp glint appeared in its eyes. "What is it?" Wang Tung's eyes lit up as he asked. Chapter 1756, Phoenix God Palace. Realm Space. 2. I receive a message from Earth. It might be related to Lin Chuhan's disappearance, Roundball said. A message from Earth? And it's related to Lin Chuhan's disappearance? Wang Tung was puzzled. Lin Chuan was on Yumming Planet and was very far away from Earth. What was the connection? He didn't have time to ponder and asked quickly, "What is it?" "Take a look yourself." Roundball's expression changed. It didn't know how to explain, so it opened the message directly. A screen appeared. It was a message from Wang Tung's parents. Wang Tung's urgency was palpable. There was finally some lead. Whether it was related or not, he had to grasp it. In a swift glance, he read through the contents of the message. Then his face turned gloomy. Phoenix God Palace. Lin Xuxia was taken away by the Phoenix God Palace. Lin Xuan was also taken away by the Phoenix God Palace. This was what was written in the message. Wang Tung found it unbelievable. An organization had taken both of them away? It seems to be true. The time gap between their departures was about 10 days, which aligns with the journey from the Yumming Planet to the Earth. The people from the Phoenix God Palace took Lin Xuan and Lin Xuxia away, Roundball said. Did anything happen on Earth? Wang Tung asked. No one knew what might happen if outsiders landed on Earth. Fortunately, the Earth was his territory now. Even if there were outsiders, they couldn't touch the Earth. You don't have to worry about that. They left directly after taking Lin Xuxia away. They didn't stay on Earth, Roundball said. That's good. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. He frowned and asked, "Anyway, do you know what kind of organization the Phoenix God Palace is?" "I just checked. There isn't much information. I only know the tip of the iceberg." Roundball hesitated. "Tell me about it." "Don't waste time." Wang Tung hurried it. In summary, this is an immensely vast and mysterious faction in the universe. It's said to be composed entirely of women, each possessing incredibly formidable talents. Powerful individuals are groomed in every generation, and there might even be presences above the eternal stage. Their strength is extraordinary, and they stand independent of all major territorial domains. They hold a transcendent status, Round Ball quickly explained. Eternal stage and above? Is the Phoenix God Palace so powerful? Wang Tung was astounded. Many related records describe it similarly. There's little room for error, Round Ball replied. Why would such a powerful force take Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxiao away? Wang Tung was puzzled. To make them their disciples, Round Ball answered. Didn't I say that they will search for talented women all around the universe and bring them back to the Phoenix God Palace for grooming? Fine, they can do that. But why didn't they leave any information behind? It's not some unspeakable secret, Wang Tung questioned. That brings us to the Phoenix God Palace's style of doing things. They're a bit domineering. Round Ball chose its words carefully. Domineering. Wang Tung laughed incredulously. They just take people away without a word. What the hell is that? To put it bluntly, they are too high and mighty. They don't care about other people's feelings, Round Ball said helplessly. F***K. Wang Tung cursed. Then he asked curiously, how do you know so much? That's what all the information related to them says. Round Ball raised its eyebrows and chuckled. It's understandable. Think about it. They're a group of women living together, and all they do is cultivate. Without the presence of men, their temperaments are bound to become a little strange. Round Ball had a lewd expression as it spoke. F***K. Wang Tung cursed again. What about Lin Chuan? Will she become like this in the future? Wang Tung immediately shook his head when he thought about Lin Chuan turning into an old spinster. He didn't dare to think further. In his mind, the people in the Phoenix God Palace were all eccentric old spinsters. Well, that's hard to say. I've heard that the peculiar changes in their personalities might also be related to the scriptures they practice. You better get her out sooner, or else. Round Ball didn't finish its sentence. The warning was clear. Is it related to scriptures? Wang Tung frowned. If that was the case, it could be troublesome. Lin Chuan had already been taken away, and she would likely practice their scripture later on. It was only a matter of time before her personality changed. But this is good news. At least they weren't kidnapped by your enemies, Round Ball consoled him. Wang Tung felt exasperated. What was going on? How did his fiancée end up being taken away to a land of mad women? Was heaven planning to keep him single for life? How ruthless. Why did they choose Lin Chuan? Her talent is decent, but not exceptional. Why would a powerful faction like that be interested in her? Wang Tung couldn't understand. Maybe they have some special talent? Round Ball guessed. It's possible for Lin Chuxia. Her talent is special, and Lin Chuan. Never mind. It's useless to talk about this now. Wang Tung shook his head and asked, do you know where the Phoenix God Palace is? Chapter 1757 Phoenix God Palace. Realm Space. 3 I don't know. Round Ball shook its head. But you can ask around the academy. Some eternal stage martial warriors might know about it. Did Lin Chuxiao leave any other leads? Wang Tung frowned and asked. No. Lin Chuxia secretly conveyed this information to your parents so that they can tell you, Round Ball replied. Sigh. It looks like the other party is determined to take Lin Chuan and Lin Chuxiao away. They didn't leave any information for us. Wang Tung sighed and gritted his teeth. I hope that nothing will happen to them. If not, I will tear down that Phoenix God Palace. I don't want to discourage you, but I'm afraid you can't do it with your current ability. Round Ball said with a strange expression. The Phoenix God Palace is a much more powerful force compared to the Parker's family. Wang Tung's face turned black. He snorted and said, even if I can't do it now, I will in the future. If anything happens to Lin Chuan, I will not let them off. I will capture all the crazy ladies in the Phoenix God Palace and sell them as slaves. Such intense resentment. Round Ball was taken aback. It felt that Wang Tung might truly have developed a deep hatred for the Phoenix God Palace. Given its understanding of Wang Tung, if he were to acquire that kind of power in the future, he would do what he said. Gosh, why does it feel a little thrilling? However, powerful forces like the Phoenix God Palace, having existed in the universe for so many years, had a strong foundation and possessed an unimaginable wealth of resources. They couldn't be easily shaken. Round Ball felt that it should persuade Wang Tung in case he did something foolish. Thus, it opened its mouth. I think that you should think of a way to secretly rescue Lin Chuan. It's not that we're not capable, it's just that the enemy is too powerful. For now, a direct confrontation was not an option. I know. Wang Tung remained calm. He sighed and said, all we can do now is gather information about the Phoenix God Palace while we enhance our abilities. He knew that he wasn't the Phoenix God Palace's match currently. They could easily overpower him with just one of their formidable martial warriors. Even if he were to go there now, he wouldn't be able to rescue the Lin sisters from that scary place. I'm glad you're thinking that way. I was worried you might act impulsively and try to take on the impossible. Roundball smiled and reassured him, don't worry too much. The rumors might just be rumors. The scriptures of the Phoenix God Palace might not affect one's personality. In that case, it might be a good thing for Lin Chuan and Lin Xuxia to enter the Phoenix God Palace. If they cultivate there, they can raise their ability quickly, and you won't have to keep worrying about them. You have a point. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. Let's not dwell on it. Either way, we need to make the most of our time to improve our strength. Why do I feel that after entering the Stellar Academy, the opponents we faced became stronger? Wang Tung said helplessly. Just when I was excited about advancing to the Cosmos stage, reality immediately threw a bucket of cold water on me. That's normal. A Cosmos stage martial warrior is just the guardian of a galaxy in a low-tier civilization like the Olan Federation. It's not as remarkable as it may seem, Roundball replied. You're right. Wang Ting nodded and didn't say more. He changed the topic. I found a few spiritual power scriptures and battle techniques for you. Take a look and see which one you want. Roundball's eyes lit up. It was touched. It didn't expect Wang Tung to care about its cultivation, even in this situation. What scriptures do you have? Roundball asked directly. I searched through the Devour Nihility Beast memory and found 3 relatively powerful spiritual power scriptures. Wang Tung started his explanation. The first is the Buddha's Sutra I cultivated. However, this scripture isn't complete. It only includes the cultivation methods for the first 3 levels, which allows you to cultivate to the universe stage. Beyond that, it's missing and will need to complete it later. But it's said that this technique is quite mysterious, and I don't know where the other parts of the Buddha's Sutra are. It all depends on chance. Also, the cultivation of this scripture is very painful. You need to go through many trials and hardships. I've tried it myself, no doubt about it. Buddha's Sutra? That's the technique that had you going through a near-death experience and almost left you with a paralyzed face after completing it, Roundball remarked, rubbing its chin. Wang Tung, look at what it was saying. He was explaining seriously, but this fellow was laughing at him. Cough. What scriptures do you have? Roundball noticed that his face was a little black, so it coughed awkwardly and continued asking. The second spiritual technique is called the Whale Visualization Scripture. It's a visualization-based technique where you imagine yourself as a giant whale swimming through the vast ocean of space. Through this, you refine your spiritual power and enhance your abilities, Wang Tung continued. Anything else? Roundball frowned. The third spiritual technique is called the Dragon Crest Avalanche Scripture. It's also a visualization technique, but this time, you visualize dragon scales forming the body of a dragon that crashes into mountains, honing your spiritual power. Wang Ting paused for a moment before continuing. However, this technique has a few drawbacks. Dragons are legendary creatures. They are rare, making it difficult to visualize it. Also, I feel that the Dragon Crest Avalanche Scripture is a little incomplete. It only focuses on visualizing dragon scales rather than the entire dragon. It seems like it's missing the bigger picture. I suspect the creator of this technique had limited abilities and could only develop a visualization technique to this extent. Chapter 1758, Phoenix God Palace. Realm Space. 4. One had to admit that after picking up many scripture attributes, Wang Tung was familiar with all kinds of scriptures. Even though he had never practiced this Dragon Crest Avalanche scripture, just by taking a look at it, he could already discern quite a few issues, and they were all accurate. The powerful martial warrior who created this Dragon Crest Avalanche scripture did have limited ability. Hence, he could only create an incomplete spiritual power scripture. What stage can you reach with this scripture? Round Ball asked curiously. Universe stage, Wang Tong said. Dragons are mysterious and powerful creatures. Even just visualizing dragon scales can have a significant impact. In reality, this technique goes beyond the scope of typical spiritual cultivation methods. The three scriptures I chose for you are all powerful and can be cultivated to the universe stage. There are some scattered spiritual power scriptures in the Devour Nihility Beast memory. However, they're either too ordinary or can only be cultivated up to the heaven stage, so I won't mention them separately. Round Ball nodded. It pondered for some time and said, since all of them can only be cultivated to the universe stage, I will practice the Buddha's Sutra just like you. Are you sure? Wang Tong didn't expect Round Ball to choose the hardest scripture. He was surprised. Yes. Round Ball nodded firmly. Then, it smiled and said, my expectations for myself have increased after spending so much time with a monster like you. I can't afford to fall too far behind. Also, the stronger the scripture, the more beneficial it will be for me in the future. Naturally, I will choose the strongest. You've also mentioned that this scripture is extremely rare. Others may never even get the chance to practice it. Now that this opportunity is in front of me, there's no reason for me to reject it. Not bad. Your awareness has increased, Wang Tong said in surprise. Round Ball wasn't like this in the past. It always thought highly of itself and felt that it was amazing. This change of attitude was surprising. People will change, Round Ball replied. All right, since it's your decision, I'll support it. Wang Ting looked at it intently and nodded. No one understood the difficulty of this scripture and the level of suffering it entailed. After all, he had cultivated 3 times, once for the true form and twice for the Devour Nihility Beast clone. During the final battle on the number 29 defense planet, he destroyed the Devour Nihility Beast's 9 treasures pagoda and had no choice but to reconstruct it. 3 practices meant triple the pain. In this world, perhaps no one understood it better than him. Get ready, Wang Tong said. Let's do it. Round Ball took a deep breath and turned serious. Wang Ting nodded. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Round Ball's forehead. Spiritual power surged out as he used a special transmission technique to impart the cultivation methods of the Buddha's Sutra to Round Ball. Round Ball immediately closed its eyes, sensing the vast flow of information. Fortunately, it was a heaven-stage intelligent life form now. In terms of enlightenment, it was above a heaven-stage martial warrior and was comparable to a universe-stage martial warrior. As a result, it quickly absorbed this influx of information. When it opened its eyes again, there was a hint of strangeness in its gaze. It said with complex emotions, "This technique is truly absurd. You were present when I was refining the 9 treasures pagoda. You should know how arduous and challenging it was. I won't go into details, but I advise you not to visualize the 2 ancient god hammers I did. It will make things more difficult for you," Wang Ting cautioned. "I understand. I don't dare to visualize those 2 hammers. Only someone as crazy as you would dare to visualize such ancient and mysterious things," Round Ball said with a wry smile. "I'm not crazy. I'm confident," Wang Ting retorted. "All right, I'm not going to argue with you. I want to cultivate." Round Ball rolled its eyes. "Wait, let me explain a few difficult points of cultivating the Buddha's Sutra to you first." Wang Ting stopped Round Ball and started explaining the Buddha's Sutra in detail. Round Ball listened to him attentively. With Wang Ting's extensive experience and having successfully cultivated the scripture 3 times, it was bound to benefit immensely from his guidance. Half a day later, Round Ball finally disappeared, carrying its insights and knowledge as it went to build its 9 treasures pagoda. Wang Ting stood up and stretched his back. His gaze flickered slightly as he walked out of the cultivation room. "It's time to go out and take a look. I've been neglecting many things for the past few days." He muttered to himself, "That worm is having a great time. Does he think that I'm afraid?" The moment Wang Ting went out, he attracted the attention of many students. "Wang Ting is out," someone exclaimed in surprise. With Wang Ting's appearance, it was only a matter of time before he would fight with Zhulang Shan. Many people were anticipating their battle eagerly. Some even directly posted updates about Wang Tong's whereabouts on the internal web. There were also people sent by Zhulongshan to guard the entrance of Wang Tong's manor. The moment Wang Tong came out, they immediately relayed the information back to Zhulongshan. Good. You're finally willing to come out. Zhulongshan was elated. An evil expression appeared on his face. Yu Qiqiao also received the news and rushed over. Wang Tong, you're finally out. Everyone is waiting for you. Waiting for me? Why? Wang Tong asked calmly. Zhulongshan issued a challenge to you on the internal web and called you a coward. Yu Qiqiao said any frustration when she saw how calm he was. Chapter 1759, Phoenix God Palace. Realm Space. 5. Let him speak all he wants. Am I supposed to kick a mad dog when it barks at me? Wang Tong asked. Yu Qiqiao was speechless. Wow, Wade's insults were already quite sharp, but compared to Wang Tong, he still falls a bit short. Wade called the solar dragon race worms, but Wang Tong called them mad dogs directly. At this moment, Yu Qiqiao just wanted to shout, "Brother, you're awesome." "You sure have some guts," she said. She still felt a little speechless. "Just average," Wang Tong replied indifferently. Honestly, he didn't take Zhulongshan's challenge seriously. He was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. No matter how powerful his race talent was, he didn't believe that Zhulongshan was his match. The constant provocations were merely attempts to find an opportunity to reclaim the solar dragon race's body. Wang Tong wouldn't allow them to succeed so easily. Since the grudge was already formed, there was no room for reconciliation. The other party provoked him again and again. Did he think he had no temper? If this mad dog pounced on him and bite him, he would step on it and crush it without any hesitation. He wouldn't let it be happy for too long. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Yu Qiqiao waved her hand, feeling mentally exhausted. Since Wang Tong wasn't in a hurry, what was the point of them being anxious? Aren't you going to fight with him? Trant Boric came and asked curiously. There's no hurry. Let the mad dog bark for a while longer. Wang Tong gave a meaningful smile. Why do I feel that you're up to no good? Yu Qiqiao looked at him curiously. Don't spout nonsense. I'm not that kind of person, Wang Tong said. What do you plan to do next? Yu Qiqiao asked. There are many cultivation zones in the academy. I plan to check them out, Wang Tong said. To him, picking up attributes was his top priority. He picked up many attribute bubbles in the Sword Storm plane that could be used to raise the power of his domains. In that case, there might be attribute bubbles in other cultivation zones too. He had to take a look. He couldn't afford to miss any spot. After leaving the Uncharted, it wouldn't be as easy to obtain the attributes of the power of laws of origin attribute bubbles. Hence, he could only raise the power of his domain first. Furthermore, before he reached the universe stage, he needed to raise his domain to the perfected stage. This was crucial for the comprehension of the laws of origin in the future. Cultivation zones? I've only been to the Sword Storm plane for the past few days, but I'm still not in the top 100,000. I realize that this gap is really hard to cross. Yet, you managed to squeeze in on your first attempt. You're a monster, Yu Qiqiao said. Keep up the good work. Wang Tong smiled, preparing to leave and head towards a cultivation zone within the academy. All right, an Eternal Stage instructor is giving a public lecture on spiritual power cultivation tonight. Are you interested in listening? Yu Qiqiao suddenly thought of something and asked. A lesson on spiritual power cultivation. Wang Tong was stunned. What a coincidence. Round Ball wasn't the only one who needed to cultivate its spiritual power. After he entered the Cosmos stage, he also needed to restart his spiritual power cultivation. Previously, his spiritual power reached the peak of the celestial realm, but it got stuck at the critical point for a long time. Thus, there was no need to cultivate it. However, things were different now. After advancing to the Cosmos stage, he needed to raise his spiritual power again. While collecting attribute bubbles was the simplest and most direct method of improvement, he also needed various insights to maximize the potential of his spiritual power. Additionally, he needed to forge a new spiritual power weapon. The Golden Crescent Blade was damaged during a battle and couldn't be used anymore. Yes, Wang Ting nodded. He agreed to attend the lesson with Yu Chi-Chiao and the others at night. It's decided then. Yu Chi-Chiao nodded and left. Trey and Borat left too. They had suitable cultivation zones, which were different from Wang Tung's. Wang Tung took out his spacecraft and flew in a certain direction. Lightning Valley. The 7 stellar academies simultaneously controlled a few large special spaces at the same time. They were known as the realm spaces. Realm spaces were a unique type of space with origin unknown. Some said they were created by the formidable martial warriors of the 7 stellar academies, while others believed they formed naturally. This space realm was different from the uncharted. The uncharted resembled embryonic universes, while the realm spaces were just special spaces. Each had its benefits. It was said that various ancient scriptures and battle techniques were preserved in these realm spaces. Even bloodlines and talents might exist inside. As long as one could pass certain tests, one could obtain these treasures. It was unbelievable. Normally, bloodlines and talents were innate qualities. Yet, they could be obtained within the spaces. Thus, to the talented martial warriors from the various territorial domains, the most attractive aspects of the 7 stellar academies were the uncharted and the realm spaces. Of course, to enter a realm space, one needed to go through some tests. The Lightning Valley was the path that led to one of the realm space, the Lightning Realm. The Sword Storm Plane could also lead to a realm space. Wang Tung was currently heading to the Lightning Realm. Chapter 1760 Ancient Lightning Pattern. Divine Level Physique Talent. 1. The Lightning Valley was a huge valley filled with the power of lightning. That was how it got its name. The Lightning Valley was the entrance to the Lightning Realm. Many people cultivated in the Lightning Valley, but most of them were freshmen. The older students were able to pass through the valley safely and enter the Lightning Realm. Before Wang Tung's spacecraft got close, he could already see the gloomy sky in the distance. Rumbling, thunderous roars echoed intermittently. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky, causing a faint distortion in the surrounding space. A dreadful pressure pervaded the area. So this is the Lightning Valley. Wang Tung stood in the control room of the spacecraft and saw this scene through the panoramic simulation. He was astounded. This majestic scene wasn't something he often witnessed. The land of lightning he saw on the number 29 defense planet was nothing compared to this place. This place was terrifying. However, compared to the lightning calamity he met in the chaotic Uncharted, it was still a little lacking. After all, this was the power of the calamity lightning. It was one of the most terrifying lightning in the universe. Of course, in reality, there was not much of a comparison between the two. The lightning calamity was more like a one-time attack. It would give you an immediate thrill. On the other hand, the lightning within the Lightning Valley would last longer. The longer you stay, the more satisfying it would be. Now, here comes the question. Which one was more satisfying? An instant burst of satisfaction or prolonged satisfaction? With this peculiar thought in mind, Wang Tung arrived outside the Lightning Valley. He flew out of the spacecraft and kept it. What's this force? The moment he came out of the spacecraft, he immediately felt a thick constellation lightning force. This was an excellent place for lightning element martial warriors to cultivate. Wang Tung possessed chaos force now, but he could rely on these single element forces to enhance his ability. However, before all the forces reached an equilibrium, they wouldn't merge into chaos force. They would only be stored in the inner cosmos in his body as regular forces. For instance, after Wang Tung absorbed the constellation lightning force, it would remain as the constellation lightning force. It would then condense into constellation lightning force fragments in his inner cosmos. When the quantities of the other forces reach an equivalent level, they would naturally be converted into chaos force through the chaos constellation scripture. Compared to before, there wasn't much difference except for the additional fusion process at the end. The Lightning Valley attracted many lightning element martial warriors from other academies. This could be seen from the multitude of spacecraft parked outside. Many people were alighting from the spacecraft and entering the Lightning Valley. Similar to the Sword Storm Plane, no fees were required to enter the Lightning Valley. one could just enter and cultivate. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. He observed his surroundings for some time and walked towards the entrance of the Lightning Valley. His arrival immediately attracted many people's attention. Wang Tung and Zhulong Shan were very famous recently. Many people didn't actively follow the news, but they were still aware of what was happening. Hence, many were surprised at Wang Tung's appearance in the Lightning Valley. Wang Tung, why is he here? He didn't come out when Zhulong Shan humiliated him. Why is he here now? Is he going to accept Zhulong Shan's challenge? We have a good show to watch. Many people were speculating and whispering among themselves. Wang Tung ignored everyone's gaze and strode to the entrance of the Lightning Valley. The entrance wasn't big, but one could see an endless surge of thunderous light bursting forth from the valley, as if trying to deter anyone from advancing. Many people stopped when they saw this scene. They were flabbergasted. The lightning force in the Lightning Valley exceeded everyone's expectations. Many freshmen who just arrived got a little hesitant. What a terrifying lightning power. If I go in like this, I might get struck by lightning. Damn it. So what if I get struck by lightning? I came here to get struck by lightning. Wang Tung smiled. He listened to the conversations around him and walked straight into the Lightning Valley. Boom! The moment he stepped into the Lightning Valley, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, aimed directly at Wang Tung's head as if to assert its authority over him. Wang Tung raised his head. His gaze flickered slightly, but he didn't move. He allowed the bolt of lightning to strike him. Boom! The lightning slammed violently on his head. In an instant, Wang Tung was enveloped by the dense lightning. No one could see his face anymore. The martial warriors who were about to enter the Lightning Valley stopped in their tracks when they saw this scene. They looked at him in astonishment. Was the Lightning Valley so dangerous? He got struck the moment he entered. There were stone pillars erected in the Lightning Valley. Many figures were sitting cross-legged on the stone pillars, cultivating amid the onslaught of lightning. They also noticed the scene at the entrance of the Lightning Valley and were stunned. Their expressions turned strange. They had been in Lightning Valley for a long time, but this was the first time they saw someone getting struck by lightning at the entrance. Did he do something outrageous? Was that why the lightning wanted to strike him so badly? Soon, the lightning around Wang Tung dissipated completely, revealing his appearance once again. Surprisingly, he was unscathed. Even his clothes were undamaged. He stretched his neck, sensing the traces of lightning energy lingering on his body. It felt a bit underwhelming. After experiencing the lightning calamity of the chaotic Uncharted, these ordinary lightning strikes didn't affect him much now. He smoothed down his hair, brushing away the lingering sparks as if he was brushing dust away. Chapter 1761, Ancient Lightning Pattern. Divine Level Physique Talent. 2. Silence. Many people stared blankly at Wang Tung. They didn't know what was happening. However, some people noticed the issue and their gazes flickered slightly. This person had an incredibly powerful physical body. Wang Tung didn't care about their gazes. He looked at his attributes board. Ancient God's Body, unknown 53500/30,000, 3-star. This was the result of the lightning calamity tempering, which raised his attribute by more than 50,000 points. It enhanced the strength of his ancient God's body greatly, allowing him to withstand even more powerful lightning strikes. Besides picking up attribute bubbles, he also wanted to harness the power of lightning here to further refine his physical body. Apart from lightning element martial warriors, the majority of the martial warriors in Lightning Valley were those who cultivated their physical bodies. Then, he scanned the Lightning Valley and was a little surprised. Countless lightning pillars stood erect in the Lightning Valley. They were present to attract lightning. Martial warriors could sit on top and receive the bombardment of lightning. Not everyone was like him. He didn't need any external items to attract lightning and possessed a lightning physique. Those martial artists needed to rely on those stone pillars to harness the power of lightning from the sky. They could then either use it to cultivate their forces or refine their physical bodies. The reason why he had the lightning physique was because he suffered the impact of the lightning calamity that left a trade of lightning aura on him. Normally, Without the presence of lightning, nothing would happen. But once he entered a place like the Lightning Valley that was saturated with lightning energy, he would definitely get struck. Even Wang Tong didn't expect this. This looks like the lightning rod I used in the past. Wang Tong thought to himself. Then he scanned his surroundings, and his eyes lit up. As expected, there were attribute bubbles. Numerous attribute bubbles were floating around the pillars. Wang Tong immediately released his spiritual power and picked them up. Constellation Force, Lightning, asterisk 1500 Constellation Force, Lightning, asterisk 800 Divine, Level Lightning Talent, asterisk 100 Constellation Force, Lightning, asterisk 1200 Divine Level Lightning Talent. There was a Divine Level Lightning Talent attribute. Wang Tong's eyes shimmered. He was overjoyed. His lightning talent had reached the divine level, but he felt that it wasn't enough. He needed to raise it further. Talent would affect the speed of cultivation and enlightenment. Only with exceptional talent could one come closer to the heavens and the earth, comprehending the laws of origin with greater clarity. He was paving the way for the future. Currently, he only needed the universe-level talents, but he would require higher levels of talent in the future. However, higher-level talents were rarer. It was not something commonly encountered. Rather than hoping to stumble upon a higher level of talent, it was better to rely on gathering attributes to push his divine-level talent up forcefully. He only obtained a mere 100 points of divine-level lightning talent. It was insignificant compared to the 50,000 points he needed to raise his divine-level talent. But this was a good start for him. He believed that there were many divine-level lightning talents here. At the same time, he also received many Constellation Lightning Force attributes. Now that he had reached the Cosmos stage, he could finally continue to raise his Force attributes. That familiar sensation of constant improvement once again surged through his body, bringing him a sense of joy and contentment. These Constellation Lightning Force attributes entered his body and turned into pure Constellation Lightning Force as it entered his body. Then, he followed the instructions of the Chaos Constellation Scripture and completed a round of circulation before they merged into his inner cosmos. They turned into constellation fragments, awaiting absorption by the black hole. Excellent. Let's continue. Wang Tang's spirits lifted. He scanned the lightning valley with shining eyes. There were still many attribute bubbles yet to be collected in other areas. He couldn't afford to waste time. It was time to take action. Get them. Get them. Wang Tang didn't waste any time. He immediately headed deep into the lightning valley and picked up attribute bubbles along the way. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck his head. Wang Tang didn't care. He looked as if he didn't even feel it. Many people who were observing him were astounded. They found it unbelievable. Even lightning element martial warriors wouldn't have such an easy time, right? It seemed as though the lightning was tickling him. In reality, for Wang Tang, the peripheral lightning energy felt just like tickles to his body. It couldn't hurt him at all. Nevertheless, there were many attribute bubbles. The martial warriors on the stone pillars would get struck by lightning occasionally, releasing a few attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Lightning, asterisk 1000 Lightning Constellation Force, asterisk 1300 Divine, Level Lightning Talent, asterisk 150 Divine, Level Lightning Talent, asterisk 200 Constellation Force, Lightning, asterisk 1800 Wang Tang collected attributes bubbles tirelessly. Just thinking about how his Constellation Lightning Force rising brought him great comfort. At the same time, his divine level lightning talent was rising too, although it was a pity that not many martial warriors had the divine level lightning talent. Many people noticed Wang Tang walking deeper into the lightning valley relentlessly, and their astonishment grew. The entrance to the lightning realm was in the deepest part of the lightning valley. However, not everyone could reach there, especially freshmen. They typically started their training at the outskirts of the lightning valley, gradually adapting to the intensity over time. Only when they were powerful enough could they approach the entrance to the lightning realm. The lightning valley and the sword storm plane were like thresholds. They were gateways to entering the realm. Chapter 1762, Ancient Lightning Pattern. Divine Level Physique Talent. 3. Not everyone could enter the realms. While there were many benefits within the realm, there were also certain risks. The martial warriors entered it using their spirit as a vessel. This could help mitigate certain risks. However, if they were to die, their spirit would also suffer significant damage, which could cause considerable harm to the martial warrior. This was why thresholds like Lightning Valley existed. This person's physical body is very strong. He didn't stop even after walking for so long. The lightning doesn't seem to have any effect on him. Is he a physique martial warrior? Is he a freshman? I've never seen him before. He's Wang Tung, the Wang Tung who entered the star rankings. It's him. No wonder he's so powerful. It looks like the rumors are true. I wonder how far he can go. Discussions were heard above the lightning pillars as the martial warriors witnessed Wang Tung walking deeper into the Lightning Valley. Alongside their astonishment, curiosity arose about how far he could progress. They were all freshmen, but why was he so outstanding? I remember that among the freshmen, only Gallup managed to reach the 3,000 meters in the Lightning Valley on his first attempt. That's right. Gallup isn't just a lightning element martial warrior. He's also obsessed with refining his body. That's why he possesses such formidable physical strength and managed to reach 3,000 meters on his first try. I wonder if Wang Tung can surpass him? I don't think so. Gallup has an absolute advantage in this area. Wang Tung might be a talent who got on the star rankings, but I don't believe that he can surpass Gallup. That's hard to say. Prodigies on the star rankings can't be judged by conventional reasoning. As he ventured deeper into the Lightning Valley, the number of martial warriors decreased, resulting in a decrease in the number of attribute bubbles Wang Tung could collect. What's wrong with these people? I've only walked 1,000 meters, and there are already so few of them. Can't they step up a bit? Wang Tung complained to himself. His mood turned sour. He was happily picking up attribute bubbles when the number of attribute bubbles suddenly decreased. It left him frustrated and helpless. A few more attribute bubbles appeared ahead. Wang Tung immediately picked them up. Lightning Constellation Force * 2000 Ancient Lightning Runes * 100 Constellation Force Lightning * 250 Divine Level Lightning Talent * 180 Ancient Lightning Runes? Wang Tung was stunned. He didn't pay much attention at first, as he was used to picking up attribute bubbles containing either the Constellation Lightning Force or the Divine Level Lightning Talent. It became a routine after a while. He didn't expect to see a different attribute bubble this time. Ancient Lightning Runes. This attribute bubble merged into Wang Tung's mind, transforming into a series of intricate and mysterious purple patterns. These purple patterns seemed alive. They seemed to possess their consciousness and were capable of autonomously changing shapes, which was extremely peculiar. They resembled streaks of lightning that were born from the depths of the unknown. They appeared out of nowhere in Wang Tung's mind. A sense of ancient simplicity reverberated in his mind. He felt unusually clear-minded. At the same time, lightning patterns flickered in Wang Tung's eyes, and a burst of purple light seemed about to erupt. Fortunately, he closed his eyes in time so that no one could see anything amiss. What's wrong with him? Why did he suddenly stop? Could it be that he can't hold on anymore? It doesn't look like it. It looks like he had an enlightenment. Enlightenment? No way. You can achieve enlightenment after getting struck by lightning? Where's the justice in this world? Many people were surprised when they saw Wang Tung stopping. Sigh. Wang Tung slowly opened his eyes after some time and let out a soft sigh. He finally understood what the ancient lightning runes were. The ancient lightning runes was a type of ancient rune, but a very special one. Ancient runes were like a form of script used to inscribe the rules of the heavens and the earth. Ordinary ancient runes were the most common form of writing, while the ancient lightning runes represented the word lightning. Compared to the ordinary ancient runes, the ancient lightning runes was a type of rune that carried the power of lightning. It was said to be the manifestation of the origin of lightning. Modern runes evolved from ancient runes. They seem to have undergone some form of simplification, making them more accessible for learning and comprehension by a wider range of people. However, compared to the ancient runes, they had also lost some of the true essence of the rules of the heavens and the earth. For modern rune masters, it was extremely difficult to extract the most fundamental truths of the rules from the current runes. This was why the Grandmaster level was the limit for many rune masters. If they wished to progress further, they must study the ancient runes. This was a path that delved into the ancient past. Wang Ting only had this enlightenment after he mastered the ancient runes. Getting back to the topic, Wang Ting got a little excited after he grasped the ancient lightning runes. This was good stuff. Wang Ting was already proficient in ancient runes. If he could obtain a complete set of ancient array diagrams, he would be able to carve an ancient rune array that would undoubtedly surpass the current rune arrays in terms of power. Moreover, if he were to use the ancient runes to inscribe a lightning element array, its power would be many times that of an ordinary ancient rune array. To put it into perspective, taking a 6th rank Grandmaster level array as an example, if Wang Ting used the ancient lightning runes to inscribe it, it would be equivalent to the 8th rank and 9th rank Grandmaster level arrays. This was the difference. Wang Ting glanced at the attributes board. The ancient lightning runes weren't listed separately. It was categorized under ancient runes. Chapter 1763, Ancient Lightning Runes. Divine Level Physique Talent. 4. Wang Ting's grasp of the ancient runes attribute increased significantly. Ancient runes. 1120/3000. Well-versed. But why are there ancient lightning runes here? Is there something special about this lightning valley? Wang Ting shifted his attention away from his attributes board. His mind was racing as he scanned his surroundings, trying to find a reason for the ancient lightning rune's emergence. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Even the lightning pillars only had ordinary runes on them. They couldn't even be considered ancient runes. Wang Ting activated his real eye and scanned every inch of the area. Suddenly, he discovered something and paused. He looked carefully at a specific spot on the ground. So it's underground. Wang Ting was surprised. He saw some ancient lightning runes underneath the ground, which were the same as the lightning runes he had just obtained. Is this lightning valley a huge lightning array? Wang Ting guessed. From a rune grandmaster's perspective, that particular spot happened to be a crucial formation node. That was why it was inscribed with ancient lightning runes. It had a special function. Clearly, it was the operation of these ancient thunder runes that caused strands of fundamental truths to emerge, leading to the appearance of attribute bubbles. Now that he had found the source, Wang Ting wouldn't let it go so easily. He decided to wait in place for a while longer. A few moments later, Constellation Force, Lightning, Asterisk 1500 Ancient Lightning Runes, Asterisk 50, the number of attributes decreased. There are only 50 points this time. Wang Ting pondered in his heart as he comprehended the additional ancient thunder runes that had emerged in his mind. After absorbing them, he compared the ancient lightning runes he had mastered with those beneath the ground. He realized that he had fully comprehended the ancient lightning runes in that location. He did not stay any longer and continued forward. The crowd's spirits were stirred. They stared at Wang Ting, momentarily setting aside their cultivation. Genius martial warriors like them always pay special attention to individuals who are even more outstanding than themselves. Wang Ting continued to venture deeper. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any nodes inscribed with the ancient lightning runes, and he didn't get any attribute bubbles either. It was disappointing for him. As he went deeper into the lightning valley, Wang Ting felt a hint of pressure. The power of lightning in the sky became more and more terrifying. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another, all seemingly aimed at him. Wang Ting activated the ancient god's body, using the power of lightning to refine his physical body. Immediately, much of the pressure dissipated. Boom! The lightning struck his body. Threads of lightning energy infiltrated his body, spreading throughout every inch of his being, including his most intimate parts. That felt a little refreshing. The chaos force surged out of his inner cosmos and swept through his body that had been struck by the power of lightning, alleviating the pain. 1,800 meters, 2,000 meters, 2,100 meters, 2,200 meters, The martial warriors around calculated the distance between them and Wang tongued silently. Their expressions grew increasingly serious. Everyone was shocked, especially when he almost reached the 3,000 meters mark. That was already the distance that Gallop had covered the first time. Was Wang Tung going to surpass Gallop? Wang Tung didn't know what everyone was thinking. He continued to refine his physique and collect attribute bubbles. He was completely immersed in his own world. So much so that he started walking slower than before. 2,800 meters. Is he at his limit? He's just 200 meters away. It's very close. 200 meters is a huge difference. The further you go, the tougher it becomes. The power of lightning is several times stronger ahead. Ordinary martial warriors won't be able to withstand it. I thought he could surpass Gallop, but it turns out that even Wang Tung can't do it. 2,800 meters is quite impressive. He is now ranked second among the freshmen. Many people thought that Wang Tung had reached his limit and were disappointed. However, just when everyone decided to look away, Wang Tung exclaimed softly. He noticed a different attribute bubble in front of him. Lightning attribute bubbles were usually purple, but the attribute bubble in front of him was golden red. It was not an ordinary red color. It was blood red. Moreover, the attribute bubble was just 200 meters away. They were very close. Wang Tung immediately released his spiritual power and picked it up. Divine level physique talent *220. The attribute bubble merged into Wang Tung's body, and he immediately felt a profound change in his physical being. His heart beat violently, and his blood churned. His bones, marrow, meridians, flesh, skin, all of them underwent a transformation. It was as if he changed his entire body. It was a spectacular feeling. It was even more special than the feeling he had when he acquired the other physique talents. However, this transformation was swift. In just a few breaths, Wang Tung felt the movement within his body settling down, as if nothing had happened. Divine level physique talent. Wang Tung muttered to himself. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and closed his eyes to comprehend it. At the same time, several more bolts of lightning landed on his body one after another. A pure physical talent. Wang Tung bathed in the lightning's glow as he touched his chin and murmured to himself. He felt that his body had undergone some changes. It seemed to be more suitable for physique training now. This talent could also be considered a physique talent, but lacked the unique attribute changes found in other special physique talents. Chapter 1764 Ancient Lightning Runes. Divine Level Physique Talent. 5. For example, the light physique increased one's sensitivity to light force and was very suitable for light element martial warriors. Yet, this divine level physique talent was purely a physical talent. Its greatest advantage was its physique, which was greatly beneficial to physical cultivation. After Wang Tung obtained the divine level physique talent, his speed of cultivating the ancient god's body would be 3 times faster than before. That was the difference. In short, divine level physique talent was extremely useful. Speaking of which, there's someone with divine level physique talent here. Wang Tung's gaze landed on the stone pillar where he picked up the attribute bubbles. He then walked over casually. This scene left the martial warriors around, who had originally intended to divert their gazes, wide-eyed in astonishment. What was going on? Didn't he look like he reached his limit just now? Why was he so relaxed? Countless question marks appeared above their heads. Everyone was perplexed. 200 meters passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Tung arrived under the lightning pillar, which was at the 3,000 meters mark. He stopped under the lightning and looked up. A burly young man was sitting cross-legged on the top of the stone pillar. Lightning continuously bombarded his body, erupting into dazzling bursts of lightning. I didn't expect him to be a physique martial warrior too. He's also a lightning element martial warrior. Wang Tung couldn't help but wonder to himself. But why is he muscular? Is this the side effect of the divine level physique talent? No way, no way. I don't want to be like this in the future. Wang Tung instantly felt a deep sense of malice. This was his biggest worry. He certainly didn't want to turn into a rough and muscular brute. That was simply too frightening. It didn't match his handsome appearance at all. I feel like I'm walking further and further on the path of body refinement. Wang Tung felt helpless. However, he was soon drawn to the other party's cultivation and activated his true sight to observe. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The muscles had nothing to do with the divine-level physique talent. Instead, they were related to the burly man's cultivation method. His cultivation method involved continuously stimulating his entire bodus muscles with the power of lightning, making them immensely powerful. This method was somewhat brutal, completely disregarding the consideration of one's physique. Wang Teng's ancient god's body was different. It was mystical, and its cultivation method was domineering yet gentle. It was different from all the other physique scriptures. This was why Wang Teng was able to maintain his original figure. All his strength was contained within every cell in his body. When he unleashed his power, though it didn't cause his muscles to swell, it was still exceptionally terrifying. He felt relieved. He continued observing the young man with interest. At the same time, he was waiting to see if any more divine-level physique talent attribute bubbles would drop. I didn't expect Wang Teng to reach 3,000 meters. It seemed easy for him. He didn't use his full strength. Then why was he walking so slowly just now? Is he playing with us? Come on. He doesn't even care about us. Anyway, he should be able to go further. He doesn't seem to have reached his limit. I think so too. Damn, this guy is abnormal. He even tied Gallup's record. I wonder if he can surpass the highest record left by the senior students. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. The group of martial warriors finally accepted the fact after seeing Wang Teng reaching the 3,000 meters mark. They looked at each other in astonishment. Gallup was bathing in lightning when he suddenly noticed a gaze on him. He furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. He looked around and saw no one. What was going on? Who was watching him? Gallup felt a little puzzled. From the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a sudden glimpse of someone right below him. He looked down and saw a young man standing under the lightning pillar. He was looking at him strangely. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere became a little weird. What are you looking at? A moment later, the corners of Gallup's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but speak up. I'm looking at the scenery. Wang Teng chuckled. Don't worry about me. Continue cultivating. Gallup's facial muscles twitched slightly. How am I supposed to cultivate if you keep staring at me? Where did this weirdo come from? Go somewhere else. Gallup took a deep breath. Fine. For some reason, Gallup heaved a sigh of relief. However, soon, he felt speechless again. Wang Teng walked to another empty lightning pillar, leaped onto it, and sat there cross-legged. He turned to face Gallup and continued staring at him with a peculiar gaze. Gallup felt like beating someone up. Hurry up and cultivate. Don't let me affect your cultivation, Wang Teng urged. Can you not look at me? Gallup said after a moment of silence. Oh, all right. I can't help but take a few more glances at you since you look so familiar. Don't mind me, Wang Teng smiled. Gallup, what do you mean by taking a few more glances? You were staring directly at me. Who looked at people like that? This guy doesn't have some special fetish, does he? Gallup tensed up and glanced at Wang Teng suspiciously. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Teng closing his eyes. I hope not, or else he'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. How dare he try to mess with me? Although I have to say that I'm indeed a real man. Gallup thought to himself and closed his eyes. However, in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. He still felt that someone was staring at him. He was certain that it was this person in front of him. It was definitely him. That intense feeling was unmistakable. But Wang Teng's eyes were closed. He did not open them, nor did he feel any spiritual power fluctuations. Also, when he opened his eyes, the feeling of being watched disappeared immediately, as if it was just an illusion. Gallup felt confused and closed his eyes. That feeling of being watched appeared again. Swoosh! Gallup waited for a moment and suddenly opened his eyes. Unfortunately, that feeling vanished again. The black-haired youth opposite him still had his eyes closed. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, giving the impression that he was cultivating seriously. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a while, that feeling of being watched reemerged. The veins on Gallup's forehead bulged. He felt like he was going crazy. The real eye is so useful. Wang Tung closed his eyes and activated the real eye. He was staring at the muscular young man through his eyelids. He felt that he had discovered a new way to use the real eye. Chapter 1765, Another Record Broken. Wang Tung's Method. 1. Divine Level Physique Talent, * 300 Divine Level Physique Talent, * 250 Constellation Force, Lightning, * 250. Wang Tung looked at the attribute bubbles that dropped and smiled secretly. Awesome. Indeed, they dropped again. This muscular man didn't disappoint him. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Another 550 points of divine level physique talent. Wang Tung was elated. It looked like staring at this burly young man was a wise decision. Sometimes, you could only get wool from one sheep. This was because other sheep didn't have this high-quality wool. Divine Level Physique Talent. 770/50,000. Wang Tung looked at the attributes board. The Divine Level Physique Talent had a limit of 50,000 points, just like the other Divine Level talents. That meant that if Wang Tung wanted to break through to the Divine Level Physique Talent, he needed to raise 50,000 points. This was tough. He only had 770 points now. It was far from sufficient. He needed to work harder to get more attribute bubbles. Wang Tung's gaze turned resolute. He continued staring through his eyelids. Gallop was amid his cultivation when the veins on his forehead bulged out once again. He had just managed to overcome the feeling of being watched and immersed himself in his cultivation, but before long, his concentration was broken once more. Who on earth was this black-haired young man? He was filled with confusion and resentment, but he couldn't do anything to Wang Tung. He was merely sitting nearby, engaged in his cultivation. He didn't even open his eyes to glance at him. Gallop couldn't find a reason to chase him away. He wasn't the type to create a fuss without reason. Thus, he stood up from the pillar, turned around, and leaped onto another lightning pillar a kilometer away. The lightning valley covered a vast area. Just in terms of parallel locations, there were hundreds of lightning pillars for martial warriors to use. Hence, Gallop decided to run away. He couldn't afford to offend him, but he could hide. The people around them who were secretly observing them were puzzled. What was going on? Gallop changed his position voluntarily. Looking at his expression, he seemed both angry and helpless. Did they fight already? And Gallop lost? Everyone started to imagine a secret confrontation in their minds. They were in disbelief. Wang Tung was so scary. Wang Tung was speechless too. He couldn't believe that this muscular man, who seemed so tough, would take the initiative to back down. It didn't match his image at all. He was prepared for the other party to become impatient and actively come looking for trouble. He would be able to take advantage of the situation then. What a pity. Did he figure out my plan? I am too kind-hearted. I never actively cause trouble. Am always passive. Why can't things work out for me? Wang Tung sighed in his heart. With the other party voluntarily retreating, Wang Tung had no choice but to patiently wait for attributes bubbles to drop while he cultivated. He would pick them up at that time. It just required more time. Time passed slowly. Wang Tung used the power of lightning to temper his body while waiting for the attribute bubbles to appear. However, he noticed that the attribute bubbles appeared at intervals and didn't continuously appear. Moreover, the lightning here was insufficient for him. It wasn't enough to rapidly enhance his ancient god's body. Wang Tung thought for a moment and decided to venture deeper into the lightning valley. He could always return and collect the attribute bubbles all at once when it was close to dusk. After all, these attribute bubbles wouldn't disappear so quickly. Normally, he used his spiritual power, so if there was some distance between him and the bubbles, he could still pick them up. With this in mind, Wang Tung stood up, tapped his feet on the stone pillar, and leaped deeper into the lightning valley. Wang Tung is still advancing. His limit isn't 3,000 meters. It's further. Everyone showed expressions of confirmation when they saw this scene. They speculated that Wang Tung hadn't reached his limit, and now it seemed their assumptions were correct. They felt smart. I wonder how far he can go. Many people silently asked. The highest record left by the 7 Stellar Academy is 5,500 meters, which is a full 2,500 meters more than Gallop. It's truly astonishing. I wonder how the previous record holder managed to do it. Can Wang Tung surpass this distance? Under everyone's gaze, Wang Tung flew further and further away. This time, he didn't stop. He went straight past 6,000 meters. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, while they were still discussing, Wang Tung had already surpassed the previous limit and gone an extra 500 meters. Not only that, he didn't show any signs of stopping. He continued moving forward at an incredible speed. Finally, Wang Tung came to a halt at 8,200 meters. He landed on a lightning pillar and sat down cross-legged. He began cultivating his ancient god's body. Everyone stared at this scene in astonishment. After a long moment, they finally gasped in disbelief, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. 8,200 meters. Oh my God! How did Wang Tung do it? Does the lightning have no effect on him? His physical body is a little too strong. Even Gallup opened his eyes and looked at Wang Tung in amazement. 8,200 meters. This was 5,200 meters more than him. What kind of pervert was he? At the start, he was a little surprised that Wang Tung managed to reach the 3,000 mark. However, such people did exist. Chapter 1766, another record broken. Wang Tung's method. 2. Thus, Gallup didn't feel too astounded when he saw the black-haired youth before him. One wouldn't truly know who was stronger or weaker until they fought. But, from the looks of it now, 3,000 meters wasn't his limit. His limit was 8,200 meters. This was quite disheartening. Their difference was a little huge. Was the black-haired young man's physical body so powerful? Why couldn't he see anything? A trace of competitiveness appeared in Gallup's heart. He wanted to have a physical duel with the other party. Wang Tung paused for a moment, sensing a pair of eyes filled with fighting spirit gazing towards him. He opened his eyes to look. It's that fellow. What the hell? He suddenly looks like he wants to fight with me. Wang Tung was stunned. The other party didn't give him any reaction when he teased him just now. What did he do now to invoke such a reaction? Was it because he went a little further than him? Wang Tung felt bemused. He sensed that something wasn't right. Soon, he knew what it was. Wang Tung, you broke the record again. Round Ball's voice was suddenly heard. I broke the record again? Wang Tung was surprised. That's right. The record left by the 7th Academy in the Lightning Valley is 5,500 meters. You reached 8,200 meters, so you broke the record. Round Ball smiled. Is it so easy to break the record? Why do I feel that it's not difficult at all? Wang Tung asked. Round Ball, this guy is boasting again. By the way, aren't you supposed to be refining your 9 treasures pagoda? Why do you have time to come out? Wang Tung frowned and asked. Haha, this is a new feature I gained after advancing to the heaven stage. It's similar to a subsystem or something like your clone. It can provide you with assistance whenever needed. Round Ball chuckled and explained proudly. Is that so? Wang Tung widened his eyes in surprise. He found it quite remarkable. With this, even when I'm focused on my cultivation, you can still receive my assistance anytime. The subsystem will only notify me if there's something particularly challenging, Round Ball elaborated. Will this affect your cultivation? Wang Tung asked. Don't worry. I just need a little spiritual power to maintain it. It won't affect my practice, Round Ball said. Wang Tung nodded in deep thought. Now that you've broken the 7 Stellar Academies record, you could try to break the overall record of the 7 Stellar Academies, Round Ball suggested. What's the record of the 7 Stellar Academies? Wang Tung asked. The Lightning Realm was a common realm shared by the 7 Stellar Academies. All students from the 7 Stellar Academies could enter it. Therefore, every academy had its own Lightning Valley. When Wang Tung learned about the existence of Lightning Valley and the Lightning Realm, he already knew about this. Hence, he wasn't surprised to hear Round Ball mention the records of the 7 Stellar Academies. 12,000 meters. Round Ball replied. So far, Wang Tung was surprised. Are you sure this is a record left by a freshman? There's no mistake. This record will only be recorded by the Academy's intelligence system when a freshman comes for the first time, Round Ball said. All right, they'll give a try later, Wang Tung said casually. Then suddenly remembered something. If I break this record, will there be points rewards? Entering the Lightning Valley didn't require points, but entering the Lightning Realm did. Thus, Wang Tung needed to accumulate some points in advance. Yes, Round Ball replied. That's good. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, that will give me more motivation. I know you won't commit if there are no rewards, Round Ball laughed. Ha ha. If there are no benefits, who will waste the effort? Empty fame means nothing to me. Wang Tung laughed heartily too. All right, it'll stop here. Have fun. Round Ball kept quiet after it finished speaking. Wang Tung looked at the muscular man ahead and finally understood why the guy was so eager for a fight. I broke his record. This guy is actually concerned about this. However, since the other party wanted a fight, Wang Tung wouldn't reject him. The chance to get more attribute bubbles was right in front of him. However, he waited for a long time, but the other party unexpectedly closed his eyes again. His hopes were dashed. That's it. Wang Tung felt frustrated. That guy really wanted to have a duel with him, but he controlled the urge. His tolerance was amazing. Wang Tung didn't know what the other party was thinking, and he couldn't be bothered either. He began his cultivation. Boom, boom. The lightning in the sky raged and plummeted down, striking Wang Tung's body. Traces of lightning power invaded his body. He activated the ancient god's body. The divine level physique talent started to come into play. Wang Tung immediately felt the great effect it had on his cultivation. The results were amazing. So comfortable. Wang Tung allowed the lightning to cleanse his body. To his surprise, he experienced an extremely pleasant sensation. It wasn't that the divine level physique talent would eliminate the pain when he tempered his body with lightning. Instead, with the effect of the divine level physique talent, everything felt smooth. The pain was still present, but his Bodhi's ability to absorb the chaos force to alleviate the pain was even stronger. It was as if every cell, every inch of muscle, and every drop of blood in his body were functioning, placing his body in a mysterious state. He felt both pain and amazing at the same time. The sky turned dark quickly. Chapter 1767, Another Record Broken. Wang Tung's Method. 3. Wang Tung exited his cultivation state. He had an appointment with Yu Chi Chiao and the others to attend a public lesson tonight. Therefore, he had to stop his practice for the day. But before that, he needed to break the record. He surveyed his surroundings and released his spiritual power to collect all the attribute bubbles around him. Then, with a swift movement, he flew towards the depth of Lightning Valley. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, nearly 3 times the size of the previous ones. It resembled a lightning dragon. Wang Tung didn't receive it forcefully. He swiftly evaded it. Looking up, he saw the sky covered in an oppressive darkness. The space around was all distorted. The deeper he went into the Lightning Valley, the more terrifying the pressure emanating from the sky became. It was as if towering mountains were descending from the heavens, crashing down upon Wang Tung's head. Wang Tung had already crossed 10,000 meters and was heading toward the 12,000 meters mark. Who would have thought Thunder Valley would be this deep? Wang Tung was greatly surprised. Even at his spot, he couldn't see the deepest part of the valley. It looked like it would be impossible to reach the entrance of the Lightning Realm within a short time. Suddenly, he let out a soft exclamation. He noticed a few familiar attribute bubbles. They looked like the ones he picked up before. He didn't think too much and just picked them up. Ancient Lightning Runes * 100 Ancient Lightning Runes * 80 right. They are ancient lightning runes. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Tung's lips. He was in good mood. His mastery of the ancient lightning runes had increased, and he had a deeper understanding of it. Wang Tung continued to move forward. The faces of the martial warriors cultivating behind him were filled with shock and seriousness. They stood up from their lightning pillars and stared intently at Wang Tung. They seemed to have guessed Wang Tung's intention and were curious about how far he could go. If Wang Tung could break the records set by students from other stellar academies, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous honor for the students of the 7th Stellar Academy. 10,000 meters. He has already broken the record left by the 4th Stellar Academy. Many people muttered to themselves. Every time Wang Tung broke a record, their excitement grew. They wished they could shout. 10,800 meters. He has broken the record left by the Second Stellar Academy. When Wang Tong surpassed 10,800 meters, everyone became thoroughly excited. There was even a hint of respect in their eyes. He had broken the record of the Second Stellar Academy. Come on, that was the Second Stellar Academy. It was ranked second among the 7 Stellar Academies, making it only second in terms of strength to the First Stellar Academy. Whether or not Wang Tong entered the star rankings, being able to achieve this was enough to earn their respect. The crowd held their breaths, wondering if Wang Tong could surpass the highest record set by the First Stellar Academy. That's right, the highest record was left by a senior from the First Stellar Academy. While many top records might not necessarily be set by the martial warriors from the First Stellar Academy, the highest record of the Lightning Valley happened to be left by a powerful martial warrior from the First Stellar Academy. This also indirectly indicated that the First Stellar Academy possessed the power to dominate the 7 Stellar Academies. But now, someone from the 7 Stellar Academy was about to break this record. No wonder the students were so excited. A record left by the First Stellar Academy was going to be broken by the 7th Stellar Academy. What a remarkable achievement. All the students from the 7th Stellar Academy would feel proud of this accomplishment. At this moment, Wang Tong also felt an immensely powerful pressure. Despite his strong physical body, he couldn't withstand the lightning might completely. His body became heavy and his speed slowed down. This time, it wasn't because he wanted to collect attribute bubbles. The pressure alone made his progress difficult. Wang Tong had no choice but to descend from the sky and walk on the ground. Step by step, he moved towards the depths of the Lightning Valley. Wang Tong turned grim. Interesting. Ancient god's body. Boom. His blood churned. An incredibly powerful force surged into every corner of Wang Tong's body. In an instant, his pace increased again. However, the pressure was still present. Wang Tong realized that upon reaching this point, the lightning power wasn't as terrifying as the lightning anymore. However, the oppressive sensation was almost comparable to the pressure emitted by that calamity lightning. 11,000 meters, 11,100 meters, 11,200 meters. Wang Tong moved forward one step at a time. He was getting closer and closer to the 12,000 meters mark. He stared ahead, his expression determined. He could walk this distance. The warriors behind were also silently counting Wang Tong's progress. They were probably more nervous and anxious than him. They weren't as confident as Wang Tong. Until he reached that distance, even if it was only 100 meters away, the difference was still significant. 11,600 meters, 11,700 meters, 11,800 meters. He's almost there. He's only 200 meters away. All the best. Many people cheered for Wang Tong silently. At this point, they had let go of any thought of comparison. When the gap was small, they could still make comparisons. But when the gap became too large, they could only look up in awe and admiration. Now, they hoped that Wang Tong could surpass the highest record and bring honor to the 7th Stellar Academy. Chapter 1768, another record broken. Wang Tong's method. For even Gallup didn't have the heart to cultivate anymore. He stared at Wang Tong intently. He didn't expect this black-haired young man to possess such a terrifying explosive power. He was known for his strong physique, but he only managed to reach 3,000 meters. He could have gone deeper, but the more intense lightning further inside was not suitable for his current cultivation level. That was why he stopped at 3,000 meters. If he went all out, he should be able to reach 7,000 meters. But there was still a considerable gap between them. He felt a sense of powerlessness. He wouldn't be able to reach that distance no matter what. Even if he used all his trump cards, it would still be impossible. Wang Tong raised his head and looked at the 12,000 meters mark right ahead. He smiled and walked forward. 11,900 meters. 12,000 meters. When Wang Tong finally reached the 12,000 meters mark, the martial warriors behind him almost cheered with joy. They clenched their fists tightly and waved them to express the excitement in their hearts. Sigh. Gallup let out a long sigh. He realized that his palms were drenched in sweat and gave a wry smile. He didn't think that he would be so nervous. Based on his personality, he would focus solely on his cultivation and rarely pay attention to these matters. Yet, this time, the actions of a stranger had managed to stir his emotions. It was unbelievable, but this fellow was a little scary. He looked at Wang Teng with a complicated gaze. Then he tightened his fists slightly. A surge of competitiveness rose within him. It would be great if they could have a duel. Ahead, just as Wang Teng set foot at the 12,000 meters mark, a deafening roar erupted above him. His eardrums trembled and his ears were ringing. It was as if a massive mountain was crashing down. He stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. F***K. He cursed uncontrollably. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He finally understood why those who came before couldn't continue beyond this point. This pressure suddenly increased tenfold. Who could withstand it? If his physical body wasn't strong enough, he would have been flattened to the ground just now. He wondered if the senior who set the previous record got pressed on the ground. Wang Ting thought with an evil smile. So, here comes the question. Should he continue? Could he continue? Was reaching 12,000 meters considered breaking the record? It didn't seem enough. He at most tied the record. If he wanted to break it, he needed to take one more step. But this step seemed a little difficult. He couldn't even lift his feet, much less take a step. But there was a way. Dragon Blood Battle Physique, activate. With a silent thought, the divine flames entwined around his body, forming intricate patterns of blazing fire. The scorching heat radiated from within him, causing the lightning power around him to distort. The oppressive pressure lessened. What is he doing? The people behind noticed Wang Teng's actions and widened their eyes in surprise. A thought crossed their minds. Was it not over? Wang Teng felt the power surging out of his body and raised his head abruptly. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He raised his feet gradually and took a step forward. Boom! The moment his feet landed on the ground, Wang Teng felt the pressure on his body getting more and more terrifying. Boom! A terrifying lightning pillar descended from the thick clouds in the sky, crashing directly onto his head and engulfing him in a blaze of lightning. Gasp! The people behind gasped. They finally understood why the previous record holder stopped at the 12,000 meters mark. If he took another step, he would suffer such a terrifying lightning attack. They wondered if Wang Teng could endure it. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Teng bathed in the lightning, taking one step, then 2 steps, 3 steps. The further he went, the faster he walked. The bolts of lightning followed Wang Teng closely without stopping. Only Wang Teng could understand this feeling. It was quite exhilarating. Amidst the lightning, there seemed to be flickering flames. Gallop and the others could see bursts of red and blue light emanating from within the lightning. It wasn't very clear. They assumed that Wang Teng was using some special method to resist the lightning and didn't think much of it. With great determination, Wang Teng charged forward for another 1,000 meters. He reached 13,000 meters. However, at this point, he had to stop. He couldn't go any further. Every 1,000 meters, the power of lightning would double. With his current physical strength, even if he activated the Dragon Blood Battle Physique, he wouldn't be able to endure it. Forget it. Let's stop here. Wang Teng shook his head. He had already used 2 divine flames. If he used a few more, he might be able to go further. But it wasn't necessary. He just needed to exceed 12,000 meters. He had already broken the record and obtained the points. He could leave now. Goodbye. Wang Teng waved at the lightning in the sky and retreated quickly without any hesitation. Meanwhile, an announcement spread throughout the academy. This time, the announcement spread simultaneously across all 7 stellar academies, not just the 7th Stellar Academy. Congratulations to student Wang Teng for breaking the record in the Lightning Valley for the longest distance traveled among all freshmen from the 7 stellar academies. Distance, 13,000 meters. Reward, 30,000 points. Chapter 1769, another record broken. Wang Teng's method. 5. The announcement was transmitted to every student's wristwatch and immediately caused an uproar. The Lightning Valley's record has been broken. 13,000 meters. That's 1,000 meters more than the previous record. The record left behind by the First Stellar Academy was broken by someone from the Seventh Stellar Academy. The First Stellar Academy must be embarrassed. Wang Tung. It's this Wang Tung again. I remember that he just broke the Sword Storm ranking record previously. That's right, it's him. He just broke the Sword Storm rankings record not long ago, and now he broke the Lightning Valley's record. Is this guy a record-breaking maniac? How long has he been in the academy? He already broke 2 records in a row. The prodigies on the star rankings are indeed worthy of their reputation. Now, I'm convinced that he possessed the ability to enter the star rankings. Timothy, Yu Yuanrui, Ji Haochen, 3rd Prince Yu Yuanheng, and even Tu Xiaoba, Lung Qinxue, Su Jianshun, and Ling Yangshu from the Great Qian Empire were all stunned when they saw this announcement. F***CK, this guy's sick. Ji Haochen, who was cultivating somewhere in the Second Stellar Academy, looked at his smart wristwatch and exclaimed uncontrollably. This was not only his thoughts alone, but also Yu Yuanrui, Timothy, and the others. Wang Tung always exceeded everyone's expectations. Even in the stellar academies, he garnered a lot of attention. He wasn't overshadowed by the other talents. Unlike them, they were almost drowned by the countless prodigies from the various territorial domains in the 7 stellar academies. 3rd Prince Yu Yuanheng was quite lucky. Although he didn't enter the top 10, he was selected to enter the 1st Stellar Academy. However, in terms of treatment, it was inferior to the top 10 geniuses. For example, during his previous trip to the Uncharted, he only managed to go to the Cosmic Uncharted. It was not as good as the Primordial Uncharted that the top 10 went to. One step behind, and all his other steps would be lagging. He had already deeply experienced this in the Stellar Academies. Fortunately, he seemed to be blessed with luck. In that Cosmic Uncharted, he obtained some benefits and advanced to the Cosmos stage. His strength now far exceeded ordinary Cosmos stage martial artists. When he saw the announcement, his expression turned extremely gloomy and ugly. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Wang Tung. He hated Wang Tung to the core. If it wasn't for Wang Tung, he would have gotten more and better resources. He would have been the most dazzling prodigy even in the stellar academies. However, he now had to exert more effort to achieve his goal. The road ahead had become very challenging. This was all thanks to Wang Tung. But he was doing well and shining brightly in the 7th Stellar Academy. How would he accept this? On the other side, Zhulongshan was delighted when he heard that Wang Tung had left his manor. He intended to intercept Wang Tung and force him to accept the challenge. But now, after seeing the notification, he felt terrible. This guy broke a record again. While he was trying to provoke him, he went ahead and broke a record. If Wang Tung went to do anything else, he could say that he was running away and didn't dare to accept the challenge. But Wang Tung went to break the record. What else could he say? In the end, no matter how he looked at it, he was a clown. Zhulongshan was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. After a moment of bewilderment, the numerous students of the 7th Stellar Academy finally regained their senses. Some were astonished, some envious, and others pleasantly surprised. Everyone felt very complicated. Wang Tung broke the record left behind by the 1st Stellar Academy and brought glory to the 7th Stellar Academy. Many people couldn't help but admire Wang Tung, but there were also those who couldn't bring themselves to feel happy. They were all talents. They hoped that they were the ones that brought honor and glory to the 7th Stellar Academy instead. But no matter what, one thing was sure. No one dared to say that Wang Tung was avoiding Zhulongshan's challenge anymore. Involuntarily, everyone connected the 2 events. Wang Tung went to break a record and brought glory to the academy. Who would say that he was avoiding a battle? Many instructors and experts in the academy were also surprised expressions when they saw this announcement. The 7th Stellar Academy took in someone good this time. He broke the record left behind by the 1st Stellar Academy. And it hasn't even been that long. Could it be that the 7th Stellar Academy, which has always been at the bottom, is about to rise? It's difficult. Just one person is far from enough, even if he is a prodigy on the star rankings. Huh, you're all jealous. Our 7th Stellar Academy is definitely going to rise this time. Just wait. Wang Ting didn't know about all the commotion. He was communicating with Roundball in his mind. The reward is 30,000 points. Not bad. Now that he had nearly 90,000 points, he should be able to do a lot of things. Points were difficult to obtain, but easy to spend. Wang Tung returned to the entrance of the Lightning Valley and picked up all the attribute bubbles along the way. The other martial warriors came back to their senses and looked at him. They looked as though they were seeing a monster. The prodigies of the star rankings were genuinely terrifying. Wang Tung wasn't bothered by their gazes and looked at his attributes board. He felt that he had gained a lot this time. Constellation Lightning Force, 12,000/20,000. Celestial Stage, 2nd level. After reaching the Cosmos Stage, he still had to increase the levels one at a time. The first level was still 10,000 attribute points, and with each level, the upper limit would increase by 10,000 attribute points. Chapter 1770, another record broken. Wang Tung's method. 6. However, the 10,000 points were 10,000 points of the Cosmos Stage. The attribute value was merely a quantitative representation. In reality, a Cosmos Stage Force attribute was several times of a Celestial Stage Force attribute. Hence, if the Force attributes were dropped from Celestial Stage Martial Warriors, they would be of much smaller value. Fortunately, the Martial Warriors in the Lightning Valley were all Cosmos Stage Martial Warriors. Wang Tung was able to pick up as many attribute points as they dropped. This allowed his Constellation Lightning Force to rise from the 1st level to the 2nd level. Normal martial warriors wouldn't dare to imagine this speed of cultivation. The other new students just reached the Cosmos Stage like Wang Tung. They wouldn't be able to reach the 2nd level so quickly. The only regret was that his Constellation Lightning Force was the only one that had advanced to the next level. The other forces hadn't advanced, so they couldn't be merged in a Chaos Force. To Wang Tung, the Chaos Force he could use was still at the 1st level of the Cosmos Stage. Besides Constellation Lightning Force, his Divine Level Lightning Talent and the Divine Level Physique Talent improved as well. Divine Level Lightning Talent, 5,200/50,000 Divine Level Physique Talent. 1350/50,000. Finally, it was the Ancient Lightning Runes. This was a pleasant surprise. Wang Tung didn't expect to obtain Ancient Lightning Runes here. After mastering the Ancient Lightning Runes, his mastery of Ancient Runes increased too. It was extremely beneficial to his rune attainments. Overall, the gains were not bad. This was his first time in Lightning Valley. Wang Tung didn't expect to gain much, but life was always full of surprises. After walking out of Lightning Valley, Wang Tung took out his spacecraft and was about to leave. "Brother Wang Tung, wait." A voice was heard from afar. Wang Tung turned his head and was surprised. "Brother Muscle." "Brother? Brother Muscle?" Gallop was flustered and his face darkened. What kind of nickname was that? Ahem. Wang Tung knew that he had said something wrong. He coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. "What's the matter?" Gallop took a deep breath and didn't dwell on his nickname. "I want to challenge you." "Challenge me?" Wang Tung had expected this. However, he pointed at his nose and asked in surprise, "Why are you challenging me?" "Because your physique is very strong. Let's have a showdown between men," Gallop said with a serious expression. Wang Tung. These words felt a little strange. "Please accept my challenge." "You have the strongest physique I've ever seen," Gallop said agitatedly, afraid that he would be turned down. "Don't be anxious. There's already someone who wanted to challenge me. It's first come, first served," so Wang Tung said. "You mean that Zhulong Shan?" Gallop frowned. "That's right. It's him." Wang Tung nodded. "You're going to accept his challenge?" Gallop asked in surprise. He saw that Wang Tung didn't respond to Zhulong Shan and thought that Wang Tung didn't want to accept the challenge. He was so excited about it. "I have to go. How about this? You could go to the freshman leaderboard tomorrow. I'll fight with you after I'm done with him." Wang Tung touched his chin and said with a glint in his eyes, "Are you sure you want to fight the two of us in a day?" Gallop hesitated. This Wang Tung was too confident. Although he admitted that Wang Teng was strong, he wasn't weak either. Furthermore, if Zhulongshan dared to let Wang Teng challenge him, he must be very powerful too. If Wang Teng wanted to fight him and Zhulongshan on the same day, it would seem a little overconfident. Of course, Wang Teng nodded calmly. Our time is precious. Let's not waste it on waiting. Let's finish our battle tomorrow. All right, since you're so confident, they'll be there tomorrow. However, if you can't unleash your full strength, they'll find another opportunity to challenge you next time. Gallop was not a talkative person to begin with, and he immediately nodded. No problem. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with my service. Wang Teng smiled and said, Gallop, what service? It made it seem like they were doing something indecent. He was a decent man. Gallop turned and left. He didn't want to talk to Wang Teng anymore. He still had to cultivate in the Lightning Valley. His physical cultivation mustn't stop for even a moment. By the way, my name is Gallop. As he entered the entrance of the Thunder Valley, he seemed to remember something and turned back to add that sentence. All right, you'll remember it. Gallop. Wang Teng nodded seriously. You should know my name, right? I know. Gallop waved his hand without looking back and walked into the Lightning Valley. This person isn't bad. Wouldn't it be bad if I made life difficult for him tomorrow? Wang Teng looked at his back view and muttered as he rubbed his chin. You have a conscience, Round Ball said in his mind. You can't say that. He was the one who wanted to challenge me, Wang Teng replied. Tis, Round Ball pouted in disdain. It asked, Are you going to challenge Zhulongshan? It's not that I want to challenge him. He challenged me. There's a difference. Wang Teng chuckled. Round Ball nodded. If Wang Teng challenged him, it would seem like he was inferior to him. He had no choice but to challenge him. However, it would be different if the other party were to challenge him. This meant that Wang Teng didn't want to accept the challenge and didn't care about him. It was Zhulongshan who insisted on challenging Wang Teng. Will he come? Round Ball asked. It's not up to him whether he comes or not. Wang Teng smiled meaningfully. Send a message on the intranet and say, You're too evil. Round Ball had a strange expression on its face. He started this. Can't I continue? Wang Teng boarded his spacecraft and flew towards the manor. He was prepared to meet Yu Chi Xiao and the others. But it's interesting. Round Ball chuckled. Not long after, a message appeared on the intranet of the 7th Stellar Academy. It read, I accidentally obtained a body of the Solar Dragon race and am preparing to sell it tomorrow. Those who are interested, please contact me as soon as possible. Gasp! Once this news was released, the entire academy was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Zhulongshan was fixated on Wang Teng. He took his clan member's body. How could he not hate him? Chapter 1771, The Multiple Uses of the Fatty. 1. The message Wang Teng posted on the internal web caused a huge commotion within the 7th Stellar Academy. This was a shocking piece of news. Come on, that was the body of a Solar Dragon race. To many martial warriors, the Solar Dragon race's body held significant research value, especially for the adversaries of the Solar Dragon race. If they could get a body of the Solar Dragon race for research, they would be able to find their weaknesses and even provide strategies for countering them. This was precisely why Zhulongshan was eager to retrieve the body of the Solar Dragon race. At first, he thought that Wang Teng would never release this information. The body of a Solar Dragon race martial warrior was extremely valuable. If other people knew about it, it would surely lead to unnecessary trouble. But, unexpectedly, Wang Teng revealed this information. This move caught Zhulongshan off his guard. Zhulongshan erupted in anger in his manner. Force surged out of his body and destroyed everything in its path. Wang Teng, you're looking for death. Angry roars came out of his mouth and echoed in the manor. TSK, TSK. Zhulongshan is probably boiling in anger. Wang Teng is evil. He's selling the body of his family member. He's offending the entire Solar Dragon race. Well, you can't blame him. Zhulongshan kept provoking him. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to take it either. Do you dare to offend the Solar Dragon race? I don't dare to. That's why I'm very happy to see someone going up against them. This is exciting. Will someone really buy it? Of course, not everyone is afraid of the solar dragon race. That's right. The solar dragon race has many enemies. I'm afraid many people are contacting Wang Teng secretly now. If Zhulong Shan doesn't act soon, the body of the solar dragon race will be bought by someone else. Ha ha. Even if he wants to buy it, he's going to be taken for a hefty ride. Many people were engaged in lively discussions within the academy. Some took pleasure in others' misfortune, feeling that Zhulong Shan had finally met his match. Not everyone feared the solar dragon race. Previously, he kept pressuring Wang Teng. Now that he had provoked his anger, he shot himself in the foot. Zhulong Shan had messed up. Many were eager to see how Zhulong Shan would react. They felt that a good show was about to start. On the spacecraft, Wang Teng was resting with closed eyes when Round Ball's excited voice was heard. Wang Teng, a bunch of people have come looking for you. Really? Wang Teng smiled. Open it up and take a look. Immediately, a light screen unfolded before him, densely packed with communication requests. That's quite a lot. It looks like there are more enemies of the solar dragon race than I had imagined. Wang Teng chuckled. They might not all be enemies. Some might simply want to study the solar dragon race. After all, it's an extremely powerful and unique race with significant research value. That's why the solar dragon race rarely allows their bodies to be left behind, Roundball explained. Having a bloodline of such immense power does seem to come with its challenges, Wang Teng sighed. It's inevitable. There will always be people researching powerful creatures and things, hoping to find a shortcut to gain more power from them. Roundball replied, somewhat ruefully. Wang Teng nodded and kept quiet. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the vast universe. One eventually grows accustomed to them. What do you plan to do? Reply to them one by one? Roundball asked. Let's leave them hanging. There's no hurry. Wang Teng smiled. There might be Zhulong Shan's subordinates inside. You're right. We should guard against him, Roundball said. The spacecraft soon arrived at the Cosmos Zone residential area. Wang Teng went back to his manor. The moment he landed, he saw Yu Chi Qiao and the others waiting for him at the entrance. You're already here, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. We saw that you broke a record in the Lightning Valley and even sent an impressive message on the internal web. That's why we came out to wait for you. We were afraid that Zhulong Shan might arrange for people to ambush you. Yu Chi Qiao looked at him and said with a strange expression, I guess I have to thank you. Wang Teng felt speechless. Are you even a human? Yu Chi Qiao sized up Wang Teng and clicked her tongue in wonder. Wang Teng's face turned black. What are you saying? What am I if I'm not a human? A monster, of course. Yu Chi Qiao chuckled. Otherwise, how could you be so abnormal? The records have been around for so long that no one could break them. But when they came into your hands, they were shattered one after another. Please continue with the praises, Wang Teng said. You seem to be enjoying it. Yu Chi Qiao. Why was this person so thick-skinned? Ha ha. Trant Borat burst out laughing. He found the scene very amusing. He was increasingly finding his interactions with Wang Teng and the others to be quite enjoyable. Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore. He'll choke to death sooner or later. Yu Chi Qiao was speechless. Don't spout nonsense. I didn't feed you anything. Why will you choke to death? Wang Teng glanced at her red lips strangely. What's with that look? Yukikio's face turned black as she asked curiously. Cough, nothing. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and shook his head. Strange, Yu Chi Qiao replied angrily. She didn't understand Wang Teng's intention. Are we leaving now? Wang Teng changed the topic and asked. Chapter 1772, The Multiple Uses of the Fatty. So let's go. The public lecture is starting soon, Yu Chi Qiao said. They prepared to board Wang Teng's spacecraft. Wait for me, wait for me. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, a panting and gasping cry was heard. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They turned their heads. They saw a chubby figure rushing towards them, looking extremely disheveled, as if someone was chasing him. It's Wei. Yu Chi Qiao burst out laughing when she saw his appearance. Why is he here? Wang Teng asked in surprise. He insulted the solar dragon race and has been trapped in his manor for the past few days. He's probably here to seek refuge. Yu Chi Qiao chuckled. seek refuge. Wang Tung was speechless. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze and saw many figures chasing after Wade from afar. "Stupid fatty, don't run. Stop right there." Shouts were heard continuously. Wade ran even faster and soon arrived in front of Wang Tung and the others, gasping heavily. "Boss, save me." As he spoke, he wanted to hug Wang Tung's leg. "Stop." Wang Tung quickly reached out and grabbed the fatty's collar, halting his action. If it was a lady, he wouldn't mind. After all, nothing would be lost. But this was a man, and a sleazy chubby one. If he let him cling to his thigh, Wang Tung felt that all his goosebumps would appear. In short, he was against it. Wade was already shorter than Wang Tung. Bending over, he was nearly half a body shorter. Wang Tung gripped his collar and lifted him off the ground. Wade could only kick his legs in the air a couple of times. "Tell me, what happened?" Wang Tung asked. "They're Zhulong Shan's men. They want to catch me," Wade said hurriedly. "Zhulong Shan's men." Wang Tung frowned and put him down. "Stand behind me. I want to see what they want to do." "Brother, I was right about you." Wade was touched. "Move aside," Wang Tung said in disdain. "All right." Wade immediately stood obediently to the side, but his mouth continued to babble incessantly. "Boss, they went too far. They even insulted you on the internal web. But don't worry, I've already given them a piece of my mind for you. No need to thank me. I greatly admire you, boss. This is what I should do." But then, they got angry and pestered me for days. I couldn't fight them, so I didn't dare to go out. Today, when I saw the news of you breaking a record, I knew my savior had come, and the only one who can save me is you. Wang Tung felt like there was a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around his ears. He suddenly snapped, "Shut up." Wade looked at Wang Tung's expression with a sly grin, and obediently said, "Okay." He didn't dare to speak anymore. Instantly, there was silence around Wang Tung. Yu Chi Chiao and Trant Bort stared at Wade strangely. This fatty was truly something. He was able to make Wang Tung speechless. At this moment, the group of people who had been chasing Wade finally caught up. When they saw Wang Tung, their expressions changed drastically. They stopped a few hundred meters away and didn't dare to approach. "Wang Tung, hand over the fatty to us," one of them said. "Leave." Wang Tung said this word softly. "You." The person's face turned green. Wang Tung was looking down on him. They were all new students, but he asked them to leave. He was looking down on him. "If you want to fight, you can head over to the freshman leaderboard." Wang Tung looked at them scornfully. Don't be proud. You don't dare to challenge brother Zhulong Shan. Why are you acting all arrogant here?" Another person snorted. "Must I challenge him just because he wants me to? Who does he think he is?" Wang Tung sneered. His gaze turned icy as he surveyed his surroundings and said, "If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite." The martial warriors were intimidated by his aura. They were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. "They'll say it one more time. Get lost," Wang Tung said coldly. The martial artists' faces turned red with anger, but in the end, they left begrudgingly. The pressure Wang Tung gave them was immense. After all, he was a martial warrior as powerful as Zhulong Shan. They admitted that they weren't his match. If they acted now, it would bring them no benefits. They could only wait for Zhulong Shan and Wang Tung to fight. If Wang Tung lost, they wouldn't be afraid of him anymore. But if he won, they didn't dare to think about this result. The conflict between them and Wang Tung had already taken root. It couldn't be easily resolved. Wade immediately started curry-favoring Wang Tung after those people left. "Boss, you're incredible. Just one word, and they ran away in fear. All right, they're gone now. You can leave too. If they bother you again, let me know, and it'll teach them a lesson." Wang Tung dismissed the fatty with a wave of his hand. "Don't say that, boss. I want to follow you. Please accept me," Wade quickly pleaded. "You're not a beauty. Why should I keep you? Go somewhere else," Wang Tung said with disdain. "Wait, damn it. As a man, when would he be able to stand up? Ha ha, this is hilarious. You're an interesting fatty." Yu Chi Chiao burst out laughing when she saw the bitterness in Wade's eyes. "We're both men. Why do we have to despise each other?" Wade said softly. "Let lost." Wang Tung was disgusted. Chapter 1773, The Multiple Uses of the Fatty. 3. Wang Tung, why don't you take him in? This fatty is quite talented. You might not know what he did a few days ago. He created a bunch of fake accounts and helped you insult Zhulongshan. Even I felt happy watching it, Yu Chi Qiao suggested. Wade was surprised that this beauty was speaking up for him. He quickly shot her a grateful look and then nodded vigorously, saying, that's right, boss. I can help you curse people. I'm really good at it. Wang Ting knew about this incident. After Yu Chi Qiao mentioned it, he couldn't help but glance at the fatty and pondered for a moment. Then he relented. Fine, since we're all academy students and from the great Qian Empire, we can consider each other as part of the same group. But let me remind you, don't go around causing trouble using my name. If I find out, you'll be the first one to face my consequences. Boss, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I'm very low-key and always avoid trouble, Wade said eagerly upon hearing Wang Tung's agreement. Wang Tung remembered the fatty style of doing things. That seemed to be the case. This fatty was extremely timid. It wouldn't be easy for him to create trouble. He nodded in satisfaction and said to Yu Chi Qiao and the others, let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Yes. Yu Chi Qiao nodded. Boss, where are we going now? Wade asked curiously. To listen to a public lesson on spiritual cultivation. The person who spoke was tranquil. He seemed to find Wade interesting and gave him a friendly smile. Oh, Wade was stunned when he saw the other party's expression. He was surprised. A trant. What a rare species. But he looks so cruel when he smiles. They didn't waste any time and boarded Wang Tung's spacecraft. Then, they flew towards a certain part of the academy. Besides Yu Chi Qiao, Borit, and Wade, who joined them along the way, Yu Yunxian was also present. However, he had been quite quiet. He hardly spoke just now. On the spacecraft, everyone sat down in the hall and resumed their casual conversation. Speaking of which, why did you suddenly go and break a record? Yu Chi Qiao couldn't help but curiously ask again. I didn't. I just went to the Lightning Valley to take a look and tried it out casually. I didn't expect to break a record. This record was just too easy to beat, Wang Tung said casually. Yu Chi Qiao was speechless again. This fellow was too full of himself. He never stopped boasting. Wang Tung smiled in his heart. Pretentiousness is like the wind, always accompanying me. It'll feel uncomfortable if I don't put on a pretentious act every day. Speaking of which, when did I become like this? Wang Tung touched his chin. Boss, you're amazing. However, this time, there was another person beside him cheering for him. What's with that solar dragon race's body? Do you really have one? Yu Chi Qiao decided to change the topic and stop talking about breaking the record. If not, she might feel the urge to give Wang Tung a headbutt. I do have one. Do you want to buy it? Wang Tung glanced at her and smiled. If you want to buy it, it'll give you a 20% discount since we're friends. Thanks, but no thanks. I can't afford it. Yu Chi Qiao rolled her eyes. This guy was infuriating. Wang Tung, how did you get hold of a solar dragon race's body? Tramp Borit couldn't help but ask. The solar dragon race's body was controlled by a dark apparition. I snatched it back. It's my spoil of war, Wang Tung said. A solar dragon race's body that got controlled by a dark apparition. Yu Chi Qiao and the others were shocked. They didn't expect this twist, and it suddenly dawned on them. No wonder Wang Tung had the solar dragon race's body. This was how he got it. Under normal circumstances, there would be no chance to obtain a solar dragon race's body. Dark apparitions are truly scary. They can even control the body of a solar dragon race. I wonder what race the dark apparition is from. Yu Chi Qiao asked. Her face was filled with fear. Wang Tung told them about the devil mind dark apparitions. Everyone's expression grew even more solemn. This is scary. The devil mind race can enter the bodies of other creatures and control them. Wade shivered. He felt uneasy. Yu Chi Qiao and the others had similar reactions. Their faces contorted with disgust. That means that the solar dragon race should be thanking you. Yu Chi Qiao frowned. If they had been a bit more polite from the start, I might have considered helping them. Forget it. It doesn't matter, Wang Tung said with a faint smile, wearing an expression that seemed to say, it's not my fault it's their mess. Well, the solar dragon race is used to being domineering. They probably never thought about thanking you, Yu Qiqiao remarked. But the solar dragon race is indeed powerful. If you sell the body of the solar dragon race, you might offend the entire race, Borat said. Don't worry. I won't sell the body of the solar dragon race to others. It will return to the solar dragon race in the end. However, they will have to pay the price. Wang Tung grinned like a fox. If he sold the body of the solar dragon race to others, it would likely result in an unending vendetta, forming an irreconcilable hatred. However, if he just wanted to extort some money from Zhulang Shan, this matter would be confined to the younger generations. Chapter 1774, The Multiple Uses of the Fatty. 4. If the formidable warriors from the solar dragon race wanted to take action, they had to consider if it was worth it. His network of connections wasn't something to be taken lightly. Wang Tung was no longer the martial warrior from the underdeveloped planet who got bullied when he first came to the universe. You're quite cunning. Yu Qiqiao and the others finally understood Wang Tung's plan and remarked, as expected of the boss, you kill without shedding blood. Wade offered timely flattery. You're such a bootlicker. Yu Qiqiao was speechless. Huh? Wade scratched his head and smiled nonchalantly. The spacecraft soon landed in front of a building. Wang Tung and the others flew out of the spacecraft, and he kept it. The building in front of them was huge. Just this building alone spanned a few hundred kilometers. Its architecture was remarkably unique, crafted entirely from an unknown metal, making it quite a spectacle. Each individual building could easily serve as a landmark on its own. When Wang Tung and his team landed, numerous spaceships also landed around them. Martial warriors appeared in the sky, one after another. These people were also here for the lesson. Besides freshmen, there was also a significant number of senior students. When everyone arrived, they turned silent in unplanned unison, as if this place held an extraordinarily sacred significance. Let's go. The public lesson we're attending today is in Sanctum Building Number 7. Yu Qiqiao led the way ahead. She had already familiarized herself with the layout, so she wasn't exactly a stranger here. The Sanctum Building Number 7, Wang Tung repeated. This complex is called the Sanctum. It's where instructors usually conduct their lessons. It's considered extremely sacred, and there are many buildings here. Since we're new students, we'll be attending class in the relatively backmost Building Number 7, Yu Qiqiao explained through voice transmission. Wang Tung nodded in deep thought. He followed Yu Qiqiao to one of the buildings. Meanwhile, many other freshmen were also entering Sanctum Building Number 7. Wang Tung and his group joined the flow of people and entered the building. Inside the building were numerous lecture halls. The public lesson Wang Tung and the others were attending today was in Lecture Hall Number 3. After entering the building, they directly headed to Lecture Hall 3. The entire hall could accommodate 10,000 people. At this moment, it was nearly full, with people occupying almost every seat. The moment Wang Tung and the others entered the hall, a notification about point deduction popped up on their wristwatches. I know that listening to an Eternal Stage instructor's lesson costs 300 points, but it still hurts, Yu Qiqiao exclaimed, clutching her chest in distress. Wade's fat face twisted into an expression of agony. He only had 1,000 points. Although he had earned some points by helping others with small matters on the internal web, it was still a drop in the bucket. Spending 300 points at once was taking a toll on his life. It's all right. If you don't have enough, I can lend you some, Wang Tung offered, not feeling much impact himself. He had nearly 90,000 points, so he wasn't worried about the expense. Wang Tung, we need to start our business quickly. If not, we won't have enough points, Yu Qiqiao said. It's my fault. They'll start immediately after I take care of Zhulang Shan, Wang Tung replied hurriedly. He felt a little awkward. They should have started a while ago, but he was preoccupied with Lin Chuan's matters and didn't have the energy to work on this. That caused a delay. You said it, Yu Qiqiao said. A gentleman's word is as good as a promise. I won't stand you up this time, Wang Tung reassured. I hope so. Yu Qiqiao glanced at him. Business? Wade's eyes lit up. He leaned over and asked, Boss, what business is it? Count me in. I'm good at doing business. You? Wang Ting glanced at him and said, That's possible. Really? Wade was elated. Yu Chi Xiao explained the details to him. Wang Tung said, taking on the role of a hands-off supervisor and delegating the task to Yu Chi Xiao. Yu Chi Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. She started speaking to Wade through voice transmission. Wade's eyes lit up as he listened. His excitement grew along with his enthusiasm. Boss, you have to include me in this. I'm really good at this kind of thing. Lately, I've made quite a few connections on the internal web. I've also secretly formed a collaborative group called the Mutual Help Association. It's made up of talented martial artists from our great Qian Empire. I can help open up channels. Wang Tung was genuinely surprised this time. He hadn't expected that Wade would have such a role. It was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 1775, The Immortal Seed Secret Skill. Zhulongshan defeated. 1. Wang Tung had always felt that Wade was frivolous even since they met in the League of Talents. However, he was strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the top 500. This was not something that could be achieved solely with cunningness. However, he did not expect him to have such talent. He only thought of him as someone timid. It hadn't been that long since he entered the 7th Stellar Academy, and he had even spent a month in the Uncharted. Yet, he managed to set up the Mutual Help Association. He was a talent. If he wasn't a talent, who was? Wang Tung looked at the fatty in a different light. It was very beneficial to have such a talent under his command. Even Yu Chi Xiao and the others looked at Wade in surprise. This fatty accomplished something big without making a sound. Never judge a book by its cover. Tell us about your Mutual Help Association, Wang Tung said via voice transmission. The people in the hall were all Cosmo Stage martial artists with amazing hearing. It was not appropriate to say such a thing in person, so the few of them could only discuss it via voice transmission. All right. Wade was overjoyed when he saw Wang Tung's interest. He immediately smiled and explained via voice transmission. Interestingly enough, this fatty not only learned from being bullied, but also gained valuable experience from it. As a result, he has a knack for winning over weaker individuals. In the Stellar Academies, many martial warriors realize the gap between them and some of the top geniuses. If they were to do it alone, it would be very difficult to survive in the academy. The fatty seized upon this notion and used a tone of shared resentment to ignite a collective mindset among the group of people. After much persuading, they finally formed the Mutual Help Association. Simply put, that was it. Wang Tung, Yu Chi Xiao, and the others were stunned. This person wasn't simple. He was good at stirring up people's emotions. You could tell from how he had called the members of the Solar Dragon race worms. The cursing was right on point. It made the people of the Solar Dragon race stomp their feet in anger. If he said something else, he wouldn't be able to achieve such an effect. At times, Wang Tung found it rather puzzling. Was this fatty timid or audacious? Labeling him as timid, he dared to curse the Solar Dragon race. Calling him audacious, he turned hesitant when faced with challenges. He could only say that this was his unique way of surviving. Time flew while the few of them chatted. The time for the public lecture arrived. The surroundings, which were already quiet, now became completely devoid of any sound. Right at this moment, a tall three-eyes race martial warrior with a vertical eye suddenly appeared in the middle of the lecture hall. The layout of the lecture hall was very unique. There were seats all around, and there was a circular stone platform that looked like a podium in the middle. The three-eyes race martial warrior appeared on the circular stone platform. There was no fluctuation exuding from his body. He was like an ordinary person, but his eyes seemed to hold an expanse of starry sky, profound and boundless. The third eye on his forehead made it impossible for anyone to look at it directly. It seemed to have some strange power that could consume one's mind. An eternal stage martial warrior. A genuine eternal stage martial warrior. This is definitely eternal realm spiritual power. Wang Tung guessed in shock. His spiritual power was too terrifying. Even Wang Tung felt that it was boundless. In front of him, he was like an ant. Instructor. All the students immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Sit. The eternal stage instructor nodded and uttered. After all the students sat down, he said slowly, "Today, they'll focus on the path of spiritual power cultivation. All of you have just entered the cosmos stage. Your spiritual power and force will be gathered in your inner cosmos, so your cultivation method will be a little different from before." This instructor didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Wang Tung and the others perked up and listened attentively. They had already spent 300 points, so they were determined to at least get their money's worth from this. Some people say that the spirit is the soul of a living being, while others say that the spirit is a form of the soul. However, no matter what, the two are inseparable. Cultivating spiritual power is cultivating the soul. I liken the soul to a seed, and cultivating spiritual power is akin to absorbing unique substances from the universe, allowing this seed to germinate and grow, gradually maturing into a towering tree, with every branch, every leaf, spanning every inch of the body. The instructor's voice was calm and gentle, but it seemed to carry a magical power. When one heard it, it reverberated in one's mind, enlightening them, comparing the soul to a seed. This was the first time Wang Tung heard such a novel theory. However, he thought it made sense and would be very helpful for his spiritual cultivation. The cultivation of the spirit was similar. No matter which method it was to strengthen one's soul. This instructor likened the soul to a seed. This was his insight, gained from evolving from a feeble life form into an eternal stage existence. Naturally, it held its rationale. Roundball was also listening. It hadn't started forging its 9 treasures pagoda, and coincidentally, it happened to encounter this public lecture on spiritual power cultivation. It proved to be quite beneficial for it. However, it was a freeloader and did not need to pay points. Wang Tung felt that he had profited. He spent 300 points for 2 people to listen to the class. It was a pity that Elizabeth, Little White, and the Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion could not use the same method to freeload lessons. The wisdom of an eternal stage instructor would be also very helpful to them. Even Elizabeth, who was at the universe stage, was no exception. Chapter 1776, The Immortal Seed, Secret Skill. Zhuliangshan defeated. 2. As he listened, Wang Tung suddenly paused. He stared at the instructor's feet strangely. There are attribute bubbles. A moment ago, a few attribute bubbles popped out of the instructor's mouth and dropped while he was lecturing. This scene was a little funny. The other party was an eternal stage martial warrior, but he was blowing bubbles. The contrast was stark. Fortunately, the eternal stage instructor couldn't see it, and the other students couldn't either. Otherwise, the solemn atmosphere in the lecture hall might have collapsed outright. Wang Tung didn't dare to use his spiritual power, rashing, to collect the attribute bubbles. He could only wait until the public lecture ended, and the instructor had left before he dared to collect them. He stopped looking at the attribute bubbles and focused on listening. Time passed slowly. The lesson lasted the entire night. However, to Wang Tung and the others, it felt like it ended quickly. The eternal stage instructor from the 3 Eyes race disappeared without a trace, leaving everyone with a sense of melancholy. Sigh. Many people gave a long sigh. There were also many people with smiles on their faces, seemingly having gained something. They left quickly, probably going back for further cultivation. Others frowned, seemingly half understanding. They looked as if they hadn't fully grasped the concept. Wang Tung stood up and scanned his surroundings. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. So many attribute bubbles. Besides the round podium in the middle, attribute bubbles were floating around the seats too. Get them. Wang Tung released his spiritual power without any hesitation. The instructor had already left, so he had no reason to hold back. Universe Realm Enlightenment * 100 Cosmos Realm Spirit * 120 Cosmos Realm Spirit * 200 Cosmos Realm Spirit * 1800 Universe Realm Enlightenment * 1200 Cosmos Realm Spirit * 2500 Immortal Seed Secret Skill * 100 Immortal Seed Secret Skill * 150 Wang Tung absorbed the attribute bubbles. One by one, large amounts of spirit and enlightenment attributes merged into Wang Tung's mind, causing his eyes to grow increasingly radiant. Great! Wang Teng was overjoyed. With so many spirit attributes, his spiritual power increased exponentially. It increased by more than 10,000 points. He glanced at the attributes board. Spirit, 15700/200000, Cosmos Realm. Wang Teng had just reached the Cosmos Realm, so his spiritual power had yet to improve. He hadn't expected such benefits from attending this lecture. The increase in attribute values at this point had nearly pushed his spiritual power to the brink of reaching the next Cosmos level. It was an impressive gain. Next was the Universe Realm Enlightenment. It also saw an improvement. The students in the Stellar Academies were all talents with great enlightenment. Therefore, after listening to the lecture, they dropped a substantial amount of Universe Realm Enlightenment. Enlightenment 11560/300000, Universe level. His enlightenment attribute had already increased by more than 100,000 points in the Chaotic Uncharted. This time, it increased by more than 10,000 points, causing another huge rise. However, what caught his utmost attention wasn't the spirit or enlightenment attributes, but rather another exceedingly unique attribute. As these various attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, a special skill slowly revealed itself. It's a spiritual secret skill. Immortal the Seed secret skill. Wang Teng was surprised. He involuntarily closed his eyes, carefully sensing and comprehending it. He found it incredible, planting spiritual power like a seed, allowing it to take root and sprout, ultimately yielding a harvest. This is a cultivation method. It's also a means of attack. If implanted within someone else's inner cosmos, it can stealthily drain their spiritual power or even their soul without them realizing it. When the spiritual seed is reclaimed, the spiritual energy within it can be absorbed and utilized. This is so interesting. Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly. He was flabbergasted. This must be the instructor's secret skill. That wasn't just his insight. He has even created a secret skill. Eternal stage martial warriors are truly terrifying. But this secret skill seems rather evil. If used only within one's own inner cosmos, it's just an alternative method of cultivation. But if implanted in someone else's inner cosmos, it's practically a form of plunder. It feels worse than me picking up dropped attribute bubbles. At least I'm picking up what others dropped. He's practically seizing them forcibly. Wang Teng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and a shiver down his spine when he thought about this. The most terrifying aspect of this technique was that the implanted spiritual seed was incredibly subtle. Some individuals might not even realize it, unknowingly having their spiritual power drained until their spirits withered and they perished. Even if it was discovered, it would be difficult to eradicate it unless the person who planted the seed personally intervened or an individual with far superior spiritual cultivation removed it forcefully. However, this approach was highly dangerous and could easily harm one's spiritual foundation. Spirit was inherently of utmost importance. Once damaged, the consequences become extremely troublesome. Wang Teng shook his head. He suddenly thought of something similar to the spiritual seed, parasites. The characteristics of these spiritual seeds undeniably bore a striking resemblance to parasites. Just the thought of having something like that within one's body sent shivers down the spine. Wang Teng's wariness stemmed from the fact that he only gained a few hundred points of the Immortal Seed secret skill. It was barely at the foundation stage. What's more, this secret skill was incomplete. Wang Teng hadn't grasped this secret skill. He only knew its existence and had some understanding of it. Immortal Seed secret skill, incomplete 450/5000 foundation. Chapter 1777, The Immortal Seed secret skill. Zhulong Shan defeated. 3. After picking up all the attribute bubbles around the round podium, Wang Teng only received 450 points of the attribute. He was disappointed. Most importantly, it was incomplete, so he couldn't practice it now. However, it was understandable. The Eternal Stage instructor didn't explain this secret skill directly, so he wouldn't drop the complete attribute of this skill. Just the foundation level requires 5,000 points. This is truly not an ordinary skill. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes board and sighed. If there are more lectures by instructors like this in the future, he'll definitely attend them. Although he felt that this secret skill was a little evil, it didn't stop him from wanting to learn it. Turning himself into the source of the fear was the best way to overcome it. It might sound long, but everything happened within a few breaths. Wang Tung stood up, preparing to leave with Yu Qiao and the others. It was worth the 300 points. Yu Qiao exclaimed. Yes, the lecture of the Eternal Stage instructor is enlightening. I feel that 300 points is a good bargain. Borat nodded in agreement. Getting an Eternal Stage martial warrior to give a lecture outside of the Stellar Academies would probably be expensive, Wade chimed in. Looks like the Academy's points are more valuable than we initially thought, Wang Tung mused. In the past, some people wanted to use energy stones to exchange for points. The exchange ratio even reached as high as 1 7th-level energy stone for a few points. Wade, well-informed as ever, revealed a surprising piece of information. Really? A 7th-level energy stone for a few points? These people are crazy. Yu Qiao exclaimed. It's nothing surprising. Many people have impressive backgrounds and solid foundations outside the academy. Energy stones are easily purchasable using UC. It's just a currency. However, within the academy, points are needed for everything. Without points, you can't do anything. It's normal that they are willing to exchange energy stones for points. After all, the value of the various benefits within the academy is beyond what energy stones can measure, Wade explained with a smirk. There was shrewdness gleaming in his eyes. Fatty, you know quite a lot. Wang Ting glanced at him and smiled. Haha, it's just some insider information. Wade chuckled. As they conversed, they headed out of the building. Meanwhile, in a mysterious location within the academy, islands floated in the void. Distinct architectural complexes existed on every island. Antique, luxurious, grand. Each of these structures possessed its uniqueness, and nearly every island had different types of buildings. The Eternal Stage martial warrior from the Three Eyes race, who gave a lecture, just now landed on one of the islands. He was heading towards his residence. That's right, these islands were where the instructors of the academy lived. Every island represented an Eternal Stage or above martial warrior. The Eternal Stage martial warrior from the Three Eyes race came in front of a huge castle. The gate of the castle opened immediately. A group of guards stood at the side and saluted immediately. Sir, the majority of these guards were at the Universe Stage. This was unbelievable. The Eternal Stage martial warrior from the Three Eyes race nodded and walked into the castle. Lias, did you give a lecture to the freshmen again? A voice came from outside. Zach, the Eternal Stage martial warrior from the Three Eyes race turned and asked in surprise, when did you come back? I just came back and got some good wine. That's why I came straight to find you for a drink. The person called Zach was an Eternal Stage martial warrior too. He was clad in dark, fearsome battle armor and was tall and muscular. There was a massive horn protruding from his forehead. It was a distinctive feature. If Wang Tung was here, he would recognize this person. This man was a formidable martial warrior from the Giant Horn race with extremely powerful metal talent. There's wine. Lias' eyes lit up. Seems like you had a good haul this time. Ha ha. I knew that you wouldn't be able to reject me. Zach burst out laughing. Come, let's talk inside. Lias gestured. Did you find any promising candidates this time? Zach asked as he walked into the castle confidently. He was clearly a frequent visitor. There might be one in this batch. His spiritual power is quite strong, Lias replied. A figure appeared in his mind. Really? Zach was surprised. Someone managed to catch your attention? His spiritual power is sufficiently strong, but whether he's suitable for my skill is still uncertain. Lias shook his head. You're right. Your secret skill is unconventional. Normal people won't be able to practice it. Zach agreed. The two of them stepped into the castle, and their voices gradually disappeared. The guards and servants behind them kept their heads bowed respectfully until the two disappeared from their sight. Wang Tung and the others walked out of the building. Suddenly, they heard a cold snort. Wang Tung, I thought you were going to hide again. Wang Tung turned his head and saw Zhulong Shan approaching with a group of people behind him. They were staring at him coldly. Hey, isn't this that person? Wang Ting looked at Zhulongshan with a puzzled expression, pretending not to remember. Zhulongshan's face turned black. He said coldly, Wang Tung, you should know why I'm here. Spare me the nonsense and return me the body of the solar dragon race. If not, you will suffer the wrath of my solar dragon race. Chapter 1778, The Immortal Seed Secret Skill. Zhulongshan defeated. I'm sorry. That's mine. Why should I give it to you for free? Wang Tung chuckled. You're looking for death. Zhulongshan shouted in anger. Do you dare to fight here? Wang Tung looked at him contemptuously. The members of the Academy's Arbitration Association were present in the vicinity. Zhulongshan suffered once, so he wouldn't allow it to happen again. However, this made him even more frustrated. How dare you auction the body of the solar dragon race? Aren't you afraid of offending the solar dragon race? Zhulongshan said fiercely. I'm sorry. I don't care, Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. Although he didn't want to have an endless feud with the solar dragon race, he couldn't afford to appear weak at this moment. He needed to stand firm. Otherwise, Zhulongshan might think he was afraid. Zhulongshan furrowed his brows. This bastard was completely unpredictable. He couldn't see any hint of fear on Wang Tung's face. He was unable to do anything to his stubborn fellow. Maybe you should think about your situation first. If I were to sell that body to your solar dragon race's enemy, will the elders from your race spare you? You might be the first person they want to take care of. Wang Tung smirked. Zhulongshan struck in a sore spot. He didn't feel good. What Wang Tung said was exactly what he didn't want to face. He wasn't afraid of Wang Tung, but he was deeply concerned about the punishments he might receive from his race. This embarrassing situation was clearly a result of his mishandling. If his family knew about this, he might have to face dire consequences. Letting the body of a solar dragon race fall into the hands of outsiders was a massive humiliation and a potential threat. If you had spoken to me properly, I might have returned the body to your solar dragon race. Unfortunately, Wang Tung shook his head, feigning regret. This sentence was a direct blow to Zhulongshan. Countless swear words appeared in his mind. He was on the verge of spitting blood due to frustration. So he was the one who made this straightforward matter so complicated? And besides, your solar dragon race isn't monolithic. If I were to hand over that body to another solar dragon race martial warrior, I'm sure he will be quite appreciative, Wang Tung added. Zhulongshan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Wang Tung's words pierced right through his heart, making his breath quicken. He was fuming. Yu Qiqiao looked at Zhulongshan with sympathy. If this guy had known Wang Tung's personality earlier, he probably wouldn't have escalated the situation to this point. Unfortunately, it was too late. He had to suffer the consequences of his actions. Wade felt satisfied when he saw the frustrated expression on Zhulongshan's face. He praised his boss in his heart. As expected of my boss, he managed to anger the arrogant Zhulongshan with just a few words. I didn't choose the wrong person. What do you want? Zhulongshan took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Nothing much. That body isn't of much use to me, but there are plenty of people interested in buying it. It's just a matter of who's willing to offer a better deal, Wang Tung replied with a smile as he flicked his finger. Zhulongshan, this bastard is trying to extort him. Zhulongshan saw Wang Tung's actions and immediately knew what he wanted to do. Tell me, how much do you want? I'm sorry, I don't plan to sell it to you, Wang Tung said. Are you playing with me? Zhulongshan's expression stiffened. His voice filled with anger. Yes, you finally realized it, Wang Tung grinned. Zhulongshan wanted to punch Wang Tung when he saw his smile, but I will bear with it. I will bear with it. I must bear with it. This bastard did it on purpose. I mustn't fall into his trap. He glanced around him and saw the members of the Academy's Arbitration Association watching him from afar. He controlled his anger. Impulsiveness was a devil. He must solve this matter today. If not, the body might be bought by someone else. Yu Qiqiao and the others found it hard to hold back their amusement when they saw Zhulongshan going crazy, but was unable to do anything to Wang Tung. It was quite funny. In the past, Zhulongshan was all high and mighty, but now he looked utterly exasperated. His expression was comical. Well, if you really want to buy it, it's not entirely impossible, Wang Teng finally said slowly, seeing that the timing was right. Zhu Shan didn't reply to him. He looked at him with suspicion. You don't seem interested. All right, I won't say anything more. Wang Teng acted surprised and pretended to leave. Tell me, Zhu Shan gritted his teeth. That's more like it. You're still young. Don't be so stubborn all the time. You will suffer easily. You need to learn from your mistakes. Wang Teng spoke in a tone reminiscent of an elder. What are you trying to say? Zhu Shan was on the verge of breaking down. All right, since you insist, let's get to the point, Wang Teng continued. You wanted me to challenge you, right? Now, I'll give you a chance. Challenge me. If you defeat me, they'll give you that body of the Solar Dragon race. All right, remember to announce on the internal web that you're challenging me. Zhu Shan's face turned green and white in anger. Humiliation. This was an outright humiliation. In the past, he wanted Wang Teng to challenge him. Now, Wang Teng wanted him to propose the challenge and even announce it on the Academy's internal web. This was a slap at his face. I've given you the chance. Whether you can seize it or not, it's up to you, Wang Teng said. Fine, I agree. I will immediately announce on the internal web that I'm challenging you, and well head to the freshman leaderboard. Zhu Shan clenched his fist and replied immediately. He was also a tough character. Without giving Wang Teng a chance to object, he instantly announced the challenge on the internal web. You're decisive. Wang Teng gave him a thumbs up. Then he extended his hand and said, However, there's a fee for challenging me. Just a modest fee of 30,000 points. Thank you. Zhu Shan felt his blood boiling. He almost vomited a mouth of blood. Chapter 1779, Torturing the Snake. Shame of the Solar Dragon Race. 1. In the end, Zhongshan reluctantly paid Wang Teng 30,000 points. He had already issued the challenge announcement on the internal web. In order to get that body, he had to swallow his pride and anger for the moment. But where did he get so many points from? Wang Teng earned over 30,000 points because he got on the star rankings and broke 2 records in succession. But Zhu Shan was also able to produce 30,000 points. This was surprising. Wang Teng felt that he might have sold himself short after receiving the 30,000 points. He should have demanded more. Zhu Shan seemed like a good victim. Yu Qiao and the others sympathized with Zhu Shan. Wang Teng's tactics were unfolding one after another, and it was beyond anyone's imagination. Anyone who met him was unlucky. I've given you the points. Can we head to the freshman leaderboard now? Zhu Shan suppressed his anger and said coldly. When he reached the freshman leaderboard, he must trample this bastard under his feet. There was a limit to one's patience, and he had reached his. This fellow extorted 30,000 points from him. One evil fellow. No problem. Since you're so sincere, let's go now. Wang Teng nodded and smiled. The group of them headed straight to the freshman leaderboard. At the same time, the people in the academy got excited when they saw the announcement made by Zhu Shan. They quickly gathered around the freshman leaderboard. Oh my God, they're finally starting. I've been waiting forever. But why is Zhu Shan challenging Wang Teng? Wasn't he the one who kept demanding that Wang Teng challenge him? Haha, Wang Teng is ruthless. He's selling a body of the Solar Dragon race. Zhu Shan must be furious. Zhu Shan has such a difficult life. He pestered Wang Teng for so long, but it turns out he's the clown. This is embarrassing. He can only salvage his reputation by defeating Wang Teng. Wang Teng is quite crafty. He knows how to deal with Zhu Shan. He didn't respond initially and struck Zhu Shan's weak point instantly after that. I refuse to believe he didn't plan it from the start. Oh my God, now that you mention it, it really seems that way. It feels like he had everything planned from the beginning. It looks like it's better not to provoke Wang Teng in the future. He's a cunning individual. There was a huge commotion on the internal web. Some people had already rushed to the freshman leaderboard. The battles within the freshman leaderboard could be seen. One just needed to enter the freshman leaderboard. Wang Teng and Zhu Shan's spacecraft landed on the empty ground near the freshman leaderboard. They alighted. There were already many people gathered around. Upon seeing the two of them, Their attention immediately shifted over. Zhulongshan's expression turned gloomy. He felt that these people were all here to watch him lose. Hence, he didn't want to linger a moment longer. He glanced at Wang Tung and took the lead, charging towards the freshman leaderboard stone plate. Ripples appeared on the freshman leaderboard, and Zhulongshan disappeared from everyone's vision. "I'm going in too. Wait for me." Wang Tung smiled at Yu Chi Xiao and the others. "Be careful. The Solar Dragon race's talent is very strong," Yu Chi Xiao reminded him sternly. She seemed even more nervous than Wang Tung. "Don't worry." Wang Tung nodded and strode towards the freshman leaderboard. His speed wasn't fast, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the freshman leaderboard stone plate. He entered without any hesitation. Wang Tung felt a sudden blur. The scene in front of him changed entirely. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, devoid of anything, giving off a sense of emptiness. He glanced at his body and found it a little strange. This was his spiritual projection, not his true physical form. When he entered the freshman leaderboard, his physical body had been stored in a separate space. Wang Tung found it strange and interesting. He didn't anticipate this magical process. He wasn't even sure when he was projected here. He felt that the instant he stepped into the freshman leaderboard, he got projected here. "You're too slow." Zhulongshan stood in front and said coldly. "Why are you in such a hurry? Are you prepared to lose?" Wang Tung looked ahead and asked calmly. You're the only one who will lose." Zhulongshan snorted. "Choose the battle scene." "You can do it." "I'm fine with anything," Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. Zhulongshan was infuriated by Wang Tung's demeanor. Without further ado, he changed the scene around him with a single thought. The once endless expanse of white had instantly turned into an expansive desert. Fierce winds swept, and sand filled the air. High above, a massive scorching sun hung in the sky, radiating blinding light and intense heat. Quite fitting for the Solar Dragon race's style. Wang Tung observed his surroundings, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. He was probably the outsider who understood the Solar Dragon race the most. No, that wasn't right. He didn't know the legacies of the Solar Dragon race. In addition to innate talents, legacies were one of the most complicated matters. Legacies with a long history would undoubtedly possess formidable inheritances. At the same time, many people outside were also rushing into the freshman leaderboard. They were in another space where they were able to observe the scene and situation in Wang Tung and Zhulongshan space. This is a desert scene. The scene here is a simulation of the real world. Its effect on the spiritual body is no different from reality. Thus, they have a significant impact on the battles of martial warriors. Chapter 1780 Torturing the Snake. Shame of the Solar Dragon Race. 2. That's right. Wang Tung will be at a disadvantage if he lets Zhulongshan choose. Zhulongshan is shameless. He chose an arena that best suited himself. After all, his reputation is on the line. He can't afford to lose. If Zhulongshan loses this match, he will probably faint from crying. In the desert, Wang Tung and Zhulongshan stood facing each other across the expanse. A whirlwind of yellow sand swept up. Neither of them uttered a word, yet in an instant, both individuals vanished from their original positions. Boom! In the next moment, an explosion reverberated in the sky. Wang Tung and Zhulongshan suddenly appeared in the sky. They turned into two spheres of light and collided with each other violently, sending terrifying force surging in all directions. The two of them opted for a physical collision. They threw their fists and blasted them at each other. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than a dozen punches. The reverberations continued to echo through the sky. The residual force swept through and lifted the yellow sand from the ground. Shock appeared on the faces of the surrounding students. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Tung and Zhulongshan retreated after exchanging a blow. They glanced at each other from thousands of meters away. Zhulongshan's expression darkened. Wang Tung, a prodigy on the star rankings, was indeed powerful. This is not enough. Zhulongshan, isn't the Solar Dragon race known for its physical strength? Is that all? Wang Tung stood in the sky and said calmly, Zhulong Shan snorted coldly as dark red flames surged from his body, coiling around his arms. Wang Tung's pupils constricted. His gaze landed on the dark red fire. Solar Dragon Flame. The Solar Dragon race was a race with extremely powerful fire talent. The Solar Dragon Flame was also extraordinary. Solar Dragon Fist. Zhulong Shan roared. He transformed into a dark red light, hurtling aggressively towards Wang Tung. Before he got close, he threw a punch. Dark red flames surged, condensing into a fist imprint and smashing towards Wang Tung with scorching heat. Cosmo Stage martial warriors were very powerful. The fist imprint filled the sky, causing the surrounding space to warp under the intense heat, leaving behind streaks of white marks. Five-element fist. Wang Tung shouted in his heart. He executed his five-element fist. The water element fist blasted out and clashed with the Solar Dragon fist. An ordinary water element fist won't stand a chance against my Solar Dragon Flame. Zhulong Shan sneered. However, his expression quickly froze. Boom! The two fists collided. The dark red flames swept over, but were instantly extinguished. The water element fist erupted with an eerie azure hue, unexpectedly possessing a kind of corrosive power, mysterious and unfathomable. How was this possible? Zhulong Shan was stunned as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. No matter how strong your flame is, how can it be stronger than wonders of nature? Wang Tung laughed and launched a fierce counterattack. He punched forward and used his water of Netherworld to counter his opponent's Solar Dragon Flame. However, even he had to admit that Zhulong Shan was indeed very powerful. Even though he had only just advanced to the Cosmos Stage, his strength exceeded that of ordinary Cosmos Stage martial artists. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors that Wang Tung met in the past couldn't be compared to him. Once these talented warriors entered the Stellar Academies and ascended to the Cosmos Stage, their power experienced explosive growth. Wang Tung found it troublesome, but so did Zhulong Shan. Wonders of nature. Zhulong Shan's eyebrows twitched when he saw the fist coming at him. He didn't know what Wang Tung was referring to. However, as he recalled the azure hue that emanated from the fist imprint earlier, his expression darkened. That water seemed capable of restraining his Solar Dragon Flame. Damn it! He refused to believe it. The Solar Dragon Flame in his body surged out even more intensely as he punched out again. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed in the sky again. The collision between the two sides shattered the space directly, causing pitch-black dimensional rifts to appear all around. From this, it could be seen how terrifying their strength was. But this time, Zhulong Shan was clearly suppressed. His Solar Dragon Flame was ultimately at a disadvantage when facing the water of Netherworld. Zhulong Shan's expression turned serious as a huge halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. The dark red halberd was incredibly peculiar. Its long shaft was covered in intricate and mysterious runes, while its sharp blade seemed to be composed of dark red dragon scales, radiating a trace of scorching heat that blended seamlessly with the Solar Dragon race's innate fire talent. Moreover, the blade of the halberd exuded a chilling gleam. At a glance, one could tell that it possessed extremely terrifying destructive power. If struck, the body of an ordinary Cosmos Stage martial artist would probably be chopped into two instantly. Again, Zhulong Shan roared as dark red flames wrapped around the halberd in his hand, causing it to emit a dazzling crimson radiance. Roar! He waved his halberd and the dark red flames condensed into a ferocious dragon head. It unleashed a thunderous roar towards Wang Tung. When Wang Tung saw that, a universe-level fire element spear appeared in his hand. He smiled and a torrent of emerald glazed flame surged forth from within him. Roaring Flame Lion Spear. 10th level Ultima, go! Boom! A majestic flaming lion materialized and roared at the sky. Wang Tung thrust his spear forward at the colossal dragon head with a resounding explosion. The powerful battle technique of the Parker's family, now wielded by Wang Tung, unleashed a terrifying power. Oh my God! Zhulongshan looked at the green flame with a horrified expression. He couldn't control his astonishment. Chapter 1781, Torturing the Snake. Shame of the Solar Dragon Race. 3. But before he could think further, boom! In the next moment, their attacks collided. The huge dark red dragon head and the green jade lion clashed fiercely in the sky, erupting with terrifying firepower. A gigantic explosion could be heard. In an instant, dark red and green flames swept out. Force fluctuations swept in all directions. An incredibly fierce gust of wind swept through the sky, sweeping away and lifting the yellow sand from the ground once again like a tornado. Moreover, this tornado was wrapped in layers of flames. Zhulongshan's gaze was fixed on the spot where the colossal dragon head and the emerald green fire lion collided. He gripped the shaft of the dark red halberd tightly in his hand, and veins popped out on his thick arm. The emerald green fire lion in front of him burst with terrifying power, making him somewhat unable to defend against it. Boom! Boom! The green flames completely overwhelmed the dark red flames. The scorching temperature swept towards Zhulongshan, causing his pupils to shrink. Boom! Suddenly, the huge dragon had exploded. Even though the emerald jade fire lion had dimmed somewhat after the exertion, it still retained a sharp spear-like brilliance. It thrust towards Zhulong Mountain with fierce determination. Zhulongshan's expression changed drastically as he swung his halberd and hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. Splat! The emerald green fire lion slammed into Zhulongshan's body and instantly exploded, turning into green flames that swallowed him. The heat of the emerald glazed flame was so terrifying that Zhulongshan instantly roared in pain. Gasp! In another area, the audience witnessed this scene and collectively drew in a sharp breath of astonishment. Zhulongshan's flames were wiped out by Wang Tung. These spectators were either from various large factions or experienced seniors. They were familiar with the Solar Dragon race and knew that the flames of the Solar Dragon race could not be underestimated. However, it could only resist Wang Tung's green flames for a moment before succumbing to them. Furthermore, at this moment, Zhulongshan was engulfed in flames and was roaring in agony. It was unbelievable. What is that green flame? Even Zhulongshan can't withstand it. Has Zhulongshan lost? No way. Zhulongshan lost so quickly? Zhulongshan should have grasped the power of a domain. He hasn't used it yet. He can't lose so quickly. In the desert, Wang Tung narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhulongshan, who was enveloped by the emerald glazed flame. Roar! A furious roar suddenly resounded, and the green flames erupted. A dark red radiance burst forth from within and expanded rapidly. Solar Dragon physique? He finally used it. Wang Tung thought to himself. The reason why he did not defeat him immediately was to farm some Solar Dragon race attributes. So far, he knew that the Solar Dragon race had 3 innate abilities. Solar Dragon Flame, Solar Dragon Physique, Solar Dragon Eye. He wanted them all. He wouldn't let any of them go. Roar! Reverberating roars continued to emanate, resounding through the sky. It was defeating. The mass of dark red radiance swiftly expanded to 1,000 feet in size. Then, a huge dragon claw emerged from it. The sharp talons were enveloped in dark red flames, exuding a chilling gleam that seemed capable of tearing apart the void. What's this? Many people who were watching the battle were shocked. Solar Dragon Physique. This must be the Solar Dragon race's Solar Dragon Physique. Zhulongshan was forced to use the Solar Dragon Physique. What exactly is that green flame? Divine Flame. Only a divine flame can force a Solar Dragon race to such an extent. Wang Tung possessed a divine flame. Yu Qiao and the others weren't surprised by the crowd's discussion. Wang Tung had already used the divine flame during the League of Talents previously. That was why they found it funny when Zhulongshan wanted to defeat Wang Tung with fire. No matter how talented he was, could he defeat someone with a divine flame? However, Yu Qiao and the others didn't expect Wang Tung to become so powerful. He only used one move to force Zhulongshan to use the solar dragon physique. Boss is so strong. Wade couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with respect. He's much stronger than before. Even Yu Yunxian opened his mouth. Wang Teng defeated him during the League of Talents. Now, Wang Teng had ascended to the Cosmos stage, and due to certain reasons, he had yet to make that leap. The gap between him and Wang Teng was widening with each passing day. He couldn't help but feel a little complicated. It's indeed very strong. Wang Teng's flames can restrain me too, Boris said fearfully. Didn't you want to fight him? What about now? Yu Qiqiao smiled. I wish to fight him even more. Boris scratched his head and chuckled. You're brave, Yu Qiqiao said with a strange look in her eyes. Wang Teng looked at the dark red ball of light in front of him. As the massive dragon claw emerged, a colossal dragon head followed suit, covered in intricate dark red scales. A pair of dragon horns atop its head hinted at a sense of nobility, while a subtle aura of power emanated from its bloodline. However, this dragon head was somewhat different from the real dragon head. It surprisingly bore a resemblance to a human face, and there were still some of Zhulongshan's facial features on it. Yet, it was covered in these dark red scales, presenting a peculiar yet harmonious appearance. Chapter 1782, Torturing the Snake. Shame of the solar dragon race. For it's so ugly, Wang Teng exclaimed. Silence. Zhulongshan glared at Wang Teng with his dark red eyes. Roar. The dragon head opened its massive maw, unleashing a deafening roar. A wave of heat surged out and gushed towards Wang Teng. The next instant, Zhulongshan's enormous body shot out from the radiance. He had fully transformed into a ferocious dragon. He roared and charged at Wang Teng, tearing the air with his dragon claws. Get lost! A cold glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he fiercely thrust his spear towards the claw. Clang! A metallic tremor resounded as the spear struck what seemed like an incredibly solid object. An immense force surged through the spear's tip. What a great strength! Wang Teng was thrown backward. He didn't expect the solar dragon physique to possess such terrifying power. Last time, when Devil Emperor Bear Brain occupied the body of the solar dragon race, he could only partially transform into a dragon. He was unable to display the true power of the solar dragon physique. However, the opponent was a high-tier Devil Emperor, which was equivalent to a universe stage martial warrior. It was already quite scary. Wang Teng always could fight beyond his tier. But this time, even though Zhulongshan was also at the Cosmos stage, the power he unleashed gave him a sense of pressure. Wang Teng realized that he had underestimated the solar dragon race. Roar! Zhulongshan roared. He coiled his body and swirled through the air. With a sweeping motion, he charged once more at Wang Teng. Suddenly, his giant dragon tail whipped forward. Boom! The dragon tail left a trail of lingering shadows in the air as it swept forward. The space around it burst, unable to withstand the pressure. Oomph! Wang Teng snorted as he activated his ancient god's body. A pattern of golden lines emerged on his forehead. Blood churned within him, and his power erupted. The spear vanished from his hand. Wang Teng showed no signs of backing down and instead advanced boldly, grabbing the sweeping tail with his hand. Bang! A dull thud was heard. Zhulongshan's tail was stopped forcefully. It couldn't move an inch further. Roar! Zhulongshan bellowed in anger. Strength erupted from his body. Wang Teng tightened his grip on the tail as the energy within his body flowed out relentlessly. But it wasn't enough. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. The power of the solar dragon physique was truly frightening. Even after activating the ancient god's body, Wang Teng couldn't move the tail. Dragon Blood Battle Physique. The power of flames was unleashed. Flame patterns emerged on the surface of his body, exuding an intense heat that enveloped him. Hiss! Hiss! As he was pressing his hands on Zhulongshan's body, Zhulongshan could feel the scorching heat. His tough dark red scales gave off a hissing sound. At the same time, Wang Teng's strength increased dramatically. The giant dragon tail trembled and gradually rose. Ah! The next instant, Wang Teng let out a furious bellow and lifted Zhulong Shan's massive body into the air. Roar! Zhulong Shan tried to resist, but it was all in vain. His body drew a beautiful and graceful arc in the sky, uncontrollably. Boom! Wang Teng swung his body angrily, slamming Zhulong Shan on the ground violently. Explosions were heard. Roar! Roar! Zhulong Shan kept screaming in pain, his voice a mix of anger and suffering. His massive form writhed and struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Wang Teng's grip. It was useless. His hands were like a pair of pincers, firmly clamped on his vulnerable point, rendering him powerless. Furthermore, the searing heat emitting from his hands drilled into his body like fire serpents. It seemed to be burning his body from within. Zhulong Shan was in disbelief. The ruthlessness in his dragon eyes was gone, replaced by astonishment. As a race with exceptional fire talent, he was being tormented to the point of near death by the power of flames. This was a humiliation. These thoughts only lasted for a fleeting moment. Soon, he found himself unable to hold on any longer. Wang Teng's frenzied movements left him dizzy and disoriented. His head was throbbing as if it were about to burst. He didn't have any mental capacity left to think about anything else. Boom! 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 After some time, Wang Teng finally let go. He threw Zhulong Shan on the ground like a dead snake. Bang! The enormous body slammed onto the yellow sand, kicking up clouds of dust. Silence. In the other space, the audience exchanged glances with one another. The silence was eerie. After a few seconds, so violent, someone swallowed his saliva and stuttered. The solar dragon race got thrown around. How terrifying is Wang Teng's strength? No one believed what they saw. At the same time, they found it a little funny. The arrogant and domineering Zhulong Shan was completely defenseless. It was unexpected. This is tragic. This is a humiliation to the solar dragon race. Everyone sympathized with Zhulong Shan. This fits his style. Yu Qiqiao commented with a strange expression. I think I'm lucky that I didn't experience this kind of suffering, Wade said with relief. Does Wang Teng like to hit people like this? Borat asked awkwardly. He suddenly regretted his decision to challenge Wang Teng. No way. Yu Qiqiao was caught between laughter and tears. If you fight with him, he won't treat you like this. Really? Borat asked naively. Of course, he's not that kind of person, Yu Qiqiao said firmly. She felt that she was too kind. She helped Wang Teng to salvage his image. That's good. Borat heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1783, The Emergence of Blade, The Power of Heaven. Victory. 1. In the desert within the freshman leaderboard space. Wang Teng lowered his head and looked down at Zhulong Shan. He saw the attribute bubbles floating around him and smiled. At first, he was worried that attribute bubbles couldn't be dropped in this space. Now he felt relieved. This space must be special since it could project his spirit and fully unleash a martial warrior's strength. Thus, attribute bubbles could be dropped here. In the past, Wang Teng was able to collect attribute bubbles within the virtual universe. This space seemed to share a similarity with the virtual universe. Wang Teng didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the attribute bubbles. Divine level fire talent, *1000 solar dragon flame, *1000 solar dragon flame, *2000 constellation force, fire, *2000 constellation force, fire, *1600 solar dragon physique, *100 solar dragon physique, *200 he's wealthy. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, he immediately felt the changes. The harvest was quite impressive. There were 1,000 points of divine-level fire talent. The Solar Dragon race's fire talent was indeed exceptional. Wang Teng's fire talent had already reached the divine level. With the addition of another 1,000 points, he immediately felt that his talent had become stronger. Divine-level fire talent. 6,400/50,000 then. There were 3,000 points of Solar Dragon Flame. They were thrown into the Solar Dragon Flame in Wang Teng's inner cosmos. The flame grew stronger as if fuel was added to it. The solar dragon flame was quite powerful. Among all the flames Wang Teng had, the solar dragon flame was second only to the 4 divine flames. It was much more powerful than normal beast flames, rock flames, and plant flames. Of course, each type of flame has its unique characteristics and purposes. They couldn't be generalized. Since they were free, Wang Teng didn't mind having more flames at his disposal. Next was the constellation Fire Force. He gained 3,000 points in total. It didn't seem like much, but it was a sizable amount. Zhulong Shan and Wang Teng were both first-level Cosmo Stage martial warriors. How much Constellation Fire Force could he drop? Constellation Fire Force, 3,000/10,000, Cosmo Stage First Level. The last attribute surprised Wang Teng. Solar Dragon Physique. It was the Solar Dragon Physique. Last time, when the Devil Emperor Bearbrain took control of Solar Dragon Race's martial warrior, he didn't drop any Solar Dragon Physique attributes. Hence, Wang Teng was surprised at this gain. Was it because his Solar Dragon Physique wasn't complete? Wang Teng wondered to himself. It wasn't entirely implausible. Talents were different from battle techniques and scriptures. You could find incomplete scriptures and battle techniques attributes, but not talents. While he was thinking, Wang Teng sensed the additional knowledge about the Solar Dragon Physique in his mind. Similar to Zhulong Shan's transformation earlier, this Solar Dragon Physique could take on the appearance of a Solar Dragon's body, possessing formidable strength, defense, and more. Just the physical strength alone was comparable to Wang Teng's ancient god's body. This proved how powerful the Solar Dragon Physique was. However, after executing the Solar Dragon Physique, one would completely lose its human shape. This was a huge problem. Wang Teng glanced down at the transformed Zhulong Shan. He looked a little frightening. This wasn't what he wanted to turn into. He didn't mind transforming into a real dragon. It was at least more imposing and beautiful. However, the Solar Dragon looked a little unflattering. Wang Teng expressed his dissatisfaction. He would never transform. No way. At this moment, a slight change appeared on the attributes board. At the end of the Solar Dragon Physique and Dragon Blood Battle Physique row, there was a prompt indicating the possibility of a merger. Wang Teng was stunned. How was this possible? Upon closer consideration, it seemed logical. They were both dragons. They might be close relatives. Wang Teng chose to merge them. He wanted to see the outcome before making any judgments. The attributes board immediately changed. Solar Dragon Physique plus Dragon Blood Battle Physique equals True Dragon Battle Physique pseudo. True Dragon Battle Physique. Wang Teng pondered for a moment and closed his eyes to feel the changes. He was enlightened. The fusion of these two constitutions into the True Dragon Battle Physique pseudo undoubtedly resulted in a more powerful physique. Its transformation wasn't the same as the Solar Dragon Physique. Instead, it leaned closer to the Dragon Blood Battle Physique. This meant that if Wang Teng executed the True Dragon Battle Physique pseudo, he wouldn't grow in size or transform into a dragon form. He would retain his human body, but dragon scales formed from condensed flames would appear. These dragon scales could enhance his defense, protecting his true form as long as the scales remain intact. The True Dragon Battle Physique pseudo combined the characteristics of both the Dragon Blood Battle Physique and the Solar Dragon Physique, allowing the user to unleash terrifying power. Its power wasn't just double that of the Dragon Blood Battle Physique. This was a combination where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered with excitement. He felt that he had hit the jackpot. He didn't expect the system to have such an operation. He wished he could cheer for it. With this, he could use the True Dragon Battle Physique pseudo without worry. He wouldn't have to turn into that ugly creature. Instead, as he envisioned, the result of the transformation would be quite cool and handsome. Chapter 1784, The Emergence of Blade, The Power of Heaven. Victory. 2. But why is there a pseudo? Wang Teng looked at the words in the brackets and felt a strong sense of resentment. You can call it the True Dragon Battle Physique, but why add the pseudo at the back? It lowers the grade of this technique instantly. Could there be a true Dragon Battle Physique? Wang Teng rubbed his chin and speculated with a smile. If the pseudo-true dragon battle physique was already so powerful, imagine true dragon battle physique. The level of the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, was at the 4th rank, just like the dragon blood battle physique. There was no change in level. True dragon battle physique, pseudo, 2300/40,000, 4th rank. Looks like I can improve my true dragon battle physique, pseudo, by improving my dragon blood battle physique. Wang Tung thought to himself. The glimmer in his eyes got brighter. Having a way to improve was always better than having none. This meant that he could continue collecting attributes from the Parker's family. The fusion of these two dragon-like physiques even sparked an idea in him. Could he potentially obtain other dragon-like physiques in the future and then merge them? As he accumulated more and more merged dragon-like physiques, would he be closer to achieving the so-called true dragon battle physique? Wang Tung felt excited just thinking about it. It felt promising. All these happened within a few breaths. A strange fluctuation suddenly erupted from Zhu Longshan's body. Immediately, a unique dark red domain spread out in all directions, pulling Wang Tung into it. Wang Tung's expression changed slightly. He glanced around him. This dark red domain was unique. The sky, the ground, and everything around were tinted with a dark red hue, like cracked molten lava. From those cracks, magma occasionally spewed out, filling the air with thick steam and scorching heat that permeated the entire domain. 4th rank domain. This was a 4th rank fire domain, as expected of a talent from the Solar Dragon race. Zhu Longshan grasped a 4th rank domain at the Cosmos stage. His strength was not to be underestimated. Wang Tung grew more serious. If he didn't manage to raise his frost domain and the flaming magnetic domain to the 5th rank when he was in the chaotic Uncharted, he would only be on par with Zhu Longshan now. He stood on a piece of cracked magma and scanned his surroundings. He saw no signs of Zhu Longshan. The massive body disappeared without a trace. The power of this domain was truly peculiar. However, it was impossible to evade Wang Tung's eyes. Realize, Wang Tung activated this skill in his mind. His pupils turned golden as he scanned the domain, piercing through layers of energy barriers. He spotted Zhu Longshan. He was still in his large solar dragon form. Wisps of peculiar fluctuations radiating outwards, exerting control over the entire domain. Boom! Suddenly, molten lava erupted from under Wang Tung's feet, forming a column of magma that shot up into the sky, enveloping him entirely. A sinister grin spread across Zhu Longshan's hideous face covered with scales. "Are you happy?" A calm voice appeared beside his ear. The vertical pupils in Zhu Longshan's eyes constricted sharply. Was he discovered? This was impossible. He merged with his domain and hid his aura completely. How could he be discovered? But when he looked up in the direction of the voice, he realized Wang Tung had somehow appeared above him. He was looking down with a calm and indifferent gaze. Every scale on Chulong Mountain's body seemed to stand on end. Wang Tung was looking at him. This thought appeared in Zhu Longshan's mind almost instantly. Despite feeling that he was well hidden, the expression in the other party's eyes told him that he found him. Then, Wang Tung grinned at him. F***K. Zhu Longshan cursed in his heart. He lashed his dragon body and fled immediately. Dying. At the same time, the lava behind Wang Tung erupted once again, sending columns of molten rock flying toward him. The power of the domain was infused within these lava columns. When they exploded, they sealed off the area around Wang Tung completely, leaving him no chance to evade. A normal Cosmos stage martial warrior would have been defeated by now. Even if they survived, they would be severely injured. Zhu Longshan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. What a close call. He was nearly discovered. That bastard nearly smashed him into doubting his dragon bloodline. He didn't dare to let Wang Tung get close to him anymore. He could guarantee that once Wang Tung touched him, he would face that hellish experience again. He shuddered uncontrollably when he remembered that feeling. Thus, the erupting magma columns became even more frequent and terrifying within the domain. He intended to exhaust Wang Tang to death. Light bolt. A calm voice came from within the column of lava. Zhulang Shan's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, he saw a white light shuttled through the magma at an almost imperceptible speed. It appeared in front of him in an instant. What a fast speed! That's a light element battle technique? Zhulang Shan was flabbergasted. He suddenly realized something. Oh shit! He shouted and tried to escape. However, it was too late. Chapter 1785, The Emergence of Blade, The Power of Heaven. Victory. 3. Boom. A domain erupted from Wang Tung's body and pulled Zhulang Shan in instantly, leaving him nowhere to hide. Zhulang Shan looked around in shock, only to see massive meteorites floating all around, densely packed and too numerous to count. Welcome to my flaming magnetic meteor domain. Wang Ting stood on top of Zhulang Shan's head and said calmly, Solar Dragon Flame Domain. Zhulang Shan suppressed his anger and shock and let out a fierce roar. His dark red domain exploded, colliding with Wang Tung's flaming magnetic meteor domain. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the domain erupted, and the two domains eroded and annihilated each other like two small worlds. Flaming meteor. Wang Tung pointed with his finger, and countless meteors gathered, forming a colossal supermeteorite with flames burning on its surface. It streaked across the sky like a shooting star and headed straight for the Solar Dragon Flame domain. Solar Dragon Flame Pillar. Zhulang Shan's pupils contracted as he let out a thunderous roar. The molten lava pillars within the domain erupted in unison, converging into a terrifying column of fire that surged forward. Boom! The next moment, the pillar of fire collided with a meteorite, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Flames swept out and filled the sky. The dark red and green flames formed two seas of flames and clashed continuously in a bid to annihilate the other. 4th rank hybrid domain. Zhulang Shan's voice was filled with shock, and his expression was extremely grim as he felt an extremely overwhelming pressure. At this moment, he understood how terrifying Wang Tung's domain was. He was extremely appalled. His Solar Dragon Flame domain was able to reach the 4th rank due to guidance from powerful individuals within his clan. Besides, it was also linked to his talent. The Solar Dragon Flame domain was a powerful domain developed with the talent of the Solar Dragon race, known as the Solar Dragon Flame. Many people in the Solar Dragon race had mastered this domain. They had a comprehensive heritage, allowing the younger generation of the Solar Dragon race to comprehend it in advance through the guidance of the experts in the race. This was also the reason why Zhulang Shan's domain was able to reach the 4th rank when he was only at the 1st level of the Cosmos stage. However, not only did Wang Tung display a 4th rank domain, his domain was a hybrid domain. How could this guy be so abnormal? Zhulang Shan found it unbelievable. Ever since he started fighting with Wang Tung, every aspect of Wang Tung's performance had left him with a sense of powerlessness. In the face of absolute strength, his pride was trampled on the ground. However, he didn't know that Wang Tung's flaming magnetic meteor domain wasn't at the 4th rank. It was a 5th rank hybrid domain. Boom! The dark red pillar of fire in the sky finally collapsed under the bombardment of meteors. It turned into a torrential rain of molten lava and fire and poured down. Zhulang Shan's huge body hovered in the rain of fire and completely stiffened. Wang Ting looked down at him. A faint disdainful smile appeared on his face. There was no need for a 5th rank flaming magnetic meteor domain. A 4th rank domain was enough to destroy his Solar Dragon Flame domain. That was his strength. You've lost. The calm voice reached Zhulang Shan's ears. Yet it sounded grating. I'm from the Solar Dragon race. I won't lose. Solar Dragon. Solar Dragon. Wang Tung's expression was reflected in Zhulang Shan's eyes. He felt extremely humiliated and roared indignantly. I am a Solar Dragon. Open in day, close at night. With a furious roar, his huge dragon eyes closed and opened again, suddenly transforming into shades of black and white. In an instant, the world seemed to fall silent. Everything turned to darkness. all light disappeared, plunging into pure and extreme darkness. However, before everything plunged into darkness, Zhulong Shan didn't see the smirk on Wang Tung's face. He had the solar dragon eye as well. Zhulong Shan's huge body glided in the darkness as he charged towards Wang Tung. A dark crimson beam of light condensed in his mouth, and it even contained a trace of the power of origin. Terrifying energy spread out. Yet in this darkness, none of this could be seen. It was as if any light that emerged was devoured by the darkness. Die! Zhulong Shan roared. A dark crimson light shot out from the dragon's mouth, aimed at Wang Tung. It's time to end this. At this moment, a relaxed voice was heard. A blade appeared in Wang Tung's hand. He then swung it casually, and a blade glow blasted across the sky. The emergence of blade, the power of heaven. Huang Heaven Blade, infused with the origin of earth. As this strike cleaved through, it not only split apart the dark crimson radiance, but also shattered the expanse of darkness before them. The world was illuminated by a yellowish blade glow. It looked like the sky. The blade glow was also reflected in Zhulong Shan's eyes. His mind went blank. The blade glow sliced through, and the dragon head was sent flying. Zhulong Shan's body turned into light and vanished. Everything was over. The spectators didn't even see what was going on before the match ended. Wang Tung won. Everyone stared blankly at Wang Tung, who was floating above the desert. They were bewildered. It seemed as though they hadn't fully regained their senses. He won. He really won. Zhulong Shan has already left. So strong. Wang Tung is ridiculously strong. What was that just now? It was so dark, and I couldn't see anything. That seems to be the talent of the solar dragon race, the solar dragon eye. Open in day, close at night. That technique was incredible, but Zhulong Shan still lost. I think I saw a yellow blade glow. It's so scary. For a moment, the crowd broke out into an intense discussion and was unable to calm down for a long time. The battle was too exciting. Even the genius martial warriors from the various territorial domains felt that it was an eye-opening experience. Their trips were not in vain. The strength of the two opposing sides left them utterly astonished. I think I used too much strength. Wang Tung muttered to himself as he stood in the sky and looked at the spot where Zhulong Shan disappeared. He didn't even have the opportunity to take out his lightning slap. Everyone, Chapter 1786, The Struggle Within the Solar Dragon Race. 1. Everyone was speechless. Wang Tung didn't speak loudly, but they could hear him clearly. They felt exasperated and wanted to complain. This guy had already won, yet he still wanted to mock Zhulong Shan. What's more, he looked as if he didn't use his full strength. How pretentious. Zhulong Shan wasn't weak. To them, even if Wang Tung won, it must have cost him a considerable amount of effort. It wasn't as easy as it seemed. He only said this to anger Zhulong Shan. After all, they were all here watching, and these words were bound to spread through their mouths. By then, everyone would know that Zhulong Shan had lost terribly and was even mocked by Wang Tung. That was why they were all criticizing Wang Tung for being insensitive. Yu Chi Qiao and the others wore strange expressions on their faces. They believed Wang Tung's words. No one knew Wang Tung's abilities better than them. This guy became more frightening after advancing to the Cosmos stage. He didn't use his full strength while battling Zhulong Shan. Many of his powerful techniques weren't used either. Although the League of Talents had great outreach, there was still some information blockade in each territorial domain. People from other territorial domains would have some delays in getting this information. Hence, many people didn't know the extent of Wang Tung's strength. Coupled with the fact that he had advanced to the Cosmos stage, even the people of the Great Qian Empire didn't know how strong he was now. In the desert, Wang Tung scanned his surroundings and picked up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire, Asterisk 1200 Solar Dragon Flame, Domain, Asterisk 500 Solar Dragon, I, Asterisk 600 Solar Dragon, I, Asterisk 300 Cosmos Realm Spirit, Asterisk 1200 Universe Realm Enlightenment, Asterisk 2000. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body one by one, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The gains from this time were equally impressive compared to the previous ones. His constellation fire force increased by 1,200 points, and it was about to reach the halfway point of the Cosmos stage. Constellation fire force, 4,200/10,000, Cosmos stage, first level. Following that was the Solar Dragon Flame domain, which was the one that Zhulongshan had cast. It was a powerful fire element domain. However, Wang Tung's fire domain had merged into the flaming magnetic meteor domain, and it had already reached the 5th rank. Thus, the Solar Dragon Flame domain wasn't that important to him anymore. The only benefit it could bring him was that it could increase the traits of his flaming magnetic meteor domain. The power of the Solar Dragon Flame Pillar was quite good. If a similar Flame Pillar attack was added to the flaming magnetic meteor domain, the power would greatly increase. Next was the Solar Dragon Eye attribute. Wang Tung had obtained this attribute before, and it was already at the real stage. This addition would allow his Solar Dragon Eye to become stronger, pushing it towards the realm beyond the real stage. Solar Dragon Eye, 4026/10,000, real stage, 4,026 points, just over 5,000 points left. Wang Tung was looking forward to it. If his Solar Dragon Eye advanced past the real stage, its power would increase tremendously. Heaven stage and universe stage martial warriors might not even be able to deal with him. If Zhulongshan used the Solar Dragon Eye against any other Cosmos stage martial warriors, they would have been defeated. However, he met Wang Tung, who had obtained the Solar Dragon Eye through his system. His Solar Dragon Eye was even more advanced than Zhulongshan's, so he wasn't afraid of it at all. Besides those, Zhulongshan had also dropped 2 other attributes, the Cosmos Realm Spirit and Universe Realm Enlightenment. This improved his Spirit and Enlightenment attributes by a little. Spirit, 16900/200000, Cosmos Realm, Enlightenment, 117600/300000, Universe Level. Wang Teng's current Spirit and Enlightenment attributes had started from scratch, so he couldn't let go of any attributes. Every point counts. Wang Tung was disappointed that Zhulongshan didn't drop any Origin of Flame attribute bubbles. However, when he looked at his attributes board, it dawned on him. His Origin of Flame had reached the 2nd rank long ago. Based on the previous battle, Zhulongshan's Origin of Flame was only at the 1st rank. How could he increase his attribute value with that? What a pity. I'm too fast. Even attribute points are hard to come by now. Wang Tung sighed. As a prodigy, he thought that Zhulongshan would give him surprises. But he was wrong. He then left the desert immediately. Outside the freshman leaderboard, many people had already left the freshman leaderboard. They looked up at the rankings. However, before the ranking changed, a ripple spread out from the stone tablet, and a figure appeared. It was none other than Zhulongshan. He was in a sorry state. His complexion was pale, and he looked very weak. Being killed in the freshman leaderboard space had its repercussions. When others sparred, they at most suffer some injuries, and the impact wouldn't be too significant. However, Zhulongshan was killed. His spirit suffered some damage, and he would need to recuperate for some time. Look, it's Zhulongshan. He's out. Someone shouted, and everyone turned to look at Zhulongshan. This feeling of being the center of attention made Zhulongshan very uncomfortable. His face felt like it was on fire, although it was pale. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. Chapter 1787, The Struggle Within the Solar Dragon Race. 2. He lost. In the end, he lost to Wang Tung. His boastful words became a joke. Not only did he fail to retrieve the body, but he also lost 30,000 points for nothing. He almost coughed up blood at this outcome. The memories of his battle with Wang Tung in the freshman leaderboard caused a hint of fear to flicker in his eyes. How could this guy be so strong? Both of them advanced to the Cosmos stage recently, and he was a genius ranked among the top 10 in the Solar Dragon territorial domain. Yet, compared to Wang Tung, the disparity was unexpectedly vast. This was unbelievable. Were the talents on the star rankings truly that extraordinary? Zhulongshan's expression kept changing. His eyes revealed a deep sense of unwillingness. Zhulongshan's expression is so gloomy. He looks like he wants to eat us. Well, he lost. If I lost, I'll want to tear someone apart. I didn't expect the solar dragon race to lose to Wang Teng. Zhulongshan is so pitiful. It looks like we need to reevaluate Wang Teng's ability. Those who wanted to climb over him to get ahead will have to think twice now. That's right. If they underestimate Wang Teng's strength, they might be the next Zhulongshan. The crowd pointed and whispered about Zhulongshan. The discussions never spread incessantly. Ripples appeared on the freshman leaderboard stone plate again. A tall and slender figure emerged. It was Wang Teng. There was a moment of silence. Everyone shifted their gaze away from Zhulongshan and focused on Wang Teng. Coincidentally, a dazzling golden light suddenly radiated from the freshman leaderboard stone plate behind him. Ring. In an instant, that golden light ascended from the bottom of the stone plate, soaring in a matter of a few breaths to reach the very top. Eventually, it coalesced into a name. Wang Teng. Gasp! There was an uproar among the onlookers. Even those who had witnessed the battle between Wang Teng and Zhulongshan and had anticipated this outcome were still struck by the impactful sight of the rapidly ascending name. Under the backdrop of the golden light, Wang Teng's figure became even more dazzling. He left a deep impression on many people. Wang Teng. Zhulongshan turned his head abruptly and looked at Wang Teng. He squeezed these two words through his gritted teeth. His hatred for Wang Teng had reached an extreme point. This honor should have belonged to him, but Wang Teng ruined it all. He was greatly humiliated. Everyone in the academy was probably laughing at him now. He confidently asked Wang Teng to challenge him in the past, only to be defeated so miserably. What a joke. Wang Teng glanced at him and smiled calmly. Zhulongshan, you lost. I'm sorry, I can't return the body to you. Zhulongshan's face turned green in anger when he heard Wang Teng bringing up this matter. He didn't have the confidence to ask Wang Teng to hand over the body anymore. He couldn't win him. What else could he do? Wang Teng, this matter isn't over. Zhulongshan snorted coldly. The body of the solar dragon race will never be left outside. Even if I can't get it back, someone will take it back from you. Let them come and take it, Wang Teng said calmly. However, if their attitude is the same as yours, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm more than willing to accept points from others. Zhulongshan furrowed his brows. He remembered his 30,000 points. It was a pain that made it hard to breathe. If he could retrieve that body, then spending 30,000 points would be worthwhile. After all, he could find a way to get the points back. But now it was all in vain. He felt extremely frustrated. I think the solar dragon race is quite wealthy. You should have some influence within the academy, right? You must have a lot of points. Feel free to come find me, Wang Teng said with a smile. Zhulongshan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Wang Teng was treating him like a gullible fool. No, he was treating the entire solar dragon race as gullible fools. The others listened to Wang Teng's words, and their expressions turned odd. Wang Teng was a ruthless man. Wasn't he afraid of offending the solar dragon race? Many people's gaze flickered. Wang Teng's audacity forced them to reconsider whether they should risk offending him. If they didn't have the confidence to defeat him, the consequences of offending him might not be any better than Zhulongshan. Just wait. Zhulongshan's face turned ashen. The mocking glances around him prevented him from staying any longer. He left with a harsh remark and turned away. Goodbye. Wang Teng waved his hands cheerfully behind him. Honestly, he was disappointed. Zhulongshan managed to control himself. He missed an opportunity to get more attribute bubbles. Well, he couldn't keep fleecing the same sheep over and over. He would let its wool grow longer first before fleecing it again. I wonder if this will attract other solar dragon race martial warriors. Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself in anticipation. In the Stellar Academy, the solar dragon race couldn't do anything to him. Only the students from the same batch as him could fight with him. As long as they were in the same batch, Wang Teng wasn't afraid. These thoughts flashed through his mind. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He landed on the ground and met up with Yu Chi Qiao and the others. Boss, you're amazing. Wade leaned forward excitedly when he saw Wang Teng. Of course, Wang Teng glanced at him and replied calmly. Wade was speechless. Yu Qiao and Borat burst out laughing. This fatty didn't understand Wang Tung well enough. Chapter 1788, The Struggle Within the Solar Dragon Race. 3. You defeated Zhulong Shan. I don't think he will let you go so easily, Yu Qiao said seriously after laughing for some time. I know. Let's wait for the Solar Dragon Race to come and look for me. Wang Tung smiled. Are you trying to extort money from the Solar Dragon Race? Yu Qiao asked with a strange expression. Why not? Wang Tung asked. Well, I was worried you offended them too much. Did you not see the look in Zhulong Shan's eyes just now? He looked like he wanted to devour you, Yu Qiao said. Don't worry. The Solar Dragon Race doesn't have the ability to devour me, Wang Tung replied indifferently. Yu Qiao saw his confidence and kept quiet. At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. Looking for you? Yu Qiao looked at the person and asked. Wang Tung turned around and saw the other party. His expression changed slightly. He smiled and asked, Are you sure you want to challenge me today? Challenge Wang Tung. The people around them were shocked when they heard Wang Tung's words. Many of them who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Was there another match to watch? Such thoughts raced through many minds. Soon, a buzz of discussions filled the air. That looks like Gallop. Gallop is from a powerful faction in the Gault territorial domain. He's also won the top 10 in the League of Talents. I heard that he's a physical cultivator with a strong physique. Strong physique? Could it be that he saw Wang Tung's fighting style and wanted to challenge him because he knew that Wang Tung's physical body is powerful too? You might not know this, but Gallop was originally the record holder for the freshman who traveled the furthest in the Lightning Valley. Wang Tung overtook him, so they agreed yesterday to have a duel today. So that's what happened. However, Wang Tung's physical body is so strong that Zhulong Shan, even Zhulong Shan, can't win him. Will Gallop be able to win him? It's hard to say. Gallop is a lightning element martial warrior who refines his body using lightning energy. In terms of physical strength, he might be stronger than Zhulong Shan. They are from different territorial domains, so their systems are different. No one knows who's stronger without a fight. Yu Qiao and the others looked at Gallop in surprise. One duel just ended and another one came? No. Gallop felt a little awkward. He scratched his head and said, I think I should postpone the challenge. Everyone, what happened to the challenge? He wanted to postpone it. This fellow was obviously afraid. Yu Qiao and the others stared at Gallop strangely. They found it somewhat amusing. No problem. Wang Tung was caught between laughter and tears. He didn't expect this fellow to back out after watching his battle with Zhulong Shan. This fellow was burly and strong, so one wouldn't expect him to go back on his words. Wang Tung was surprised. Nonetheless, it made him regard Gallop in a new light. Not everyone had the courage to say such words akin to conceding, especially among talents who were particularly sensitive about their reputations. Wang Tung and the others didn't know that Gallop got frightened because he saw Wang Tung's brutal fighting method. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have challenged Wang Tung no matter what, especially since he was a physically powerful, talented martial warrior. Well, Wang Tung was unconventional. Compared to Zhulong Shan, who got thrown around violently, Gallop felt that it wasn't embarrassing to postpone the challenge. He was full of muscles, but he wasn't stupid. All right, they'll look for you when I'm confident enough. Gallop turned around and left. He probably went back to continue his cultivation. This fellow is a cultivation maniac, Wade said. People like him are more straightforward. Yu Qiao blinked. At least more straightforward than Zhulong Shan, Wang Tung chuckled. He felt a hint of regret in his heart. He couldn't get more tribute bubbles from that guy. Borat, don't you want to challenge Wang Tung? Yu Qiao asked. I think he'll wait, Borat chuckled. All of you got frightened by him. You're so timid, Yu Qiao said with contempt. Why don't you do it? Wade teased. I've already lost. He'll find a chance to knock him unconscious in the future, Yu Qiao replied. Are you sure you want to discuss knocking me unconscious right in front of me? Wang Tung felt speechless. The group laughed and boarded the spacecraft, leaving the area where the freshman leaderboard was. Meanwhile, news of Wang Tung's victory over Zhulong Shan spread. It wasn't just among the new students. Many senior students were aware of it too. Wang Tung made a name for himself among the freshmen. From the start, his reputation wasn't low. He was a prodigy who entered the star rankings, so everyone knew about him, whether they wanted to or not. However, since they didn't witness Wang Tung's ability personally, they had their doubts. Now that Wang Tung had defeated a genius martial warrior from the Solar Dragon race, he cemented his reputation. Even if there were still people who harbored resentment, they didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. He defeated a talent from the Solar Dragon race. This Wang Tung is interesting. At the Academy's Arbitration Association, Senior Wu De showed a keen interest. Many senior students shared similar sentiments. Also, some factions formed by the students in the Academy began to take a heightened interest in Wang Tung. Competition within the Academy was fierce. Thus, some like-minded martial warriors would gather together for mutual support, forming factions of various sizes in the Academy. Don't be deceived by the term Academy factions. In reality, they were composed of Heaven Stage, Universe Stage, and even Eternal Stage martial warriors. Chapter 1789. The Struggle Within the Solar Dragon Race. 4. These factions would be powerful even in the outside world. Even mighty forces like the Parker's family, which had dominated the great Qian Empire for years, might not be as powerful as these Academy factions. Moreover, these factions weren't limited to the Academy alone. They had extensive networks of relationships beyond the Academy. The Academy was just a microcosm of their influence. A few Solar Dragon race martial warriors were gathered in a manor in the Academy. He lost. Zhulong Shan is a disgrace to our Solar Dragon race. A Heaven Stage martial warrior from the Solar Dragon race crossed his arms in front of his chest and snorted. I've already told you that Wang Tung isn't an easy person to deal with, and we shouldn't offend him. However, you didn't believe me, another lady from the Solar Dragon race said with a smirk. Although this lady was from the Solar Dragon race and was at least 5 meters tall, her body was well-proportioned and not overly bulky. She didn't look strange. Her figure was extremely voluptuous, and along with the dragon horns on her head, she exuded a unique charm. Unlike the male members of the Solar Dragon race, she was quite attractive. She wasn't rough-looking. Zhulong Shuang, stop making sarcastic remarks. It's of no benefit to either of us if we don't get that body back, the Heaven Stage martial warrior said coldly. Believe it or not, if I go and retrieve it, I can bring it back easily, Zhulong Shuang said calmly as she swirled a glass of red wine in her hand. You? The Solar Dragon race man scoffed. What will you do if I succeed? Zhulong Shuang asked. Zhulong how? What if Zhulong Shuang uses her charm and succeeds? Another martial warrior from the Solar Dragon race laughed and commented. Get lost. Zhulong Shuang snapped. How can a lady from the Solar Dragon race do such a thing? Zhulong Hao snorted. Then he looked at Zhulong Shuang and said, if you succeed, they'll give you 100,000 points. 100,000 points isn't enough. Zhulong Shuang said. How much do you want? Zhulong Hao frowned and asked. 300,000. Zhulong Shuang said. 300,000. Zhulong Hao was infuriated. Why don't you just snatch the points from me? The others were also taken aback. 300,000 points wasn't a small sum for them. After all, no one's points appeared out of thin air. In the Academy, points were extremely important. They were needed everywhere. 300,000 points was enough to buy an Eternal Stage scripture. If you don't dare, just say it. Zhulong Shuang purposely angered him. You. Zhulong Hao fell for the ply. He glared at Zhulong Shuang and said, fine, 300,000 it is. If you can get the body back, I can afford to give you 300,000 points. All right, you said it. Everyone, be our witness, Zhulong Shuang immediately shouted. The others naturally agreed with a smile. Zhulong Hao and Zhulong Shuang were not from the same lineage. They were happy to watch them argue. I'm not done yet. What if I brought it back first? Zhulong Hao asked with a sly look in his eyes. Fisk, is this your plan? Zhulong Shuang rolled her eyes. She was speechless. What do you want? If I retrieve it first, you'll give me 300,000 points, Zhulong Hao said. Zhulong Shuang stared at Zhulong Hao for some time, wanting to see where his confidence came from. Do you dare to agree? Zhulong Hao smiled. Why won't I? I've already said that I can retrieve it, Zhulong Shuang replied with a smile. Since you're so confident, let's set a time limit. I can't wait forever, Zhulong Hao said. How about 1 month? Excluding some uncertain factors, 1 month should be enough, Zhulong Shuang pondered and suggested. All right, 1 month. Let's see who retrieves it first. Zhulong Hao agreed without any hesitation. After agreeing, the members of the Solar Dragon race dispersed. Despite being from the same race, they came from different branches and fought for interests and benefits within the race. They weren't necessarily united in purpose and often engaged in internal competitions. Retrieving the Solar Dragon race's body was a mission assigned by the higher authorities. It could be considered a subtle power struggle within the race. Chapter 1790 Gathering. The Constellation Society. 1. In Wang Teng's manner. Wang Teng, Yu Qi Qiao, Borit, Wade, and Yu Yunxian were all gathered together. After they came back from the freshman leaderboard, they came directly to Wang Teng's manor. Wang Teng didn't care about what was happening outside. The battle between him and Zhulong Shan stirred up quite a commotion. Many factions started acting in secret, but these matters didn't affect Wang Teng. The inevitable will come, and trying to stop it won't make a difference. Hence, there was no point worrying over it. He would just lie back and wait. Even if he hadn't paid much attention, he could still guess what was happening. It wasn't that he didn't prepare anything. He knew that the best preparation was to raise his ability. As long as he was powerful enough, he could overcome any obstacles that came his way. It was that simple. At this moment, in the main hall of Wang Teng's manor, Wang Teng and his friends were discussing about the formation of the Mutual Help Association. The Mutual Help Association, originally formed by Wade, was just a rudimentary organization aimed at sharing information and assisting each other. The group wasn't large. That was why their interactions were relatively straightforward without much conflict of interest. However, the Mutual Help Association that Wang Teng was planning to establish was different. They intended to use this platform to execute their plans and earn a substantial amount of points. Once matters involved interests, they ceased to remain pure. There would inevitably be various issues that were not present before. This was similar to how friends could turn against each other over a few hundred yuan. In this case, they were dealing with a huge amount of precious points. Boss, do you need me to contact them now? Wade asked. There's no hurry. We'll inform them after we've finished discussing it. Those that want to join can do so. I won't force anyone, Wang Teng said. It's best if we could do a thorough review. We shouldn't just accept anyone. Yu Qi Qiao contemplated for a moment and carefully suggested after glancing at Wade. I agree with Sister Yu. Wade nodded in deep thought. Yu Qi Qiao smiled. She was worried that the fatty would object, but it looked like he was rather shrewd. Let me contact Ji Haochen and the others. Wang Ting asked Roundball to contact them. They have a good relationship with you. You can trust them, Yu Qi Qiao said. Knowing someone's background thoroughly is always a safer approach. Wang Ting nodded. Boss, are you trying to include the other several stellar academies too? Wade asked in surprise. Whether we include them or not is another matter, but these guys are definitely getting involved, Wang Teng chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, Roundball made the calls. Several screens appeared simultaneously. The faces of Ji Haochen, Timothy, Yu Yuanrui, and a few others appeared on the screens. Even Lung Qinxue, Tu Xiaoba, Sita Weiner, Ling Yangshu, Su Jinshen, Gaunt, Berkshire, and some others were present. Wang Ting was more familiar with these people and had interacted with them before. Thus, even if they didn't make it into the top 10 of the League of Talents, Wang Teng still decided to pull them in. Wang Teng, you've caused quite a stir recently. You broke 2 records in a row and defeated the talent from the Solar Dragon race. I've heard about it even at the Second Stellar Academy. You are getting famous here. Ji Haochen was happy that Wang Ting contacted him. However, soon, his tone became more contemplative. It's nothing worth mentioning, Wang Ting replied calmly. Will you die if you don't show off for a day? Ji Haochen was speechless. He whispered, Anyway, you must have earned a lot of points, right? Breaking a record gives you 30,000 points. I'm very poor now. Could you sponsor me a bit? I called you over because I have a business deal for everyone. We can earn points together, Wang Teng said mysteriously. Earn points. Ji Haochen's eyes lit up. The other people's eyes also shimmered. They had been listening to the conversation between Wang Teng and Ji Haochen, and now they couldn't help but speak up. Wang Teng, what business are you referring to? Timothy asked. Huh? Everyone is here. Ji Haochen exclaimed in surprise. We have been here for a long time. Tu Xiaoba said, remarked playfully. Hey, little rabbit, you're here too. Ji Haochen didn't mind her teasing. He sized her up with interest. Don't give me that disgusting look, or I'll poke your eyes with a carrot. Tu Xiaoba bared her front teeth and said fiercely. I'm so scared. Ji Haochen patted his chest and quickly took a step back. However, his exaggerated performance lacked credibility. Childish. I'm in no mood to play with you. Tu Xiaoba snorted with a look of contempt. Wang Teng, chase this guy away. Childish. He's too immature to be a suitable partner for cooperation. Yu Qiqiao had spoken to Tu Xiaoba and Lung Qinxue before this, so they had some understanding of the business Wang Teng was talking about. Ha ha! The others burst into laughter as they witnessed Ji Haochen being scorned by Tu Xiaoba. Ji Haochen was speechless. He was looked down upon by a little rabbit. The other party even called him childish. What a joke. She was the most childish person. How dared she call him childish? Ji Haochen was about to retort, but he was interrupted by Wang Teng before he could speak. All right, let's get down to business. Yes, that's right. Let's get down to business. I'm not as childish as someone here. Tu Xiaoba was sitting on her bed, surrounded by pink. There were pink bunny plush toys everywhere. However, when she said this, she quickly sat up straight and nodded with a serious expression on her palm-sized face. Chapter 1791, Gathering. The Constellation Society. To Ji Haochen. He felt like hitting someone now. Everyone laughed secretly when they saw his exasperated expression. All right, Tutu, stop teasing him. Yu Qiqiao covered her mouth and laughed. All right, since Sister Yu has spoken, they'll let him go this time. Tu Xiaoba chuckled. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. Before that, let me introduce someone. He looked at Tramp Borit, who was sitting quietly at the side, and introduced him with a smile. A Tramp! Everyone sized up Borit curiously. Tramp races were rare in the universe, especially powerful ones. The fact that Borit could enter the Stellar Academy indicated that he wasn't weak. What's more, Wang Teng was the one who introduced him to them. It was natural for them to speculate. There was no one weak on Wang Teng's side. This Tramp must have some unique qualities to gain Wang Teng's recognition. Hello, everyone. Please take care of me in the future. Borit scratched his crown and said. Everyone gave face and introduced themselves. Then, Wang Teng started the main topic. He elaborated his plans to compete for business with the Academy. Make pills, forge weapons, and sell them. Snatching business from the Academy is a good idea. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Their breathing quickened as if they saw countless points flying towards them. Damn, Wang Teng, you truly are a great brother. You are sharing this good business with us, Ji Haochen said. He was almost moved to tears. Only he knew how financially tight he had been recently. Points were needed everywhere in the Academy, and the ones he received when he first entered were quickly running out. He felt like he had never been this poor before. The others were excited too. For senior students, earning points was never an easy task, let alone for new students. Wang Teng had opened up a path to wealth for them. How could they not be thrilled? Does anyone have any objections? Wang Teng asked. I have no objections. If I can earn points, anything is fine. Ji Haochen shook his head hurriedly. Can you have some dignity? Yu Qiqiao was speechless. If you have points, why do you need your dignity? Ji Haochen chuckled. I can't be bothered with you. Yu Qiqiao rolled her eyes. She turned serious and said, I think there's something we need to discuss further. Everyone was stunned when they saw her serious expression. Wang Teng also raised an eyebrow, unsure of what Yu Qiqiao was up to. She hadn't expressed any opinions before. Various materials are needed for making pills and forging weapons, Yu Qiqiao said slowly when the group turned their attention to her. The others quickly understood what she wanted to say. Although the majority of the points earned from selling these items will go to Wang Teng, and we're only responsible for the sales and taking a certain percentage. I believe we should also fork out some points to purchase materials. There will definitely be buyers for these items. We're getting a significant advantage here, and it wouldn't be fair to acquire a large number of points without contributing anything, Yu Qiqiao stated. No need to worry about it so much. It's not that serious. I don't feel like dealing with the selling aspect, and it works out perfectly for you all to handle that part. You contribute the manpower and earn some points. It's quite fair. Wang Ting chimed in before anyone else had a chance to speak. To him, weren't a big deal anyway. He was getting the lion's share of the profits, and there were no losses. The extra time saved could be used for his cultivation, a luxury others didn't have. Also, he did this to bind these people together, forming his mutual help association. The favors given now would likely be repaid in the future. I think Yukikio's suggestion is valid. We should contribute some points. Timothy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Not a lot, but at least it shows our effort. I agree. Ji Haochen replied without any hesitation. I agree too. Lung Chinchua nodded calmly, and was the third to express her opinion. The others expressed their stance. No one objected. They were well aware that putting in a few points now could lead to earning more points later. There was no loss for them. Wang Ting didn't expect everyone to agree. No one showed any hesitation. He was quite surprised. Since everyone has agreed, let's go with that then, shall we? Yu Qiqiao looked at Wang Tung and smiled. Seriously, Wang Tung was caught between laughter and tears. Wang Tung, have you ever thought about this? Right now, everyone here is someone you know, so you might not mind. But what about in the future? As more and more people join, are they all just going to come in and get benefits for free? There are no such good deals in the world, Yu Qiqiao said sternly. Sister Yu is right. Boss, I agree with Sister Yu. Wade raised his hand. There needs to be effort before there can be gain. That way, we won't have any freeloaders. We need to come up with more detailed rules moving forward to prevent others from taking advantage of us, Yu Qiqiao said. All right, you've said it all. I think I could just sit back and relax. Wang Tong shrugged and smiled. You're acting all innocent after benefiting from it. Yu Qiqiao rolled her eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed everyone looking at her with strange expressions. Chapter 1792, Gathering. The Constellation Society. 3. Why are you looking at me like this? Yu Qiqiao asked curiously. What happened between the two of you when we weren't around? Sidhu Wainer asked. What happened? Yu Qiqiao was puzzled. Why are you acting like a housekeeper then? Ji Haochen looked at Yu Qiqiao and Wang Tong with a sly grin. Look, everyone can tell. Sidhu Wainer smiled. Don't talk nonsense. What housekeeper? I'm not like that. No way. Yu Qiqiao quickly understood what they meant. She blushed and hurriedly denied it. She explained, I'm only working so hard for the points. That's right, it's just for the points. Sidhu Wainer nodded. That's right. We understand that you're doing it for the points. Ji Haochen nodded. Yu Qiqiao. She felt that she might not be able to explain herself clearly. Say something. She turned and caught Wang Tung wearing a smug grin as if he was enjoying the spectacle. This immediately ignited her frustration. I've been running around like a horse and helping you come up with ideas, and you're just sitting there watching the show. Outrageous. What's there to explain? I think a housekeeper is good. I need one. Wang Tung replied without a hint of embarrassment. Get lost. I don't want to be your housekeeper. Yukikio's face turned redder. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Brother Wang Tung, you're amazing. You've already stolen Kikio's heart. Sidhu Wainer gave Wang Tung a meaningful smile. Wang Tung, how about giving us some pointers? I've seen many beautiful ladies in the stellar academies. I need to make my move quickly, Ji Haochen said. It's very simple, Wang Tung replied calmly. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn, especially the guys. Their ears perked up as they anticipated his reply, although they maintained a calm expression. All you need is a handsome face like mine, and the beauties will naturally come knocking on your door. I don't have to do anything. Wang Tung remarked. Silence. Everyone was left speechless for a moment. Then they burst into laughter and started playfully scolding Wang Tung. Shameless. Shameless. Wang Tung, you're so thick-skinned. Huh? You noticed how thick my skin is? Wang Tung was surprised. They laughed and teased each other for a while before returning to the main topic. You all can also think about what you have that you can offer in exchange for points. It isn't just about my pills and weapons. Everyone has their specialties, and you can all leverage them. For example, Gaunt, you're an expert in poisons. I'm sure there are plenty of people interested in that. The person who contributes the item will get the larger share. That's the principle of our mutual help association. Wang Tung said. Gaunt had been silent all this while, but upon hearing Wang Tung's words, his eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this before? It was like a sudden awakening. Ji Haochen, Timothy, and the others started to ponder. It was as if a new path had been opened up before them. Let me back and think about it carefully, Yi Yunrui said. Can I sell my carrots? Tu Xiaoba asked. Everyone's expression turned strange. How could this young lady think of selling carrots? Just imagine a group of martial warriors munching on carrots while battling. What a unique scene that would be. What's with that expression? My carrots are filled with nutrients. Eating them can replenish your force. They're even more effective than some pills, and I can sell them at a cheaper price. Tu Xiaoba pouted. Replenish force. Everyone was stunned. The seemingly ordinary carrots in Tu Xiaoba hand had such benefits? If it can replenish force and is better than normal pills, there will be a market for it. Wang Tung glanced at Tu Xiaoba in surprise and nodded. I knew it. Tu Xiaoba couldn't be happier. She chuckled as she nibbled the carrot in her hand. I took much effort to grow them. I have a question, Wang Tung said. Go ahead. Tu Xiaoba was confident that she could answer all his queries. Will I fart after eating this carrot? Wang Tung asked. Tu Xiaoba. Fart? She suddenly felt that the carrot in her hand wasn't delicious anymore. Everyone burst out laughing. Wang Tung had such a bad sense of humor. How could he ask Tu Xiaoba this question? A cute rabbit like her wouldn't fart. You are the one who's farting. Tu Xiaoba's chest heaved up and down in anger. She bared her teeth and wished she could rush over and bite Wang Tung. That's good. I'm just worried that it will affect the sales, Wang Tung said. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. Tu Xiaoba turned her head to show that she didn't want to speak to Wang Tung. This fellow was infuriating. Wang Tung laughed. He found it quite amusing to tease the rabbit. Afterward, the others enthusiastically engaged in discussions, brainstorming various ideas to earn points. They were all putting in their best effort to achieve their goal. Everyone discussed for a few hours until the sky turned dark before they reluctantly called it a day. They prepared to leave. Crafting all the rules and plans would take time. They couldn't be perfected instantly. Wang Tung could ask Ground Ball for help. However, he felt that involving everyone directly would give them a greater sense of ownership, so he decided to let them discuss and plan on their own. Anyway, what's the name of our mutual help association? Ji Haochen suddenly asked before he left. All right, I don't think there's a name yet, Tu Xiaoba said. What good names do you have? Tell me. Wang Tung said nonchalantly. Why don't we call them the Rabbit Gang? Tu Xiaoba thought for a moment and chuckled. Why don't you call it Rabbit's Den? Wang Tung rolled his eyes at her. Others would laugh at them if they heard this name. Rabbit's Den is fine. I like it, Tu Xiaoba said. Keep quiet. Wang Tung was speechless. Everyone laughed. Tu Xiaoba was indeed a source of joy. She always managed to make them laugh. Why don't we call it the Great Qian Association? Yu Yuanrui's eyes gleamed. Not a good idea. In the future, people from other factions might join us. The Great Qian Association is too region-specific. Timothy glanced at Borit and said, You're right. Yu Yuanrui also noticed Borit's presence after Timothy's reminder. He understood and gave up the idea. Initially, he wanted to gain some advantages for the Great Qian Empire. After all, such factions formed within the academy generally held significant influence, especially when led by someone like Wang Tung. He believed that this force could go a long way and had limitless potential for the future. It would be great if it could be named after the Great Qian Empire. Unfortunately, the idea was rejected. Of course, the main reason was because it wasn't appropriate. If not, he would have insisted. That's called the Great Union. Wade said, the union of all great races. It doesn't sound good, Tu Xiaoba replied. All right, Wade scratched his head. Despite all the discussions, they couldn't settle on a name. It was quite amusing how a single name could stump so many people. Why don't we call it the Constellation Society? Wanting had no choice but to think about it personally. In the end, he chose a name that was easy to remember. The Constellation Society. Everyone's eyes lit up. This name is good. Let's call ourselves the Constellation Society. Little did this group of people know that the name they hastily decided on today would leave a remarkable legacy in the vast expanse of the universe in the future. Chapter 1793, 8th Level Grandmaster. Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill. 1. The Constellation Society. The name Wang Tung came up with carried the meaning of countless stars, implying that every person who joined the Constellation Society would shine as brightly as the stars in the universe. Even if they didn't shine before they joined, they were bound to rise after becoming a member of the Constellation Society. It was a beautiful blessing. This was Wang Tung's hope for the Constellation Society. Although he had already decided to throw the responsibility to someone else, slogans and such still needed to be shouted. Other people would think that this Constellation Society was impressive and amazing when they heard its grand name. Winning or losing wasn't important. What matters was the process. After Yu Chi Xiao, Borit, and the others left, Wang Tung had some peace. He thought for a moment and decided to make some pills. This was the initial establishment of the Constellation Society. What was needed now was to make a name for itself so that other students would be aware of the existence of this new emerging force. With Wang Tung's proficiency in alchemy, even if he casually made some low-grade pills, they would still possess around 80 to 90% of their medicinal potency. This was better than the pills sold in the academy. Therefore, as long as these pills circulated, they could certainly quickly gain a reputation. At that time, the students in the academy would flock to them. Roundball, is there a place in the academy where you can make pills? Wang Tung asked in his mind. During his time here, he had become quite familiar with the cultivation areas, but he's not yet acquainted with the alchemy and smithery spaces. It's in the northwest of the academy. You can board the spacecraft, and it'll bring you there directly, Roundball said. Wang Tung nodded. He walked out of the manor and boarded the spacecraft. The spacecraft took off under Roundball's control and headed northwest of the academy. In the northwest direction, clusters of volcanoes appeared before Wang Tung's eyes. Each of these volcanoes emitted thick plumes of smoke, which gathered in the sky, casting a deep red hue over the area and exuding scorching heat. The spacecraft landed outside the volcano group. Wang Tung stepped out from the spacecraft, surveying his surroundings more clearly. A subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs drifted by, rejuvenating the spirits. This is a huge area. It looks like there are quite a few alchemists in the academy, Wang Tung said. More than just a few. I've looked into it. The 7 stellar academies periodically recruit geniuses with alchemical talent from across the universe. Not only that, they also seek out blacksmiths and rune masters. It's just that it doesn't generate as much attention as the League of Talents, Roundball explained. I see. Wang Tung nodded thoughtfully. He smiled and continued. Does that mean that if I don't participate in the League of Talents, I could still be admitted to the academy through these paths? It's not the same. By being recruited as an alchemist, blacksmith, and so on, you won't receive the treatment that martial artists do. The focus will be different, Roundball said. All right. Wang Tung shrugged indifferently. It didn't matter to him either way. He kept his spacecraft and flew toward the volcano. The academy's alchemy rooms and smithery studios were located within the volcanoes. The academy utilized the lava power of the volcanoes in a special way for alchemical processes and forging. There were a total of 9 volcanoes designated for alchemists, numbered from 1 to 9. Volcanoes number 1 to number 3 could be used by alchemists below the Grandmaster level. Volcano number 4 to number 6 was for Grandmaster alchemists. As for the number 7 to number 9 volcano, only Grandmaster alchemists and above could use it. The flames contained within these 9 volcanoes possess varying degrees of power, with their sizes reflecting their strength. Even volcano number 1 covered tens of thousands of square kilometers and was tens of thousands of meters tall. Its peak was invisible to the eye. It looks like there are grandmaster alchemists and above in the academy. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered with excitement as he looked at the last 3 volcanoes. Of course, the 7 stellar academies are extremely powerful. Where do you think the divine level pills in the academy came from? Roundball said in his mind. The divine level is above the grandmaster level. Wang Tung exclaimed. There was a time when reaching the grandmaster level seemed distant to him. On Earth, there were no grandmasters. Even on the Xingwu continent, only Master Gorlin reached the half-step grandmaster level. He had yet to take that final step. Thus, Wang Tung had no path to tread. But things were different now. After arriving in the universe, he rapidly reached the grandmaster level and had already advanced to the 6th level of the grandmaster level. He could even refine pills that were of the 6th grandmaster level or higher. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about this. Now, he was qualified to chase after the divine level. It wouldn't be long before he crossed the threshold and became a genuine alchemy saint. Alchemy saint. In the vast expanse of the universe, alchemy saints were extremely rare and esteemed beings. They were seldom seen in ordinary circumstances. In terms of status, alchemy saints could stand shoulder to shoulder with eternal stage martial warriors. The eternal stage martial warriors treated alchemy saints as their VIPs. They didn't dare to offend them easily. To eternal stage martial warriors, only the divine level pills made by alchemy saints had effects on them. Even grandmaster level pills had negligible effects on them. There seemed to be some fundamental distinction between a divine level pill and a grandmaster level pill. Of course, Wang Tung was temporarily unaware of these details. He might only come to understand the differences after he reached the divine level and became an alchemy saint. Chapter 1794 8th Level Grandmaster Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill 2. However, he still knew some basic information. For instance, to become an alchemy saint, he needed to first become a universe stage martial warrior. Becoming a universe stage martial warrior was just the minimum requirement for being a first rank to third rank alchemy saint. In other words, if he became a universe stage martial warrior, he could at most make first to third rank divine level pills. The classification of an alchemist's level wasn't always straightforward. It was determined by what grade of pills one could refine. For example, if you could make a third rank pill, you would be considered a third rank alchemist. However, Wang Tung was a little special. He was only at the 6th Grandmaster level, but he could make 7th Grandmaster level pills, like the 1,000 grass elixir he made in the past. Because of this, Grandmaster Alfred and the others considered him a 7th level Grandmaster alchemist. Wang Tung smiled when he thought about this. It's a pity I can't enter those last 3 volcanoes. Otherwise, I'd like to see if I can find some special alchemy attribute bubbles. Wang Tung thought to himself. The numbers 7, 8, and 9 volcanoes were only accessible to divine-level alchemists. Those were sacred grounds. Even if Wang Tung was a Grandmaster alchemist now, he didn't have the right to enter. Wang Tung landed on volcano number 6. The instant he touched the ground, he felt a scorching sensation creeping up from the soles of his feet. If it weren't for his strong physique, the temperature of the ground alone would be enough to cripple his legs. Yet, in this environment, various strange flowers and plants still thrived all around him. Many of them were fiery red, resembling flames. Various structures were scattered around the volcanoes. These volcanoes had rune arrays inscribed upon them, suppressing any eruptions, so the buildings constructed atop them posed no safety risks. Halfway up the mountain, there was a grand hall that resembled an office. Given the massive scale of these volcanoes, there was plenty of space for multiple buildings. Wang Tung entered the grand hall and noticed several figures moving about. "May I help you? By the way, I'm Lin Qian. You can just call me by my name." A young woman in the academy uniform walked over with a smile and asked, "I'd like to rent an alchemy room to make pills." Wang Tung sized up the other party. She seemed to be his senior sister, which wasn't surprising. Many people in the academy performed tasks to earn points. Hence, he told her his intention clearly. "Rent an alchemy room?" Lin Qian glanced at the young man in front of her in surprise. Was he a Grandmaster Alchemist? He didn't look like one at all. He was too young. Normally, only Grandmasters 7th level and above alchemists will rent the alchemist rooms on the 7th volcano. If you want to make 7th level and below pills, you can go to the other volcanoes and take a look. The points required there will be fewer, Lin Qian kindly advised. Her words were tactful as she felt that the young man before her might be a newcomer and not familiar with the place. After all, she had encountered similar situations many times before. She felt that Wang Teng might be a new student who had been admitted through the League of Talents. However, he possessed the alchemist talent, which was why he came here. Thank you. I believe I'm in the right place, Wang Teng replied calmly. All right, please follow me. Lin Qian was stunned for a moment. However, since Wang Teng had spoken, she didn't press further. She suppressed the astonishment in her heart and brought Wang Teng into the grand hall. As they walked, she asked, "Are you a new student this year? I feel like I've seen you somewhere." "Yes, I'm indeed a new student." Wang Teng didn't think that she was trying to strike up a conversation. After all, he was quite famous now. The academy was huge, but many people knew him. This senior sister probably recognized his face, but he didn't feel the need to explain anything in particular. Lin Qian just wanted to ask and wasn't planning to dig deep. She quickly led Wang Teng to a machine and said, "There are vacant alchemy rooms listed here. Just click on one, pay the points, and you'll have a right to use it. By the way, it's 100 points per day. 100 points a day." Wang Teng cursed in his heart. This alchemy room wasn't cheap. But then he thought about it. A Grandmaster 7th level pill would cost tens of thousands of points. In that light, this price seemed reasonable. I must include these 100 points in the cost. Wang Teng thought to himself furiously. Then, under Lin Qian's guidance, he rented an alchemy room. "So you're Wang Teng. No wonder I find you a little familiar." Lin Qian saw Wang Teng's name in the holographic display on the machine and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Senior sister, please don't speak too loudly. It will be bad if others hear you," Wang Teng whispered. Lin Qian was confused. Why was he so secretive, as if he were doing something suspicious? "I don't want too many people crowding around," Wang Teng explained. "Ah, I see," Lin Qian realized, nodding repeatedly. She looked a bit coy. She knew this junior had gained quite a reputation now. It would be troublesome if other people noticed him. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone," she immediately reassured him. "Thank you." Wang Teng nodded and left. He was in a hurry to make pills, so he didn't want to waste time here. Chapter 1795, 8th Level Grandmaster. Yin Yang Dragon Essence Pill. 3. The senior was attractive, but Wang Teng wasn't the type to be rendered immobile by a beautiful face. "All right, can you find a place? Do you need me to bring you there?" After learning Wang Teng's identity, Lin Qian seemed a bit more enthusiastic, especially since she found out he was a Grandmaster Alchemist. She wanted to get to know him even more. A Grandmaster Alchemist was a walking points ATM. "Do you need to purchase any materials or herbs? We have them here." "No, I have quite a few materials on me. They'll buy more when I run out," Wang Teng declined with a smile. At this point, he had to admire his foresight. Having the floral fairies grow various spiritual herbs in the space fragment turned out to be quite useful. If he were to buy these materials from the academy, it would surely cost a lot of points, which would be a waste. Of course, not everyone could possess a space fragment like him at the Cosmos stage. He even developed his spiritual field and had a bunch of floral fairies helping him to take care of it. Both the construction of a spatial realm and the cultivation of spiritual fields were significant undertakings. Most people wouldn't be able to accomplish such feats, nor would they have the time to engage in such endeavors. Therefore, the majority had to abide by the Academy's regulations. Lin Qian watched Wang Teng leave with a hint of regret. She wanted to say a few more words, but he seemed completely uninterested. "Oh no, I forgot to exchange contact information." She clapped her hands, frustrated by herself. "Still looking? He's already gone." At this moment, someone suddenly patted her shoulder. Lin Qian almost jumped in fright. The other party walked silently, so she didn't notice her. "What are you doing? You scare me to death." The newcomer was a tall and elegant woman, a friend Lin Qian was familiar with. They usually worked here together to earn points. However, their primary objective wasn't earning points. It was to get to know some alchemists. If Wang Teng had paid close attention just now, he would have noticed that the staff in this grand hall were mostly attractive women. Who was that just now? He looked quite handsome. I think he stole your soul, the tall and beautiful senior asked curiously. Let me tell you, that was... Lin Qian pulled the other party to the side, and the two began to whisper in hushed voices. She had forgotten the assurances she made to Wang Teng earlier. Perhaps she felt that it was just something to share with a friend, so it didn't matter. Really? It's him. The tall and beautiful senior sister was astounded. You better catch him. It looks like he's a grandmaster alchemist. Amazing. We're probably the first to know about this. You're right. However, it's still a question if he can make a grandmaster-level pill. I have my doubts, Lin Qian said with shimmering eyes. I don't think so. He's here to make pills, not to deceive people. If he doesn't have the ability, why would he waste points coming here? The tall and beautiful senior sister said. You make sense. Lin Qian nodded thoughtfully. That's why you need to make a move quickly, while others are still in the dark, the tall and beautiful senior advised. Wouldn't I be robbing the cradle? Lin Qian blushed. Although this was her plan, Wang Teng was much younger than her. She found it hard to proceed. If you can't bring yourself to do it, give him to me. I'm not shy, the tall and beautiful senior teased. Seriously? Are we still best friends? Lin Qian sighed in exasperation. What's wrong with that? I'm willing to sell myself for points. Why will I care about the age? The tall and beautiful senior sister said nonchalantly. You're right. I must seize this opportunity. Many of the people who came with us have already advanced to the universe stage. Yet, we're still hovering at the heaven stage. If we don't improve quickly, we'll be eliminated. Lin Qian's eyes gleamed with determination as she spoke. Martial warriors who could enter the stellar academies were all ambitious people. Although Lin Qian and the tall and beautiful senior chose this method to get more points, they did it precisely because of their ambition. Sigh, I thought I had a chance. The tall and beautiful senior sister sighed. Her friend discovered Wang Teng first. Their relationship was strong enough that they wouldn't let something like this come between them, especially considering they were not petty individuals. All right. If there's a good one next time, I'll tell you first. Lin Qian chuckled. Look at how pleased you are, the tall and beautiful senior sister retorted in a playful tone. I'm afraid it won't be easy. I feel that he has no interest in me. He left without saying much and didn't even look at me, Lin Qian said dejectedly. Really? He doesn't even look at a beauty like you? Is he the legendary oblivious and straightforward kind of man? The tall and beautiful senior sister was surprised. How can you say that about him? Lin Qian was caught between laughter and tears. Either way, you should give it a try. With your charm, it's worth a shot, the tall and beautiful senior advised. If it doesn't work out, you can always move on. You're right. Lin Qian nodded. Wang Ting didn't know that he had become a potential prey. He arrived outside an alchemy room on the volcano. The alchemy room looked somewhat like a villa half embedded in the mountainside. One side was exposed, and the other was integrated into the rock, giving it a unique charm. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to enter the alchemy room. Instead, he scanned his surroundings with his spiritual power first.